We are live. No, Jeb, we don't have time to talk about anything, Jeb. Today's stream
Oh,
is
okay,
specifically
stream's over.
just about Doctor verse. No, wait, Doctor Strange and the
Strange.
Multiverse of
Dr.
Madness.
Nick.
I was gonna say Doctor Madness. My brain has melted over the consumption of
Dr.
Doctor
Madness in
Strange.
the Multiverse of Strange.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. All right, but anyway.
My brain's just melted at the consumption of just a shit ton of alcohol.
I mean, you consumed alcohol and watched Multiverse of Madness with us last night, and I think that is like
I did.
a combination that is way too powerful for one being to contain.
I wasn't paying attention. What?
Shandy was drunk and we watched Multiverse of Madness last night.
Yeah, I was at
It
work.
sounds based.
No, I mean, Shandy made it way more fun by being drunk, so well done, Shandy. I'm proud of you.
Yay.
Congrats.
So anyway, hey chat, how are you? Yeah, we're gonna talk about Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness today, which is a film that we all enjoyed.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think personally,
Oh,
it was
I
a
loved
very
it.
fun
It's the
time.
best MCU film.
Yeah, I think personally, each person in this cast today has a lot to appreciate about this film. Like, I know Tin loved the soundtrack. I know Zod loved the Illuminati scene. Jeb loved the incursion rules. I don't even know, Thuglas, what you specifically loved about the film, because I just saw you talking about the entire thing as it being a masterpiece. So,
Great. So, a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Among all others.
But,
Fuck this film.
Yeah, so we didn't like Multiverse of Madness very much, shockingly. I know. Unexpected for us to dislike this film.
Strangely.
Oh, what a good joke. But
Wow. I'm
all
so
right.
funny.
It's quite unfathomable that we dislike bad media. Shocker.
Yeah, I did not
Well,
expect that.
Yeah.
And by bad, I mean tremendously bad. I mean atrocious. I mean, good God, if you think this movie is a 5 or 6 out of 10, bare minimum, you deserve to have your kneecaps blown off by an RPG. Brown table.
I do not endorse comments like this, for it is violent.
Yeah.
I do
I
endorse
don't endorse
It is
comments
bitch.
like this, but it's funny to say.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Anyway, Multiverse of Madness is a film. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is a film, a sequel to Doctor Strange, the 2016 film. And it came out recently. And I've watched this film 3 times by now. And each time I've wanted to die more and more. I think, Jeb, did you only watch it once?
I watched it once, and I said, "Fuck watching it again."
I mean,
'Cause
that's fair. I tried taking notes. I did not have time to finish taking my notes because this film is that bad. I took like 2 days of notes and I couldn't get very far because it's just too much wrong. But yeah, we're just gonna get into it, kind of go chronologically here. And Uvu is supposed to be here, but I assume he's sleeping, so he should arrive promptly. But in the meantime, we shall talk about this film by ourselves, and then Uvu is gonna come here, and I want to blow his mind with the Loki stuff.
Oh,
As Shandy
yeah.
said he didn't know, so his brain was
Yeah, no.
melt, and I find that really funny.
Uvu has not seen WandaVision and he has not seen Loki. I don't think he's aware of anything that happens in Loki, so...
Oh no.
Yeah,
oh,
so yeah,
I
that's gonna be
envy
fine. So
him.
we're gonna
I
save the
so
incursion
envy him.
stuff for later because I really want to hear Uvu's thoughts on it. Because it doesn't just make Endgame impossible to happen; it makes a lot of things impossible to happen. But we'll get to it. But yeah, first things first. Let's get started. So the opening scene, it starts with America Chavez running from running with a weird version of Doctor Strange, a multiversal Doctor Strange that we shall call
Away from the
Defender
authorities
Strange.
because she illegally crossed the border into another dimension.
Yeah.
Oh no.
From Space Mexico.
To be fair, her powers are literally just illegally crossing borders.
Well,
What's
what
not
is
illegal?
Well done.
what's
Yeah.
illegal
Well
about
done,
it?
Marvel. You made your first prominent Mexican character someone who has an all-access green card. Fucking brilliant.
Well, it's illegal because if you cross into another dimension, then You get
That-
incursions, broomed, and
That's not,
there's too many fucking rules.
that's not etched in law though.
I mean,
You also
I guess the TVA would be some kind of law authority
Who
in
the
a way.
fucking cares about the TVA?
Never
This
war.
fucking film doesn't.
I mean, yeah, this film doesn't understand that the TVA. Well, this film doesn't understand that the first film existed because I just watched that film today and I was thinking, the mentions of multiverse in that film were quite
Yeah, I was just
interesting.
gonna say, like, one of the last lines of the film is the ancients one death will spread throughout the multiverse.
Yeah, and then that with
So
threats
it
would appear
existed at
from
this
it.
point, and yet it's only until Loki fucked about that's when it's created. It's like it's existed for a good 6 years. At
Well,
this
it's funny
point.
how America asks in this film, Doctor Strange, what experience do you have with the multiverse? And he should say, our power comes from the multiverse because that's the source of their powers, as explained by Ancient One. But I guess not. I guess he just forgot it. He only mentions No Way Home. We still haven't gotten to the beginning of the first scene, which is what I was trying to do. As I said, it's too much wrong. We can't even start the film without getting derailed with other issues. But anyway,
It's almost like the Rise of Skywalker.
oh, this is much worse than The Rise of Skywalker. I think I
Yeah.
could talk about The Rise of Skywalker issues
This-
much more streamlined.
Rise of Skywalker is tame compared to this.
Yeah.
I
I think
think
last night when we
as
were
we-
watching, someone asked like, "Oh, is TLJ better than this?" I'm like, easily. There's not even like a debate.
yeah.
I think
TLJ is a very firm 3 out of 10, maybe a 2.
Nah,
This is
I'd
a
say
0. This is a fucking 0. It is a negative 15 out of
No,
20.
I wouldn't say
Anyway.
0 because the directing is neat. But
I
that's
don't
it.
care. It's a
I
zero.
don't give
Anyway.
a shit about the directing.
Anyway, can we
Did it-
please, Jeff?
okay,
You were gonna
hold
say
on, no, no, no,
something.
hold
No,
on,
I don't.
hold on. Wait, no,
See,
no,
the
no, no,
thing
no. I need to mention this. Fucking people are sucking off Raimi so hard because of the my fucking directing.
And it's not even that
No,
great.
no. The directing in this movie is subpar at best. He
Yeah.
spins the camera like fucking 3 or 4 times, and that's it. Okay, I can't think of a single moment in this movie where I was at all awed by the directing. Okay, comparing this to Spider-Man 1, comparing this to Spider-Man 2, comparing this to the few clips I've seen of Evil Dead, no, this movie is fucking dog shit. In the
Oh
writing
yeah,
and
Evil Dead
fucking
has so
plot
much more charm
part.
than this film could ever have. And that's from like I don't even like Evil Dead. But anyway, this film starts with America Chavez and Defender Strange running through some like floaty platforms in the middle of whatever towards a book. And then a big tentacle monster shows up.
Hentai.
it-
Oh no, she's 16.
No,
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 we
no,
can't do that.
not that one yet, Jeff.
No, yeah, the
She's
hentai
not
one
in
shows
the-
up later.
yeah,
The
the
tentacles here
dimensions
are
yet.
like fucking fiery rags.
Nothing wrong with that as long as it's just Defender Strange.
Anyway, yeah, so they're running, they're running away, and they're running towards this book called the Book of Ishanti, which we know because America Chavez says that out loud for some reason, because the film doesn't understand dialogue. But anyway, and they're running, and this big tentacle monster tries to grab her, and then Defender Strange uses a spell that freezes the monster in place for like a good 15 seconds, but he doesn't use that spell at any other point in the fight, because he's stupid. And then the monster uses one of its tentacles to stab Strange through the leg, after he gets unfrozen.
Instead
And-
of the chest or the face or the other leg again.
Well, he only uses one of the rags, but like it has like a
He's
gazillion
made of them.
Yeah, surely you
Yeah.
can control
He
more than
uses
one at a
those.
time.
He's got many rags. Okay, he can fucking just. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, he can. Yeah, he can whip it. He can nay nay. Yeah,
yeah,
he
that's
can just.
that's
Yeah.
good, that's a good description. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's a thing. That he only stabs one of the legs, and then when it stabs Strange's legs, the monster does nothing until Strange uses a spell to trap it inside rocks. And it's just kind of hanging around there. It's fun. But this also shows. Oh yeah, and then as Strange is doing this, he grabs a bunch of rocks with telekinesis to trap the monster inside this big ball of rocks. And as he does this, this just kind of shows that he could have used the rocks to fly America Chavez to the Book of Ishanti, because she could have just been standing on one of the rocks and then just been flown through the book, and then they would have won the scene. But I guess he's retarded, so America Chavez just stands there and doesn't do anything.
Yay.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, he
Yay.
also has a sling ring on him.
No. Shandy, having a sling ring would destroy this scene. So let's, he
Yeah,
doesn't
no.
use it. It's not in his hand. I've paid attention when I watched it twice in theaters.
This
So yeah, why would he have a
this
sling
movie
ring?
kind
Makes no
of
sense.
this movie kind of like just dislikes sling rings like in its entirety. Like this movie hates the use of sling rings.
Yeah. Later in the film, it's established he did have a little sling ring, which makes this fight entirely pointless because it could just use the portal to cut the monster, but he also could use the portal to teleport to the Book of Ashanti.
It's
Yes.
actually worse. And I know you said you didn't want to discuss fight choreography, but this movie introduces a spell that two spells that Doctor Strange can use with 0 difficulty that can just slice through the monster he fights, the tentacle monster in New York. He's got that buzz blade thing that he uses to cut the bus open, which he never uses.
Oh yeah,
again.
he only uses
And
it
he
once.
can.
Well, there are many spells that he only uses once that would be very useful. We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah.
Wouldn't the monster
I
be able
guess
to
you
get there considering he can fly? Well, the idea would be that Doctor Strange would trap the monster with the rocks and then use one of the rocks to fly America there.
Even if the monster can fly, he's purposely limiting his mode of transportation for no good reason. Like, I can't think of a legitimate excuse as to why Doctor Strange doesn't use any better method of trying to get to the book. He's got an access to at least like 2 or 3 abilities that can get him there
I mean, he has a sling ring.
semi-instantly.
That just like annihilates the rest of the sim. But yeah, they could have just ended
I
the
wonder
plot
if-
here if he used.
I wonder
Can
if
I
the-
can I
the-
ask a question? I need to ask a question.
Sure,
I'm
Jeff.
sorry.
Alright.
So, when they're running,
Yes.
why isn't America Chavez hold Doctor Strange and levitate towards it? Should that be faster?
Can they levitate? Because the Strange doesn't have a cloak, so I just assume they just
I
have to
guess-
run.
I guess not then. Or use a spell, I don't know.
I mean, yeah, sure,
support-
surely
Yeah,
Strange.
he
The thing
can
is,
teleport, yes.
we know from the first Doctor Strange, from Infinity War, from this film, that Strange can create magical whips that grab a bunch of things and pull them towards him. And he doesn't use that to grab the Book of Ashanti.
We also know that because of Infinity War, Doctor Strange can create platforms under people's legs because he does it on Star-Lord to
Yeah.
get him closer to.
Wait, I don't remember that.
Yes, he does. He
Yeah.
does. So Star can place a C4 on him. So yeah.
Yeah, he creates like these mini platforms underneath Star-Lord's feet that he can bounce on top of.
Oh, so that kind of also fucks with everything.
This is
Yes.
this could be an overarching problem. This is the problem with
Well, to be fair,
vague-
let's just real quick. I guess this Strange is a different version from 616 Strange, so he might not know the exact same spells. But the thing is,
The
like
problem
something
with
as
that-
basic as using like a whip to grab something is something I would expect him to know.
I mean,
Creating the
the th-
like ground for them to stand on, I think is more complicated.
The thing is, he's also Dr. Stephen Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts, and he's also Sorcerer Supreme. So to say that he doesn't have
Oh yeah,
the ability
that's true. He is the
to
Sorcerer Supreme. He should have that ability. Real quick, TC, you're saying he needs both hands to trap the monster, which is literally untrue because he uses one of the hands to suck America's powers as he's holding the
Yes.
monster. So
yes.
Absolutely, yes.
yeah, he's only using one hand even before he starts sucking her
Yeah.
powers. I'm checking the film right here on my left monitor. So
But-
sorry.
To interject an overarching point that will become a common theme, there's a big problem with the magic system in this and in the MCU. It's a soft magic system, but it's far too vague with its rules, so you can't fucking understand what the limits are because they never define it, and they just pull whatever out of their ass.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this film is just pulling things
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
your ass to get out of
If
riding
there's one,
yourself
if
into
there's
a
one thing I
corner.
can sum it up with, it's that fake Moon Knight panel where he says random bullshit, go.
Yeah, pretty much. Like when Wanda gets out of the mirror dimension, which we will not talk about yet. I'm just using as an example, okay? Let's not jump ahead.
He needs both his hands to track the monster when he takes
Jeb already addressed
one
this. Jeb already addressed this. I already responded to that comment.
It's a different universe, saying they have the same training or know the same magic's a bit bad for
What?
No. If they're both Sorcerer Supreme, you can expect them to know roughly the same magic.
I mean, I would expect him
I
to know
think-
at least like the basics of like creating a whip.
Yes.
I mean, there's a version of Doctor Strange that has killed other Doctor Stranges and has access to the Darkhold. Yet in his fight with our regular Strange, he uses basically the exact same spells. I don't think there's anything unique in that fight that he uses against our Strange. They both basically try and do the exact same thing to the other person, which is
Yeah, they try
random
and one-up.
bullshit go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, as Sky mentioned, the sorcerer's powers come from the multiverse,
yes.
which means that they all should theoretically have access to the same magic
Yeah, I was gonna
because they all have
mention
access
that
to the
point, too.
multiverse.
I was gonna mention that, but this film ignores that the first film exists. So
Continuity is for pussies.
yeah,
though.
it's not like it's a direct sequel, right? That
I mean,
that would be
yeah.
silly.
It's not like this is a direct
years.
sequel
Too
to
big.
Doctor
Yeah.
Strange,
Frankly,
to
yeah.
Infinity War. Yeah,
Uh,
no.
But yeah, anyway. Jesus, okay. So getting back to the scene. Defender Strange, his legs start to burn at the wound, which was caused by the monster's flaming tentacle. And then the monster starts to break through Strange's containment spell, and Strange comes to the realization that he needs to steal America's powers because he can't let the tentacle monster take her powers.
Kinky, yeah.
And then this implies that America will be killed by the time Strange does this. So I'm going to ask a few questions, and I want you all to follow my train of thought, because there are quite a few questions to be asked just by this simple line of logic. So, if Strange was smart, he wouldn't steal her powers, because it's a process that seems to take a long time and would end up with America dead anyway. So what he should do is kill her, because that means they'd get rid of her powers for good, which would save the multiverse, which is Doctor Strange's goal. And she'd be dead anyway, like if he sucks her powers or not. So why does he want to suck her powers?
Sucky.
Good question.
For another time, exactly.
no.
All right.
Yes.
So, okay, more. But now there's also a different question. Considering this, that America Chavez is the only America Chavez in the multiverse, why does Doctor Strange? Why is Doctor Strange able to suck her powers, or why does he know that it would work, and why does he know that it would kill her?
A good question for another time.
Another time, yes.
Yeah. So again, the best outcome is 100% killer, and then you save the multiverse.
Also,
like she's gonna die.
here's
anyway.
another question. Hold on, no. Here's another question. If we're going to come to the conclusion that America is a magical being, because that's what Wanda says, and Wanda and Strange both had the ability to take away her powers, and Mordo himself has the ability to take magic away from other sorcerers, what is preventing Wong or Doctor Strange from taking away Wanda's powers?
They're different because she's a witch, and yeah.
It's different, okay?
I don't fucking know. This film tries
I
to
got
make
a
a distinction
question.
between witches and sorcerers, but it doesn't make sense.
Yet Doctor Strange is also able to use the Darkhold, which is distinctly.
Well, it's not even just that. I was watching the episode 4 of What If today, and Doctor Strange and Cagliostro use fucking runes. And the distinction that they make in this film is that runes are a mark of witchcraft, whereas not for sorcery and spells. But that just entirely contradicts What If. But whatever.
I got a question. Why is
Also-
Wanda dispatching a fire monster if she wants America Chavez?
Because the fire monster is being merciful and reasonable.
Yes, when it grabs her
Yeah,
with
Yeah, of
fire.
course.
boy!
Oh wait.
He's here.
Oh my god, Uvu, hello. We still haven't gotten past the opening scene, so don't worry.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was 7:30. My bad.
Wow,
It's all good.
not even prepared. But also, hey Uvu, how you doing?
Hello. I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing alright. How much did you love Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness on a scale from 10 to 10?
Oh, yeah, 11 for sure. I've
yeah.
watched it 8 times. Yeah, it's great.
The thing is, it's not even
That's
a
not
joke,
even a
is
lie.
it?
That's not even a lie. He's watched it every day this last week.
Why?
Yeah,
Why would you inflict that on yourself?
but I think you're making a video, I think, right? So yeah. Um,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Is
Yeah.
there anything to say the demon can take her powers when she's dead? Well, if they can take her powers when she's dead. Well, I didn't want to kill her and then take her powers. It's much easier than kidnap her. Like that would just completely also make it Wanda's plan even worse. So I'm being best faith by assuming that she needs to be alive.
Oh yeah, I think everything points to her dying and losing her powers in this movie. So
Yeah, if she dies, the powers are gone. Basically, is what I think. But anyway, Strange as well. He says like, "Oh, you can't control your powers, but I can," which is also a reasoning he uses to want to steal her powers, Defender Strange. But why does he think he would know how to control her powers? Like he has absolutely
Exactly.
no reason to. He's like, don't worry, it'll be fine. It's not like I have a wound in my leg and this monster has grabbed me.
To be
I
fair,
can't control it.
I'm willing to believe that Doctor Strange thinks that he can control her powers because, again, Master of the Mystic Arts, Sorcerer Supreme. Doctor Strange
then-
1 even says that he learned magic at an exceedingly fast rate. So
Well, yeah,
I'm
but he
fine
would need
with
to
saying
learn
he
how
can.
to use it. He doesn't just know how to use it. He says, you don't know how
I
to
think
use your
the-
powers, I would.
I think the thing is that he's probably going to be able to control it better, which means that he'd be able to use it faster.
Well, I imagine it would be faster, but at that point it doesn't matter because he's already grabbed by the monster.
Yeah, no, his choice to do it in that scene is fucking stupid because it's like
And the wound seems to be corrupting him, so
yeah, it seemed like to
Or
be
something,
burning
so
his
yeah.
leg away, but I guess when America Chavez is jumping and grabs around one of the tentacles, it just does nothing to her, I guess.
yeah, it's just eating Strange's body. It's just like, oh, I'm busy right now. I think the only line that we get that points towards any sort of aptitude with it is the other Strange is like, even I could control it, and it's just like that's just like him being mad for no reason for 3 seconds, and then he's never mad again.
Oh yeah, that scene.
He's
is
just like,
also
oh, we got to get
really-
back to Wong, and then
he forgets that
never
Wong
thinks
exists.
about it again.
But yeah, we'll get to
And then
that.
he's like, oh, I can't beat Wanda anyway, lol, and then
Yeah.
forgets about it.
TC, Master of Mystical Arts. That makes it better to control. That doesn't mean he would control it. Like, no. You have to still learn as a master.
yeah, no. My argument wasn't that he would be able to do it instantly. My argument was that he'd be able to use it better or
Yeah, I
learn
imagine
it
he'd be
faster.
able to
Yeah.
learn it faster. Well, the thing is, I think America would be able to learn it very easily, which I guess, yeah, let's talk about that later. But yeah, I put a point in my
Yeah.
script in comparison to Legion, where
a
basically
good question.
There's so
The
many
problem
things.
is that the scene is so stupid that you kind of need to analyze it with the lens of looking at it as like a whole film first, because there's so much shit that happens later on in this movie that just contradicts the scene tremendously.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's why I'm not doing like the FAB thing of like keeping spoiler free, but I do kind of like want to address the things at hand first, because otherwise we're just gonna keep jumping back and forth and not like talk about all.
Oh yeah,
things.
spoilers for people who haven't seen Multiverse of Madness.
Oh yeah, I didn't give a fucking warning. Yeah.
It
Nah,
doesn't
it's
mean he
okay,
doesn't
it's only the
see
intro.
himself
No, he would
as
not
a
be able
master.
to. He would not know he's able to use it because he would not be able to use it because it's a power that only exists one in the entire multiverse. That he only met this girl who has it, who can't even control it, and it has had it her entire life. Why would he think he'd be able to control it right away? The point is that it'd be right away, because if it weren't right away, then what's the point of absorbing her powers then? Because he would be about to die. Surely he's just like, I'm gonna absorb your powers, then I'm gonna teleport away with your powers, and then everything's gonna be fine.
It is of no concern.
Yeah.
A good question for another time.
Yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah, I also find it weird how America is like, when Strange starts sucking her power, she's like, "But we're friends," and she like doesn't understand it. It's like, do you not understand what he's doing? He's saving the multiverse. I don't think being your
Yeah,
friend matters all that much. And
You
like,
think they'd have a chat before they came here? Like, oh, there's a demon after us. It
Yeah,
can somehow
I might.
cross across
Also,
space and time.
If
I might need to do this.
yeah. Well, it's just also like, oh, she's a child. Yeah, but she had to grow up faster than most children because she grew up without parents.
Yeah.
She had to live
Thrown
by
into the
herself on the
multiverse.
run. She's been
Yeah.
You got
she
thrown
had
into
to
the
fend for
multiverse at age
herself
6.
through like 72
Whatever.
universes for 16 years of her life. Like I think
Because
she
of a
did know how to
fucking
handle herself.
bee.
Oh, we'll
Because
get to
of a
that.
fucking letter.
The
A
bee.
bee.
I love the bee. The bee's the best part. The best
Best
addition in the
character.
MCU. Yes.
Yes.
He is the best character. Yeah.
Um.
Mr.
Well,
Buzzers.
it's a good question for another time episode. The Force Awakens, Maz Kanata to Rey with
Oh
the
yeah, she
lightsaber.
says, "Oh, where did you
No,
find
to
this
Han Solo.
lightsaber?" I think
It's
it's
to Han
Han who
Solo.
asks. Yeah, Han asks,
Yes.
"Where'd you get the lightsaber?" It's like a good question for another time.
Don't you realise your sacrifice means infinite more lives,
Think
but
this
I think that
infers that
first
he's
he's
able
out
to
of control.
control not being able to.
That doesn't infer
What?
that. Where you got what?
What? How would that
What's that- what the
infer?
hell?
Why would he know? Why would he know he would be able to do it? This is the only power, the only person who has that power in the entire multiverse. How would he know that would be able to? He would be able to control it to not leave it his body after he absorbs it. You shouldn't even know how to absorb it.
Like, I think it's fair to concede that, you know, we expect him to believe he's more likely to control it better, or
Yeah.
he is able to control it better, but not control it outright. He'll need to learn.
Yep.
I think that's fair.
Alrighty. So anyway. So yeah, she doesn't understand why Defender Strange is killing her, which we'll get back to. And then the monster grabs Strange and starts killing him, and America runs towards the Book of Vishanti, and then she just jumps like underneath the monster. I imagine she uses like one of the rocks from Doctor Strange that he uses to like put around the monster, and that rock just managed to like keep floating around where the monster was.
Yeah. All the debris makes like a convenient platforming.
Yeah, it's funny because there
thing.
was no platform for them to get there before Strange
'cause it
attacked the
destroyed it.
monster. Yeah, but
It destroyed the platform when it came here.
yeah. Oh well. But yeah. So she does that, and she uses like one of the monster's vines to swing, and by doing so, she does not burn herself, which I find funny. But I think the funniest part is that this monster, whose entire purpose is to kidnap America Chavez, just lets her like run inside its body.
Also,
and out.
it's a monster that's designed specifically to kidnap her, yet it's made out of fire and razor blades.
Yeah, but you see, it doesn't hurt her.
Selective.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt her. So
Yeah.
it was
So
a monster
it's only
designed to hurt
selectively
everyone
made.
bar America Chavez. It makes perfect sense. This is logic.
Yes, comparing
Sound
that.
logic, indeed.
Also, I just had a really stupid fucking thought, but what was to prevent Wanda from just approaching her like a calm and reasonable person, and like instead of threatening to kill her, just saying, "I understand your power. I understand you're looking for your mom and your dad. Your mom and your mum, but I can help you find them. Come back to my reality, and I'll help you look for them." And just
Well,
fucking
the
do
thing is-
that.
The thing is, the only defense I could provide, but then it gets nullified, is that she can't, like, physically cross into a universe, but she could use a
She
dreamwalk
could
version
dream
of
walk,
herself.
Yes.
She can create literal demons or summon demons.
Yeah, she can
that
conjure demons. Yeah.
Yeah, using the
Yeah,
Dark
like-
Lord, obviously.
Why can't she conjure a demon that is just a person? Why does she have to
Just a
create like
really
one that's
nice
made of
person.
fucking fire? Or just yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
That would be unreasonable.
Wait, wouldn't she be
And the
able to
reason why-
conjure like her children?
I'm gonna make a point quick about inferences. If you want to infer that maybe this is impossible, it's worth noting the more and more inferences you have to keep applying, the weaker the writing will be. Because you have
Mhm.
to keep trying to establish reasons to fill in what are questions.
America
The film
should be
should be able to
TVA's
explain
most
these.
wanted. Oh, you have no idea.
Yes.
Once we get to the Loki rules, my friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, boys and ladies.
It's going to be fun.
Once
Uvu's
we
gonna
learn what
love that
incursions are,
conversation
when the
because-
word incursion comes up, you're gonna have fun, chat. It's gonna be great.
Uvu, you're going to love that pod because you haven't even seen Loki. I don't even think you know anything about it.
I guess I'm going to be the one explaining incursions.
Yeah, we'll get to
I
that.
just know that
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
I just know that they send the bad timelines to a big purple dragon that eats them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll get to that. All right. But yeah, the monster just focuses on Strange as America runs through it, because if it doesn't, then it grabs her. I don't think anything would
And
change
hence the
because she would
movie.
just be
Yeah.
scared again and open the portal.
Oh yeah.
So I don't fucking know. I mean, in theory, but who knows? Because her being scared and opening portals is extremely inconsistent, as I noticed last night when we were watching. So who gets that?
Oh yeah, she gets
yeah.
scared during the tunnel chase. She gets scared by Wanda coming out of a gong. She should have got scared by Strange at the start, killing her. Like, it's so
Oh yeah, no, she would be
inconsistent. Just
terrified when
happens the
Strange is
plot-
like, "Oh yeah,
just
I
happens when
gotta
the plot
kill
needs to.
yourself. I gotta kill you."
Shouldn't be she
Same
be
thing with me.
scared by Wanda approaching a cell?
You guys are
Yep.
nitpicking. Doctor Strange told her that she used her powers precisely when she needed to.
Of
Every
course, and
time.
we'll
Shut
get
the
to
fuck
that. It
up.
makes
Of
perfect
course.
sense.
Mm.
All right.
Fuck up, I'm not. No.
The movie accounted for it. Okay, it's
Oh, actually,
Hmm.
I actually think no, she wouldn't. The portal opening wouldn't have saved her by that point, because it only saves her because Strange is able to cut the vines from the monster, which can only happen because he had enough time to wake up. So he wouldn't have had that time if the monster had caught America Chavez at first, as well as just not letting go of Strange, because I don't understand why it did. So yeah, no, the monster could have ended the plot quite easily, but he chose to not. I forgot I took this in my notes. This film is really bad, guys. I keep forgetting how bad it is, and then I remember anything in it. Alrighty.
yeah. The thing is that this movie is so bad that even if you dissect one scene, it is possible for you to come to the conclusion this movie is the worst movie out of the entirety of the MCU. There's
TC,
so much
no.
garbage in this movie that even one scene out of the fucking dozens or hundreds of scenes in this movie, any one of them is enough to say it's the worst film out of the MCU. This movie is broken. It's
TC,
fucked.
TC, you've misunderstood the point. The point is, when she isn't able to control it, we could see the reason that the portals keep opening is when she has
When she's scared.
high anxiety.
Well, she
Bee-
says when I'm really, really scared.
Yeah.
She says it specifically, and she would know because she's herself. She's lived as herself for 16 years. She would catch on to the pattern that, oh yeah, this is indeed what causes my portals to open.
and
Yeah,
then-
she never tries to mimic it. She never tries to trigger her being scared at one
As
point.
I said,
never
she
asks
probably
Strange
went to like movie theaters
threaten
to
her
watch
with
horror
death.
films and
She
just
never
teleports
asked
the
him to
entire
summon,
theater
like, a
into like a random
swarm
universe.
of bees.
But it's like when she's using it for other appliances, she has channeled it at that point. So that isn't a fair comparison to when it happens randomly.
Also,
Yeah.
it's remarkably convenient that she doesn't dream, because imagine if she does dream and then she accidentally like fucking starts screaming in her dreams because
Oh,
of like
I don't
surreal
think she could
nightmare
dream.
experiences. And
She's. The thing is, I don't think she could dream, because dreaming apparently is about your
Oh no, yeah,
mental,
that's what we were saying.
We'll get to that,
multiversal
we'll get to that.
counterparts. So yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, I'm trying to see because my notes are long.
very limited.
Then, yeah, the monster grabs America as she's getting close to the Book of Shandy, and she screams and opens a portal. And the portal's sucking her in, but the monster's keeping her here. And then Strange wakes up after being knocked out by the monster and creates a few discs with his arms that he uses to slice the monster's tentacles to free America and save her life to stop the monster from sucking her powers. So, before we get into the mechanics of that, let's just remember, Defender Strange's last act was saving America Chavez's life and saving the multiverse. So remember that once we get to how America talks about Defender Strange later in the film. But anyway, why didn't Strange use those discs before in the fight, considering they can easily cut through the monster?
Okay.
So
America.
why are you referring to him as Defender Strange? Is that like his official name or something?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's based on the comic design. He's from the Defenders. One of the Defenders runs in the comics. That's what
They
people...
really defend well,
right.
but you know.
Yeah, that's why I've been I'd rather call him that than Ponytail Strange, just personally, but you know, to each their own. I don't.
Somewhere out there's a universe where Doctor Strange has a ponytail. Didn't you guys just love that line, considering the context and considering the the tone that the scene was going for. It was very consistent, wasn't it? I really liked that line.
All right. So yes, she throws the discs. He doesn't use them early in the fight. But then the monster is left behind because for some reason it hangs onto the pillars instead of falling through the portal to follow her.
It's like, ooh, icky
Wait, it
portal.
stays
I don't want
behind?
that.
Yeah, it does.
Ugh.
Oh,
We talked
wait, is
about
it
that last night.
alive?
Yes, we
Is
talked
it
about
alive?
that
It's
last night.
alive.
Yeah, it's alive. So
Oh,
yeah, Jab,
no.
you know what question I
Yeah.
gotta ask next, don't you, Jab? Why don't you ask it yourself?
Why doesn't it destroy the Book of Ashanti, the thing that they were
No,
after?
no, no. Why would it destroy it? Why doesn't it grab the Book of Vishanti and use it to be able to defeat anyone that would come up in Wanda's way?
Why
She
not
could use
destroy
it
it?
for herself.
Because why
Actually,
not
I have
destroy it?
another
Because
question.
No, but it's a
Doesn't
book
Doctor
that tells you how
Strange
to
have
defeat any enemy.
telekinesis?
I don't know if
So
well,
that's-
this Strange does because he controls the rock. So yeah.
But you want to destroy the Book of Ashanti because that's the only weakness for the Darkhold. So you eliminate
But
that
if you
weakness.
have it, then you don't need to destroy it. If someone goes
But
to
you could
grab it,
lose
you
it.
can destroy it. Well, but if Wanda is smart, she wouldn't lose it.
Oh yeah, but Wanda
Right.
isn't smart.
Oh yeah,
so...
Wanda is
Wanda is
known to be
smart.
very smart in this film. Yeah, no, I get it.
But if that's the only weapon for them, just destroy it.
Takes time to cast them and the demon can dodge them, but then it should be shown. No, none of that is shown. Yeah, I don't buy that for a second. If you want to headcanon it that way, sure, but that's not shown in the film. And it does not take time to cast it. He does it very, very fast.
I have another question. Why are you defending this movie? Like, out of anything in the MCU, why are you defending this? Is it because of Sam Raimi? Is it because of Danny Elfman? Is your nostalgia
Oh, no, yeah,
bonus so fucking
Danny
strong
Elfman was
that you
great.
have to bypass
Oh, don't
all
go
of the
there.
stupid bullshit in this fucking movie in order to defend your fucking favorite Kino director? Seriously, guys, this movie sucks. Stop it. Stop it. Get better standards.
Um,
This is
Alrighty.
actually actively pissing me off that people are defending this movie. This movie is disgustingly bad.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Bravo.
Hey.
So what I wanted to say is that is also interesting. I'm gonna jump ahead a bit, but do you remember when America kills her moms? She opens the portal.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
hold on. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to a point. We're not gonna talk about that scene yet. In that moment, she opens the portals. Her moms go to a universe. She seemingly goes to a different one because otherwise she would be with her moms, right? Like she wouldn't say that she just had never seen them since then. So she sent them to a different universe. So wouldn't that
I think I know where you're
imply?
going.
Wouldn't that imply that when she opens these random portals to universes when they are reset, I guess. When someone goes into them, the person that goes after, they would end up in a different universe than the original person.
Yes. I knew you were going there, which
Yeah,
is Defender
so
Strange. shouldn't-
yeah, so Defender Strange going to 616 is insanely contrived, isn't it?
Yes. And I think it was established during the film anyway when she's traveling through the universes, she could have ended up in any one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Which happened. Oh no, this happens twice then.
Where you mean when they're jumping through the random universes and that Strange ends up in the same one as her?
Yeah, this happens twice, the same issue.
It does, yes. But
Pretty sure
her
they,
power
like,
is so great
grab
they needed
onto
to
each
go,
other.
so it's fine. Don't worry.
In that scene.
They were
Oh,
not.
if they grab onto each other.
They were not.
Oh, never
There are
mind.
many moments in
They-
that scene where Doctor
No,
Strange wasn't.
yeah, they
grabbing
do
her.
go apart, but at the end of it, they are together. But yeah, at
Yeah.
any part during that, they probably could have split.
Yeah, there's a moment where Doctor Strange is like he falls onto some kind of brick
Rock, yeah.
thing, yeah.
Or skeleton thing.
Yeah, that breaks it, and he's just not holding on to America at all.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Madvika. How you doing? This film is cinema. Yeah, I know Madvika loved this film.
Yeah. Absolute Kino.
Hello, Madvika. I love
Alright.
you, Madvika.
Hello.
Yeah, alrighty. So continuing on with this masterpiece of a film, Jesus Christ. All right. Oh yeah, and then we have the. All right. So now we're gonna talk about Doctor Strange. So, yeah, 616 Strange.
Finally. Yeah.
Yeah. So when Defender Strange has sucked into the portal, the 616 Strange, he wakes up from a dream and he's sweating, which implies that the opening scene was a dream that he had. And then he looks at his watch, and he starts to get ready for a wedding. It's Christine's wedding. He arrives, he sits down, and there's a guy who's sitting beside him, and it's the guy who worked at Strange's hospital in the first film. And then they have a conversation, and the guy says he hasn't seen Strange in a while, and Strange says I was a little preoccupied being dust for 5 years, and the guy says, so were a
Hey,
lot of
he
us.
loves me.
Who loves you? Oh, Madwick, okay.
Oh yeah, I love random Doctor side character from first movie because apparently to him, in his list of priorities of mentioning things that died, his cat is above his dead brother.
Well, I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
it's that. I think he mentions it because thinking about his brother hurts too much, and so he mentions his cats, and then he's like his brother. That's what I always got an impression from.
If you interpret it that way, sure, but the fact that he says it so casually afterwards as well, like I did
Oh, he
not
doesn't
get
say
that sense
casually. He
of.
takes a breath. He inhales and is like, and my brother. So
You know the sad
it
thing.
seems to me like you're saying
Sure.
You know the sad thing. The entire wedding sequence in this film is the only bit of the film I had a sense of, wow, there's something.
Well, yeah, because they had this conversation.
Yeah.
As I said, it's like he says I was a little preoccupied being dust, and the guy says so were a lot of us, and it's like, oh yeah, Strange isn't taking this very seriously, but then the guy's like, no, it is a serious thing. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good. And then we have which also establishes what the stuff with the blip cause and like the bad outcomes from that, or from a world building standpoint, even though the MCU doesn't acknowledge it all that much. And he says he lost his cats, and then he lost his brother. And then Strange has to apologize, and the guy asks, so did I keep wondering, like, was there any other way? And Strange's like, no, it did the only play we had. Which, as of Infinity War, it is true from Strange's perspective, even if it makes no sense. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, this is actually reminding me because I mentioned this to Sky last night, but this scene was building up to what I thought was going to be a realization that the reason why Strange fought Thanos in the way that he did, and the reason why he gave him the Time Stone is because during those 14 million different futures that he saw, this was the only one that guaranteed that the world was safe and that Christine was alive, because I thought that's what the scene was going to get to. And I was like, oh, cool. That actually, it's a retroactive change, but it's one that's within his character to make. And that actually is a pretty neat thing for the movie to do. It's adding a bit of a selfish nature to Strange, which is completely within his character to do.
Yeah,
I thought that's
but
what the scene
then
was
they
going
just-
for, and then nothing happened with it.
Yeah,
I was
it's
like,
because
oh,
there's
okay,
some
cool.
drops. Everything it does characterize after like a scene or two. It's funny.
Because the thing is, you have the guilt of Strange that he's clearly showing, because the other doctor's like, was there any other way? Because this way got my cats and my brother killed. And then Strange like, yeah, no, there is no other way. But then you find out later on that, yeah, there were several ways, but this was the only way where Christine actually survived the multiverse. That would have been cool. It would have been a really cool character thing for Strange to explore. But no, we have to have Wanda being sad throughout the entire fucking movie because of some stupid shit that she did in a TV show that no one watched.
I watched.
Me too. It was-
Yeah.
Yeah.
The movie is called Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, not Wonder is Sad Multiverse of Piss. Fuck off.
Multiverse shouldn't even be in the name, honestly. But yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
getting back to the point. When the guy mentions his dead cats, it's supposed to be a joke, I guess, because everyone laughed in my theater. But not only that,
Was it? Oh.
well, not only that, but Doctor Strange rolls his eyes when he mentions his cats. And I feel like that's extremely out of character for Doctor Strange. I don't understand why he would do that.
He's a doctor. He cherishes life.
No, this
In the
is-
first movie,
there's
he
like a
was
scene, the first
upset
scene where
that
he
accidentally
says,
killed
"I'm
the
a
guy."
doctor, and I just took a man's life." There definitely is a thing that I watched like an hour or two ago.
No, you imagine that.
Yeah, no, this film also doesn't want you to remember that. But anyway, yeah, I find it just a weird reaction.
Yeah, this scene is there. This scene is here writing wise for them to be like, oh, could he have done it different? And anyone who's like watched Infinity War has been like, there's not as much leeway there. But then the movie's like, yes, there's a universe where he did, and it turned out all right, and this brother's alive. Mike Waldron's just like, oh, look at all this shit, and it's like, oh, fuck you, Mike.
Yeah. But yeah, then the guy says, Of course you did, the best surgeon and the best superhero, but you still didn't get the girl. And then the camera pans to Christine, and it is the most cheesy Raimi shot
MJ?
ever. MJ, yeah. And yeah, we see it's Christine's wedding. Oh my god, she's getting married to this guy. But yeah,
Who we know nothing of really.
he's just a guy. He likes Doctor Strange, and that's all we
Yeah.
know. Which
just
we'll get
He
to his
didn't get
reaction.
his autograph, sadly.
And then yeah, Strange is at the bar drinking, and Christine walks up to him and she orders wine, and Strange says, "Allow me," and he turns her water into wine, and so that creates a bit.
He has
bit of
become
question.
Jesus.
Well, there's a few questions to ask here, like what are the limits of this? Can Strange turn any liquid into another liquid, or is it just water into wine? So let's say that Strange can turn only water into wine specifically, which is the most charitable interpretation possible. Humans are 60% made of water, aren't they? So if he changes the water inside a person's system into wine, wouldn't that mean that he kills that person, therefore he wins? So couldn't he do that to Wanda?
There's a lot of things he can do to Wanda. I don't know
That's a good
how.
Oh yeah, I'm
question.
just like
how
stacking up
mechanics of
the
this
entire
specific
mechanic.
spell. I don't know how the mechanics of this specific spell works. Maybe it's because it is in a glass or something, and he needs to actually
it needs
see
to
the
be in a
water.
glass.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It should be in a glass. That's the limitation.
I'd say
It's
it's
a
limited
spell
by
we've
quantity.
never seen before. So
Well, it's
yeah, even
it is
quantity,
doing
that
the
would work.
thing that Ragnarok did, but this makes no sense. Whereas Ragnarok
Why
it had
didn't
a
he-
lot of explanations for it.
Why
that you can
didn't he
gather.
just do it to the monster that appears like 2 minutes later?
Well,
What happened
That's a
to
good
Doctor
question.
Strange's gloves from the first movie? I really
He
like.
didn't have them
from
in the first
Ragnarok.
film.
Really had
Yeah,
them
them
in Ragnarok,
Ragnarok,
and
yeah.
it was only for like, it was like a throwaway thing because I think Taika like likes for the yellow gloves, and like they just never added
I
them
like
back.
them too. They're really neat.
Yeah. But anyway, if we can extend it to further than just water into wine, it's just any liquid into any other liquid, that also creates many issues, like being able to
Turn your body into acid.
yeah, turn your blood into acid, turn things like
Yes.
that of that nature. But we will not explore that because this is just a
It's
random cell
stupid.
that was added to have a joke. So yeah. And then Strange says he's talking to Christine. And he says, "We should have been different. I never stopped caring about us, but I had to make sacrifices to protect you. I'm sorry." And Christine says, "It was never gonna work between us because Steve and you had to be the one holding the knife, and I always respected you for it, but I couldn't love you for it." And then Strange asks how long she's had that line saved, and she says it's been a long time. Strange says he's glad she's happy, and she says, "I am. I really am. Are you?" He says yes, and she says, "Good. You deserve it." And then she walks away. I like this dialogue, but it is like the first bit of dialogue from a very thorough character analysis that Strange should have throughout the film that he just doesn't. Like, this is almost entirely dropped from his character for the rest of the film. So yeah, but I do like this dialogue. I think it fits their relationship pretty well with what we know. Yeah, I think it's fine. But then because we can't explore the Strange's character more, we hear a car crash, and Strange goes to the balcony, and he sees cars being thrown over and shit like that in the middle of the streets. So he takes a sip of his drink, he puts on his cape, and he flies towards it, and it is the only moment in the film where they use Doctor Strange's motif from the first film.
And then he
Yeah,
sees
that
Spider-Man,
annoys me
he
so
sees
much.
Falcon, he sees War Machine, he sees Ant-Man. They all running towards the exact same noise because New York is a very big place and it's home to like the most superheroes on the planet. And No Way Home confirms that Daredevil is canon, so he should be there too. Perhaps even Nick Cage or Power Fist or Iron Fist, whatever his fucking name is. I don't know. All these random B-list celebrity
At
heroes.
the end of
Yeah,
Iron
it's
Fist
not
season
Nick Cage,
2, he
By
went
the
back to
way,
Shang-Chi.
it's
Well, the thing is, Shang-Chi should be like on Wong's beck and call after the post-credit scene of Shang-Chi, but
Oh,
this film just
yeah.
forgets that.
Yeah, where the fuck is Shang-Chi?
Him and Katie are fucking, I don't know,
That's
who
Shang-Chi
knows?
fighting, I guess.
Yeah, they probably are. They went back
Don't
to
forget-
Shang-Chi's compound to just have these underground fights.
They're dead now.
Don't forget that Wong is in contact with Bruce Banner
And
and
Captain
Captain
Marvel.
Marvel
Yes, I love that.
at
Chunk
Oh,
all
stuff.
yeah.
times.
Yeah,
he
he has
also
a
has
way
the
to call them.
ability to transport characters to any location on the planet, including a location sorcerers are not meant to visit, just in some random bumfuck fucking mountain in the middle of the Alps. So yeah, like do that shit. Also, Endgame confirms that you can activate a portal from anywhere in the universe and it will take you to exactly where you need to be. Because Doctor Strange opens a portal on Titan and goes back to Earth. Which means that Wong or Doctor Strange could call Captain Marvel and have her arrive within seconds.
Yeah.
I think the
And-
idea would be that Doctor Strange saw the future and then he'd know where the people were in Endgame, and that's where he opened the portals.
It's not like, Doctor Strange is capable of contacting Captain Marvel and she can tell him exactly where she is, and then he can open
It's
up
not
the
like she
portal
can
right
fly
there.
at light speed anyway. But yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Anyway, yeah.
I forgot she could travel at light speed. That's
Yeah.
right. And then Guardians
Yeah.
introduces the portals that makes it even faster. So
Yeah,
light
it's
speed
the
travel
jump
plus
points.
oh no, she could get there in fucking a day. Jesus,
Yeah. So
this
anyway,
movie's so bad.
yeah. So yeah, Strange hears a car crash, and then you see, and then Strange flies, and he sees a car was thrown, and it's stumbling towards a woman in the middle of the street. You're like, oh no, it's gonna kill
most
this woman.
Raimi thing.
So
It's the most Raimi thing ever. The car upending like a fucking domino flying.
oh yeah,
after
it just
her.
keeps bouncing. It's like surely traction would just stop this car after a while, right? But no. But anyway, the funny thing is, so Jab, I want to
Wait.
ask you this specifically because I think it's funny. Jab, if there's a car that is about to hit a woman, and you have a sling ring that can open a portal, and right in front of it, to teleport it away, what would you do to get the car not to hit the woman? And I want you to answer this earnestly, without trying to think of what he does in the film, okay? So what would you do as the best outcome?
I'd, no, I can't answer it, not honestly. Truthfully, you just open a portal where the car's in like a rural area where it doesn't hit anyone, like a big field.
Well, Jeb, you're fucking stupid. What you would do is conjure a fucking cat to eat the car and throw it towards the street full of people and cars that could end up killing them. Because
Sorry,
that is what happens in
that
the
was-
film.
that was funny,
That
yeah.
is literally what
Sky,
happens in the film.
You don't understand. Doctor Strange is a good character. Okay.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
He conjures a fucking big cat to eat a car instead of teleporting it away. It's amazing. Imagine. Oh my god, I love how stupid this film is.
Or just throwing the big monster into the mirror dimension so it doesn't harm literally anyone
I
else.
No,
said,
the mirror
I said
dimension doesn't
this to
exist in this
Sky.
film.
I said to Sky, I was like,
To
what
be
the
honest,
fuck are
if
they
this
doing
movie went ahead and said that Thanos destroyed the mirror dimension when he punched it with the Power Stone in Infinity War, that would have been a better explanation than the shit we get in this movie, which is no explanation whatsoever.
But what were you gonna say, Joe?
They used it in No Way Home though, so
Building
Oh, yeah.
on Shane's point, I
Oh,
was
that's
wondering,
fucking dead, right?
I was wondering why they never used the mirror dimension like properly.
Because
Oh,
they're
I
French.
know Wanda escaped the mirror dimension. She used math.
Oh, yeah. She is mad. She's
Doctor
also
Strange
very good at math. They
destroyed the
just
mirror
never knew
dimension.
that. Yeah, no,
Doctor Strange destroyed the mirror dimension so that no one would use math against him again.
yeah. He tried to create it from scratch, but it can interact with the world now because Strange built it wrong. See, it all makes sense. It's just cause and effect. But anyway, America Chavez, she then runs inside a bus because when she's in the middle of the street running from a big monster, hiding inside the bus is a very smart thing to do, rather than
Yes, a
running
Mexican
into
in
a
a bus
building or
is my
anything.
favorite.
Yeah. But then the monster picks up the bus, and the monster was invisible by then, and Doctor Strange makes it visible. And then Doctor Strange uses a spell to take the bus apart, which is, I assume, a spell that doesn't work on living beings, because that would cause many questions. So let's just assume it only works on inanimate objects, alright?
It also confirms that he has telekinesis and they should have grabbed the Book of Shanty instead of running towards it because he's a moron.
Well, this is
But it's
another
not
for
the same Strange.
yeah, but the other one also had telekinesis because he controlled the rocks with telekinesis. So
Meow.
it doesn't matter. The point of him not using telekinesis still stands. But anyway, yeah. So he uses a specific part of the bus to cut one of the monster's tentacles. So, considering he pulled apart the entire bus, and the bus is made of many parts, why doesn't he keep using this power?
Shut up.
It's on cooldown. It's on
It's
cooldown.
so good.
Yeah.
He just
Also, the funny
forgot.
part is that the squid is just like, oh hey, my target's in here, and then the target drops to the floor, and he's just like, huh? And then Strange saves
What's
her.
that?
Yeah, I also, I find it interesting because, like, this might be getting ahead of ourselves. Is it? No, it isn't. Okay, so what Strange does is he uses his cloak to stop America Chavez from hitting the ground and dying, which is like, okay, that would slow her momentum, especially because the cloak can fly and everything. It's like, yeah, that's good, because, the swimming's acknowledged that when you fall, there's going to be a big carrying of momentum. So if you hit the ground, that's a no good. So, yeah, I don't know why I'm saying this. It's a weird thing to mention so explicitly, but we'll see once the scene continues. Anyway. Yeah, so she falls from the bus, from the thing she was hanging from inside the bus. Oh yeah, why doesn't Strange use a portal to cut the monster in half? He forgot she
Shut
has
the
portals.
fuck up.
A good question.
Yeah. Well, there's another question here. So why does Strange put the bus together? Why doesn't he create like a thing that he can stab through the monster with? Considering stabbing through the monster seems very useful later in the
Effective.
scene. But
Because
now
that's
let's say
vandalism.
that's hindsight bias. Why doesn't he create something sharp that can cut through the monster, which he knows he can do because he just cut through one of the tentacles? So
Why doesn't he use
Vandalism.
any of the abilities that he uses on Thanos? Why doesn't he use any of the abilities that he uses in Doctor Strange 1? Why does he summon chains and
we'll get to
spectral
that. Stop
swords?
jumping ahead, Shandy. Jeez. But anyway,
What the fuck?
there's so many things. Shandy, we're not even like close to getting
Sky,
there.
you okay?
I'm very good.
You were robotic.
Oh,
Yeah.
my internet's being a bit cringe.
In the mirror dimension.
I
most
went to the
likely,
mirror
yeah.
dimension. My internet has been very cringe when streaming. There's not much I can do. But all I did was tell Shandy to shut the fuck up because he's getting ahead of himself. So don't worry. But anyway, yeah. So he puts the bus back together, and then the monster grabs the bus that the Strange threw at him, and then he throws it at Strange. Which kind of shows, yeah, you moron, why did you create another bus? But anyway, what Doctor Strange does in his wisdom, instead of using a portal to get the bus away from hitting them, is he uses a buzzsaw. Now, Jeb, you're the science guy. You understand how momentum and inertia works, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So inertia,
I
yeah.
do.
So by inertia, by cutting the bus in half, shouldn't it like continue moving forward? I don't understand why it like doesn't hit them.
Yes, it should continue moving forward.
Oh well, it doesn't. So fuck you.
The
You don't
invisible
know.
triangle.
Michael Waldron and Sam Raimi know science better than Jeb. So yeah. So yeah, he creates a buzzsaw to cut the bus in half as it's going towards him. So now why doesn't he use this at any other point in the film? It is a buzzsaw that can cut through metal that was strong enough to cut through the monster that they were fighting. So why didn't he fucking use the fucking buzzsaw to cut through the monster? Why doesn't he use it at any point to fucking kill Wanda? Because he's retarded. So anyway. Yeah, and then, Strange, he looks at America Chavez and is like, do I know you? And then he gets, which causes him to be hit by the monster. Which
Causes him to die
Yeah.
instantly.
Yeah, we'll get to that. But I wanted to talk about a few things before we get into that. So, Strange, being Doctor Strange, knowing that there's a monster killing people, his first priority should not to look at a woman he vaguely recognized, be like, do I know you? It should be, oh, let me get rid of this monster, and then I will inquire about knowing her. But I guess not, because he doesn't care about lives. Doctor Strange was never shown to care about lives in the first film when he said that he became a surgeon to save lives. But anyway.
Including his own.
But yeah, so he gets hit. So now, before we get into how Strange should be dead, why didn't the cloak do anything? We do know that the cloak has
No. You
its
don't
own
understand. It was
sanctions.
giving him CPR, okay? It was slapping his face around. It was trying to wake him up.
No, that's
And then only after it failed to wake him up, did it go ahead and try to attempt to save another person?
Yeah, but it's not even that. So in Doctor Strange 1, the first scene where it saves Doctor Strange is when Caecilius, might not be even Caecilius, might be one of his goons, is attempting to stab Doctor Strange, and the cloak just stops it, that person's hand, and it doesn't reach Strange, and he doesn't die. It's like, hey, neat. The cloak has a mind of its own, and it saves Doctor Strange a few times in Doctor Strange 1. And it is a sentient being, so you would know that. And clearly it has very high reflexes, very fast reflexes, considering it was able to stop those attacks in Doctor Strange 1. With all that in
I
mind...
can't believe they character assassinated a piece of fabric.
I know! So, with that in mind, why doesn't the fucking cloak save him from getting hit by the monster? Because this film forgets that the cloak can do that. But then later the film is going to recognize how OP the cloak is, and it's going to trap it with a motorcycle, but we'll get into that as well. Oh, Jesus. Alright. So, yeah, Doctor Strange is thrown, like, through a fucking, glass window into a store, by, like, a big head to the tentacle monster. He flies, like, I don't know, 30 feet, and, he should be dead, but he's not. And this film, I guess he just thinks that Doctor Strange is super durable, even though that was never the case, as far as I know. But, I don't know.
A question: Are magicians stronger than normal humans, or?
Well, there's so much you should think so, but in Doctor Strange, the only sorcerer that is stronger than normal humans seems to be the Ancient One, and that was because she was using the Dark Dimension to channel her powers, to get powers. So that was the assumption I got, because they seem to be hurt by normal things.
Same in Infinity War, if I can remember correctly.
I mean, there's a moment later in this film where Wong gets thrown across the floor, and he hits his head on like a step, and that knocks him out until he wakes up and he's in chains later in the film. So, I imagine they're like normal humans, but this film doesn't know anyway. So.
Well, he gets knocked out not knocked out, but Wong gets knocked out from a brick.
Yeah.
Like, he hits his head against the floor and just passes out.
To be fair, he saw that the monster's chasing specifically at her. Is that supposed to defend, like, why him recognizing her? Because that just means, oh yeah, I gotta protect her even more, and then I'm gonna ask why it's after her.
Is that supposed to defend the fact that he pauses everything that he's doing to make a witty one-liner like, hey, do I know you? I saw you in my dream last night, but there's currently a tentacle monster the size of a fucking bus in front of me that I can kill instantly with like 13 different abilities that I've had access to for several different years. But I'm just going to stand here and pretend like none of that's happening so I can ask you the question that you probably can't even fucking answer because it's my first time I'm actually seeing you. Great. I love this character so much. He cares so much about the safety of others.
Since one has a spell that makes her more durable, can it be argued that the sorcerers can do that? Well, if they could, you'd think they would have been using that for ages, right?
We need to see it is kind of the issue. We had to see it for Wanda.
Yeah, Wanda. The difference now is that Wanda has the Darkhold, right? And that's what makes her more durable. They do not have the Darkhold. And that's also something that I find weird. It's like, surely Defender Strange shouldn't die from falling there and then being stabbed if he had the Darkhold, like channeling the Darkhold's power, right? Evil Strange later in the film, because of how Wanda is so durable in this film. Because there's an explosion that happens right at her, and she just gets thrown back a bit. She doesn't get hurt.
She gets hit by a cannon.
Yeah.
A magic cannon.
A magical cannon, yes.
A magic cannon that props Uvu's favorite phrase of the entire movie. Yes!
Alrighty.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
yes.
There's also something that I find interesting. Can you soul punch like a monster like this? Like the big tentacle monster? Like, I don't see a reason why not, right?
Soul punch?
Yeah.
You know, the thing in
fucking hell, I forgot that's something he could do.
Oh, no, yeah, the soul punch also breaks him quite a bit. But, like, because if he can, for example, when Wong is grabbed, couldn't he soul punch the monster? To, like, be able to escape more easily? I don't know.
Couldn't he soul punch Wanda?
Oh yeah, no. He would need to get close. So I think it'd be harder.
Oh yeah, it's not like there's ever a time in this movie where he's right up in her face.
Oh no. We'll talk about Wanda's retardation another time. But yeah, how far are we to the stream? An hour. We're like
An
8
hour
minutes
in,
into the
yes.
film, guys. You don't understand. You don't.
Well,
you
even on
cannot
the
comprehend.
versions to start.
And this is me trying to streamline
I'm
this.
on the
Okay.
stage.
This
Okay.
is us being reasonable, by
This
the
is
way.
us being reasonable. Yeah. So anyway, after Strange gets thrown into the store and he dies, rip Doctor Strange. Dying 10 minutes into his own film seems kind of a strange choice, but you know, whatever. America Chavez is hiding under the monster. Now, why the fuck would she do that?
Yeah, I don't know how she got there or why she's there. It's just
Why
like,
would she just run away? Would she hide under it? Of all the
glad
places,
she's not-
under the monster that wants to grab you, it's not ideal, is it?
I'm glad she's not that scared of it.
That's also a good point, but yeah. Yeah, so anyway, the monster's like looking for her, and then she looks under himself, and it's like, oh my god, you're here. And then it starts running after her, but it is way slower than her, somehow. Even though,
It's way bigger and has more legs, but
Yeah.
okay.
but whatever. So yeah, it grabs her at one point, and then Wong shows up, and he creates, he uses a magic lasso to grab her and pull her towards him. Good to know that you know they have this this spell, because if later in the film, for example, they get close to something like the Book of Shanty and they're wasting time to grab it, you know, they wouldn't just have the ability to pull it towards them faster and then be able to beat Wanda, because that would be silly. But anyway, yeah, he grabs her, pulls her towards him, and he arrives by a portal, which I think is funny because, well, why don't you use a portal to kill this monster? But who knows?
he's gonna use a sword.
Well, firstly, he
yeah.
uses his rope dagger, which, Madvik, if you're still in chat, do you remember Xialing and Shang-Chi and how her rope dagger became magic? This is genuinely the same thing, and I find it really funny. I don't know.
And it's
MCU's
busted as
definition is.
well. The rope dagger thing is busted. It'll come later, but yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, he uses that to fight the monster, instead of cutting it with like any other thing, and he tries to stab it through the eye with the rope dagger, but he can't, and then he conjures a sword to fight it. And I don't know why he's not using spells like the buzzsaw, because even if it was on cooldown for Strange, which is hilarious to think about, he could have used it for himself, because, you know, I assume it is not like a multiversal cooldown. I think each character would have their own cooldown. And this is me being silly, by the way. I don't believe there's a cooldown, okay? But anyway, yeah, he fights the monster with the sword. I'm not going to talk about how stupid it is, because it is very stupid. Like, there's a moment where he stabs the monster under the eye instead of just going towards the eye. But anyway, the cloak is trying to wake up Strange, and then Wong gets grabbed by the monster. Wong's hands are free, by the way. I just noticed this. So why does he grab the lamppost and kill the monster like Strange did later in the film when he was grabbed by the monster and his hands were free? That's a good question. So anyway, yeah.
A good question for another
The
time.
Sorcerer Supreme book.
Oh yeah, that's also funny. But anyway, America Chavez, she stood there watching them fight instead of running away to her safety, because she is retarded. And then,
Stupid, yes.
yeah, the cloak realized that it can't wake up Strange, and so it flies towards America and takes her away. And this is this is genuinely the funniest moment in the film. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Uvu, before we go into?
I was gonna say I love that the cloak slapping him just like repairs his shattered rib cage and starts his heart again. It's great.
Yeah, I'm quite a big fan of the fact that the cloak repaired his irreparable brain damage.
Yeah,
It's great.
Yeah,
It made him a viable antagonist against our main
Actually, that
character
might be
Wanda
why
yet
he's-
again.
That might be why he's so stupid throughout the film. He's got brain damage from
That would
the
explain a lot,
act.
honestly.
Concussed.
Yeah, but does that explain why Wong is an idiot?
Wong gets
Wong has
brain
been an idiot
damage.
for a while. I guess he got brain
He's
damage fighting
connected,
Abomination.
to Strange directly.
He's Asian. That's fine.
In the Kamatage scene, he
Face.
whacks his head on the floor and gets brain damage. So I mean,
Well, I mean, he had brain damage before that because he was fighting Abomination. So I
he's
imagine
got
it was.
double brain
Maybe
damage.
his brain is connected to Strange.
He fought Abomination once and he got brain damage, and then he continued doing it, and then he got more
The
brain
book
damage. in
told
this one.
him.
Oh yeah, the book told him train Abomination. He's the key. It's like when Flash came back in BVS. It's like Abomination, he's the key. Am I too early? Damn, I'm too early.
He could travel the multiverse as well. Abomination. It's canon.
Abomination has America Chavez's power. Abomination is the key, man. He's gonna be the big bad this this time around. The big bad is gonna be fucking Kang, and he's gonna fight Abomination, and that's gonna be the big fight. Anyway, yeah. So the cloak is flying away with America Chavez. So now, by this point, there's no really any way where the monster can catch up, right? Because the cloak can fly, the monster can't. And if it turns a corner, it's quite impossible for it to like be hit by something that the monster throws at it. And the monster would need like an insanely accurate accuracy to be able to hit it, right? That would be funny. So anyway, so yeah, the monster is just around on the streets, and then this random guy riding a motorcycle runs directly at the monster.
Moomin Rider.
So
that you
there
wanted
are a
to
few
fight
interpretations
the
of
villain.
this scene. Firstly,
This Dom.
there's the interpretation that people think he's a hero. He was trying to save America and sacrificed his life doing it. He didn't have
Yeah.
powers, but he was just
Moomin
trying to do
Rider.
the right thing. Yeah.
The
Or
Dom,
he just
last moment.
wanted to kill himself, and that was the easiest way he found, because like, well, I'm already riding my motorcycle. There's a big monster. I mean,
Yeah, he just attended his girlfriend's wedding from college. Found out that she's cucking him to a black guy. He's responsible for killing his best friend's cat and brother. So it's like, you know what? Fuck it. I can't live with this shit anymore. Oh wait, no, that's the main character. Never mind.
yeah. Oh, the main character is not happy, as evidenced by the film saying that like 5 times. But anyway,
No, I know this. I know the answer to this thing, man. Aziz's 30-minute guarantee is a promise, man. 29-minute guarantee is a promise, man.
Take it to the death.
That's the funniest thing I've heard in a week. Anyway, yeah. So what the monster does is it grabs the motorcycle. The guy, I guess, dies from that. So random
Rip.
guy, random motorcycle guy.
I
And he
think I
throws-
just understood Uvu's joke.
Did you take it this long?
Yeah, he's a pizza delivery guy, so
Yeah.
he has to drive through the Fucking hell, it took me a while. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was. Bro, I thought you of all people would get it, considering your Spider-Man 2 videos.
In an
Yeah,
alternate universe, that guy inspired Peter Parker to be the best pizza delivery guy.
Look, man,
See,
he's
the
been late
post-credit
to
scene of
deliveries
this film should
before.
have been Peter watching the
time
news,
he
and he
would have been
sees like,
fired
oh yeah,
if
this
he didn't
random
make that delivery.
pizza delivery guy, he died trying to save the world, trying to get a pizza in time in 30 minutes.
That's
But
the
anyway,
big good
statue
guy
for him.
in Spider-Man 2.
but anyway,
Earth's mightiest pizza delivery man.
Jesus. But anyway, come on, we're gonna get past the 15-minute mark soon. So anyway, the monster grabs the motorcycle, throws it at America, and the cloak. And so what happens is America falls like on the ledge, on the side of a building. I don't really understand how that makes sense from like momentum standpoint, but I'm not gonna question it until the HD version is out. So who cares? And so if you're writing this moment, right, you need to find a way to get the cloak out of the equation, because if it is still at play, then it won't matter, right? Because it's knocked away, but then it can just grab America again anyway before the monster can reach her. So you need to find a way to suspend it, so that it is easier for the suspense in the scene continue. So what you do is, when the monster threw the motorcycle at the cloak and the motorcycle fell together on a fire escape, and then the motorcycle pinned down the cloak under the fire escape. So here's the thing. Do you remember this little film called Infinity War?
No.
So in that
The second
film,
biggest
Neither.
Marvel movie of all time and the third biggest movie of all time? No, I've never heard of it.
yeah, well, that little film, it's quite interesting. It establishes that the cloak is strong enough to keep Thanos from closing his fist. Thanos is like insanely strong,
Oh,
isn't he?
you mean the Thanos who went toe to toe with
With
a
the
very angry Hulk who's been shown to do all sorts of things like fighting Surtur, a demon who's capable of wiping out an asteroid planet within seconds, or the fact that he can punch a a flying whale with 0 difficulty and basically stop it dead in its tracks. No, I'm not certain how strong Thanos would be.
Yeah. So but a motorcycle being on top of it is too
Jeb,
much.
what the fuck?
Wait, what'd you say, Thuglas?
What is that?
What
What is your profile picture?
Oh yeah, I was hoping Jeb would change it midstream. He promised he would. That's something I found on Twitter.
Yeah.
Someone talking about the cameos in Doctor Strange 2 and how Michael Waldron tried to get more. And that was in the like thumbnail for the article. And I was like, Jeb, please use this as
Nice.
your profile picture, and he did. So thank you, Jeb.
There we go.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah. I guess this random motorcycle is stronger than Thanos, which I guess supports the idea that the motorcycle guy was a superhero. He had a special motorcycle. So you see, it all makes sense. There's not a single flaw in that logic. I'm sorry, but yeah. Anyway, so
Bro, have
Doctor
you seen
Strange wakes up. Sorry.
Have you seen the clip? The clip of the continuity in that scene with that guy with the briefcase.
Oh yeah, I saw that
around the
when they
house full of
released
time.
it. When they released the clip before the film. I saw someone tweeting it, and then when I watched the film, I was paying attention. I find it so hilarious
Same.
because you can see it like
Yes.
4 or 5 times. It's so funny.
Yes.
It's like a small thing, but I find it really funny.
You can see the cloak escaping from underneath the motorcycle, and it's like almost free, and then it's just not for the rest of the scene. Then it shows
Yeah,
up.
they cut away, so then it stops moving because when it's not on screen, it can't move.
It's
Gives
frozen
up,
in
it
motion.
starts-
Yeah.
It's
it
like
doesn't exist.
reverse. It's like reverse Toy Story.
No object permanent that doesn't exist. Yeah,
It's the weeping reverse weeping angels. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, Doctor Strange wakes up. Yeah, he doesn't have brain damage or anything. Well, maybe he does. There's no confirmation, but yeah. So he just
Those
It's
like-
my
evidence
headcanon.
pointing in that direction.
I
There's a lot
infer
of
that he has
evidence
brain
pointing
damage.
towards.
Yeah. So he creates a magical throwing axe and cuts one of the monster's limbs, and he uses that to free Wong because he cuts the limb that was holding Wong. So why don't you create more axes and throw it at the monster to, kill it?
Then he casually walks up to him. He's like, "Hi."
Oh yeah, and the monster's just like
Funny
walking very
dialogue.
slowly towards America as they do that. It's so funny, but whatever. Oh yeah, the monster just doesn't care that one of its limbs got cut off, right? It's just like it continues about his business.
Yeah, it
the
stunned
monster
it
is,
before. It was like, "Huh?"
yeah, the monster is a man of devotion and sheer fucking will. No matter if he loses his limbs, he's gonna keep going up to, after America. And I honestly find that pretty admirable.
Yeah, it's a simp.
I might have stolen this joke actually from EFAP. I don't remember because they might have said something similar. So I'm sorry if I did. But anyway, yeah. So they have a little chat
It's simping
where
for
Wong is
America.
like, "Oh, it's custom to bow in the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme," but even though the monster's like tearing through like a building, but whatever. So then they create chains to attach to the monster as it drags them up the building going after America, because creating a chain is the most ideal option right there instead of using any other power that could have ended the fight instantly. But whatever. So the monster is climbing up towards America, and so as it is almost reaching her, Doctor Strange has a choice to try to stop it from reaching her. And you would think, well, what would be the most ideal thing? Like, to slow it down. Maybe it's going to use a spell to cut the limb that is the closest to America. Or maybe he is going to use a spell to, like, weigh the thing down, the monster down, with, considering he's already attached to it with chains. No, what he does is he uses, like, green fire that he sends, like, from bottom up the monster's body, to hurt it, and it continues climbing up the body, and it reaches the end, which is the tentacle that is the closest to America Chavez, which means there's a very big chance that Strange could have hurt her there if the monster didn't retract its tentacles like at the last second. So yeah, that's something that happens.
I'm glad Strange
job.
could just make fire as well. That's not handy.
Just catches
Yeah,
America
he
on
can just-
fire and she
yeah, he can-
burns up and dies.
But that's actually a good point. He could like just like light Wanda on fire. Like surely that would slow
What do
her
you
down
mean?
more than dropping
No,
water
Sky,
on her.
You don't,
right?
you don't understand. Wanda got lit on fire like twice in this movie by magical cannons that made one go yes, and it did nothing.
That is a good point. So yeah, and then we have a scene of Christine looking at the big tentacle monster, and then her husband right beside her. And then Christine's reaction
And she gets
is,
jealous.
yeah, she face palms, which is
Yeah.
okay. Why would you? And then the guy says, "Oh, that's awesome." And I have an issue with both those reactions because it is a big monster that probably killed a bunch of people in the middle of New York. And their reactions are just like apathy, I guess,
Calm.
towards the situation, rather than being like, "Oh shit, I hope people are right."
He's a big fan. He's a big fan.
I mean,
I
it is a
think
world
after
post 9/11,
Thanos-
so I guess they don't care anymore. It's like, I don't care who dies. At least there's a big spectacle, you know. So yeah, and then all right. So then the monster cuts the chains, which makes Wong fall, but it grabs Doctor Strange. I don't know why it doesn't grab both of them, but I guess, yeah, I have no idea why it doesn't grab both of them. But it just doesn't. I guess it doesn't have enough tentacles because it's also tried to grab America, and a bunch of his tentacles were cut off. So I guess that's the best interpretation.
It's
But
got
yeah.
one tentacle left.
Yeah, he has like 3, I think. I don't know. So anyway, yeah, it's the monster is holding on to Strange, and so what America does is she kicks down. She kicks the ledge that is under her to drop some of the rocks, the rubble from it onto the monster. And she does that by using her like super strength. So here's a question that will be in the back of your mind till later in the film. If she has that power, she knows if she kicked down with her like super strength to break down the thing for it to fall on the monster to distract it from like it holding Doctor Strange. Doesn't that mean that she knows she has super strength? They'll talk about what it means later. Just yes, surely this means that she
I just
knows she
love
has super
this.
strength.
I just love this scene because she's scared enough for her power to activate to kick the thing down, but she's just not quite scared enough to make a portal. It's
Well,
like,
I think the
okay,
idea is
cool.
that
Me.
her super strength isn't dependent on her being scared. I think her opening portals is. It's the idea I got in the film anyway.
Which she doesn't realize until the end of the movie.
Shoot. I had just said we're not gonna talk about that yet. So, yeah, her kicking
Like,
down.
Until she
think
does
that-
it
you
again
think-
when she's held hostage by Christine.
But like, yeah, she's in life-threatening situations and scared out of her brain like 12 times in that scene, and there's just no.
She's
portal,
not scared, no. But yeah,
No,
she
she's
kicks
not
down
scared.
on the ledge to break it so that it falls on the monster to distract the monster so that it can let go of Doctor Strange. Or that's her plan. So that means she 100% knows she has that power because she does it knowingly. Because you wouldn't kick down on the ledge under you to try to break it unless you knew that you could break it. Which, if you're a normal human being, you can't. If you have super strength, then you can. So yes, she knows she has super strength by this point. Just keep that in mind for later. So yeah, she kicks it down. The monster gets a bit distracted and it looks at her and he's kind of reminded, oh yeah, I'm going after America, right? And then the Strange's cloak gets free. It goes onto the monster's eyes. Strange is able to free his hands to conjure magical big hands to grab a lamppost and fly it towards the monster's eye. And it does it, and then it kills the monster. So why didn't you do that from the beginning? Because you're stupid. So yeah, they kill the big monster, then they go to the streets. America Chavez steals Doctor Strange's sling ring after she tries to run away.
Somehow.
I don't really understand why, because I think she would understand Doctor Strange is her best option, unless she thinks it's because this Doctor Strange will betray her like Defender Strange did. In which case, why didn't she run away way earlier in the scene? Because the only reason she would have stuck around was because she thought Doctor Strange was the best option to defend her in the scene. But if she thinks he would want,
Which he
to kill her-
was, somehow.
yeah. Well, not the best, but he did defend her, so.
He almost kills her like 3 times, but he's still the best option she has, I guess, maybe.
At the moment, yeah, because Spider-Man is not here, and every other
Spider-Man
superheroes
is
are
not here, War Machine isn't here, Wong doesn't call the Avengers, Shang-Chi's just jacking it. And,
just Jackie.
He's fighting elimination, so cut it off.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah, the America Chavez steals his sling ring, which I don't understand how he doesn't notice it.
Yeah.
It is a ring that is on two of his
On
fingers.
his hand.
Yeah, it is
Yes.
attached to two fingers, not only one, but so he doesn't notice it, and they're like, "Oh my god, she stole my slingy," and then Wong is like, "She did, she stole your slingy." Anyway,
He
And-
stole your slingy.
and and then she runs away, she turns a corner, and then they show up right in
Much
front of her
fun.
because Wong still has his sling ring, so that was kind of pointless. And then he asks for it Strange asks for his sling ring back, and he says, "I just busted my ass trying to save you. I'm not gonna hurt you," which is like, yeah, why would you assume he would? But yeah, she gives it back, and then they go to a diner. Now, why would they go to a diner to discuss
No,
everything they
wait.
have to discuss?
Just a line on that other thing. She's like, she runs away from him because she assumes that Strange might hurt her or something like that. And then later on, she's like, "First rule of multiversal travel: you don't know anything."
That's also funny. Wait, I think actually I have a note about America Chavez.
So why
being
does she
still
know that the
confused.
food is free?
Because she knows
She
that
just
the things-
assumes, yeah.
Shut up.
Don't assume anything except when I do it.
You don't know anything, but food is free, lol.
Okay,
but
hold
Papa
on.
Pizza
I
always
need
gets
to
paid.
find the specific line that I want to find.
God, I just realized how stupid that line actually is. First rule of multiversal travel: don't assume anything. So first thing I'm going to do is assume that this universe has a Doctor Strange that will help us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, and then so what I want to say about the stealing the sling rings, like what was her plan, right? So she steals the sling rings. Does she think she can use them? I don't think so. She doesn't even try to use them. So that would mean that she stole them to be able to run away from Doctor Strange before he would be able to catch up with her, because he wouldn't have a sling ring on him. But if that's
He
the
has his
case, she
cape.
would know, yeah, that he has a cape and that Wong has a sling ring, because she saw Wong arriving via his sling ring. So I don't really understand what her plan was.
Also, the fact
Well,
that
I
he
mean,
has,
if
you know,
Ned
legs.
can summon two spider people just by thinking really
Oh,
hard,
right.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I was
certain.
thinking of No Way Home at that point, being like,
Ned-
yeah, they're
Ned
gonna be able to choose it.
Ned can conjure a portal to the multiverse, but Wanda can't.
But anyway, what did you say, Zon?
There's also the fact that both Strange and Wong also have, legs.
Yeah, they can
Do
also run
have
after her. Yeah,
legs.
You assume they do. You assume
she
they
took
have
your
legs.
she took your legs.
she took your she took your leggies. She took my leggies.
Managed to save your day.
Took
Yeah,
your
right?
Took
legs.
my
Yes.
leggies.
That's what Wanda does to Carter Leah. She took your legs.
Oh yeah. See you. It's all
Got your
good faith
spine.
in Spurs. Got your spine.
Got your nose.
Yeah, but anyway, then they're at the diner. And we have this dialogue of her asking like, "Oh, what do you know about the multiverse?" And they're like, "Well, we had an experience with Spider-Man recently," which begs the question: Strange, are you fucking retarded? Your power comes from the multiverse, as established in the first film. That is the entire knowledge you have of the multiverse isn't just from No Way Home. It is from the first film. His powers
you
arrive from
like
the multiverse.
forget-
He
did
can open
you
portals to the
forget-
multiverse. Sorry, what were you gonna say, Tim?
Did you forget that sort of, whole LSD trip sort of Pink Floydy thing he was thrust through, which was basically the multiverse?
Yeah,
which
the
was
thing
what
that made him want
made
to
him
actually
want to be a
join
sorcerer?
the
He just kind of
Camartage.
forgot, you know.
As soon as he sees that entire thing, he goes, "Teach me." It's
Yeah.
like, that's the reason you're a sorcerer, and you forgot it.
Not pretty easy to forget.
He has
What a crazy goof
fuck, I
you
was gonna-
are.
Brain
You're
damage.
so silly, Strange.
yeah, but then they mentioned
You're
that they have
such a
a
silly guy.
they have a retarded joke about Spider-Man that I'm gonna skip over because it doesn't matter. And then it's Strange. Then yeah, America Chavez is eating fucking pizza, and Strange's like, "You're gonna get a stomach ache," and then Strange is like, and then America's like, "Oh, but I'm from another universe. I don't even know my stomach works the same way as yours." And he's like, "I don't even know you're from the multiverse." And she says, "I am," and he's like, "Well, prove it." And then they go to the top of a building in New York, and there is Defender Strange's body there. I already mentioned how it's that body falling through the portal when arriving at the same location as her is contrived because of
I got a
how it happens
question.
with her mom's. But anyway, sorry.
I've just thought of it. If because we know the portal opening and closing causes like a visual.
Yeah.
What if someone saw that up in the air and chose to go to investigate and see the dead body?
No, Jeb. It's not like New York is populated. Don't worry. There's
Yeah,
only like
no one looks up
yeah.
at New York as
Clearly,
established
New
by
York has
Spider-Man.
like
They say it does
the
not
20
exist
people that were in
either, so
danger, and then it has Strange and Wong, and then now America. Those are all the people that live in New York.
Well, that's ironic because everyone's praising this film, saying, "Oh, made me feel like New York was alive and it was populated," and yet it doesn't, and yet it really doesn't.
Yet it's the exact same street corner in every universe.
Yeah, I don't understand why they all show up. They always show up at the same exact building. Like they show up on top of the building where Defender Strange's body was.
Perhaps it's a magic building.
I mean, yeah, no. I was gonna say, is it the top of the sanctum? But no, the sanctum is like a house. It's not like a big building. But whatever. So yeah, then Strange is like, yo, prove it that you're from the multiverse, and they show Strange, Defender Strange.
Another thing is that doesn't actually prove that she's from another universe. It just proves that the other Strange is from another universe. She could still be from this universe and claim that she's from another one.
Well, yeah, but
then in
it proves
itself
that
doesn't actually prove-
it proves that Strange's dream was real.
Yeah, it proves that his dream is real, but like it doesn't answer his question.
Yeah. Well, it's the
He
only
just kind of
it's the
puts
only way
two
she
and two
has.
together and goes, "Okay, well, I'm going to assume that you're from another universe just because you have my body."
No, Strange to Chavez. I can't trust you, Chavez. Allow me to direct you to your corpse.
So yeah. So
That was the reason you
by
died.
the way,
oh yeah, there's a sorry, what are you gonna say, Thuglas?
it implies that before Loki, dreams didn't exist because there wasn't any multiverse.
No, we haven't
so-
gotten into that
We'll
yet.
get you that. Don't worry.
Oh.
We will get you the rules of the
Sorry,
multiverse
sorry.
later.
Sorry.
Don't worry. It's just that there's so much to talk about. If we don't have time, we'll
Yeah.
just skip around to like the important stuff. But we're like an hour and a half in. I think we're on a somewhat reasonable pace.
I don't think we are.
And doubt.
I'm 100% sure we're gonna have to skip around at some point, but as of now, we're fine. So yeah, I actually want you to go back to the diner.
I
because
thought
forgot
we
something.
were supposed to skip the fight scenes.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, I skipped the fight choreography, but there's like a lot of fight
yeah.
stuff still that I wanted to mention.
Yeah,
Right.
because there are fight things that actually affect the writing.
Yeah, there are
That
fight things that
are
affect the
just
character, not
really
just like a
bad.
character using a weapon, like using a sword in a way that's not like the most ideal. It's like the opposite. It's like a character going completely against their motivations, basically. So anyway, yeah, I want you to say at the diner, she says that 616 Strange is her least favorite Strange of the two she met.
Yeah.
So,
He's
but
least,
she
less favorite than the guy who tried to murder her.
yeah, so that's the thing. She thinks that Defender Strange betrayed her and tried to steal her power for himself. And she thinks that's, obviously a bad thing. But if she believes that, then why would she think that this Strange would just save her life? Is she likes him less than the person who tried to kill her?
Maybe she's suicidal. I don't know.
Right? She's suicidal. But yeah, that's stupid. But she also
can't speak
says in that
Spanish,
scene
so I
that
don't like
she
him.
doesn't know how her powers to open portals to the multiverse work, and that she says that they're activated when she's really, really afraid. So this is a comparison I want to make, not really a spoiler because it's second and third episodes of Legion. So in Legion, Melanie tries to understand how David's powers work, and by doing to do so, they go into his memories through the memory work, and they try to see what triggers them. And so they realize that when David is extremely overwhelmed, that he is looking for a way out, when he's very anxious and scared, that's when his powers like lash out. And so by doing that, she wants to draw from what caused this powers to be able to occur, to be to learn how they would be able to control it. Which is, the idea. Obviously, that ends up not working out because of events. Not gonna spoil it. But so, don't you think anyone throughout America's life, not even like herself, would be like, okay, so my powers come from me being scared. I'm gonna try to figure out how to activate them and control them. She's just like, well, I don't know how to control them. They occur when I'm scared. Like, it seems like a completely waste of her powers to not have her try to master them at any point in her life. like by herself or when she's with Defender Strange. Which surely Defender
Yeah,
Strange
it's-
would
it's-
be like, whoa, maybe we can
it's-
explore this.
Yeah, it's against like her entire characterization because she wants to be able to control it so that she can find her parents or
Yeah.
another version of herself or anything.
Well, she can't find
It's
another
like-
version
And she's
of
just
herself
like,
because
"Yeah,
there
whatever."
isn't one. But yeah.
Yeah,
It's
shut
like
up.
She's
her
even got,
evidence
like,
for that is that she doesn't dream and she's checked 70 universes out of infinity. She's stupid.
Oh yeah, because the universes are very small, so she was able to check all of them. Just know that there isn't a single America Chavez in any.
Yeah, before she got scared randomly and opened another one 70 times. Yeah, cool movie.
It's like there's not an arc of her conquering like her biggest fears or anything.
Yeah, like if they did
Like a
that, or
bee.
if they made her a really stoic character who was aware of the tragedy that happened, and instead of just an idiot kid, and that like was really unaffected by emotions, specifically because she knew. She's just a normal person. It's like, why? Why?
If the audio is cutting out, is because my internet is shitting a bit. Once this is a VOD, it'll be fine. But during stream, my internet just decides to drop frames randomly, and there's not much I can do. That's been happening for like 2 months now, so I'm sorry about that. But
I
anyway.
wish the cloak would repair Shandy's irreparable brain damage. Shut the fuck up, Nebula.
Alright.
You know that.
Yeah,
ain't
in
gonna
that diner
happen.
scene, America says that they reached the Book of Vishanti, but the demon caught up with her in Defender Strange, and she thought that Defender Strange would protect her, but he betrayed her. Which, yeah, he didn't betray her, but whatever. The thing is, though, in that scene as well, she says like, "Oh, we were after like a book of pure good, the Book of Vishanti," and Doctor Strange is like, "Nah, it doesn't exist. It's a myth." And then Wong is like, "Nah, it isn't. In fact, that I know this because of the secret book you get once you become Sorcerer Supreme. It says that." And so, do you guys remember this little film? I don't think you're gonna remember. It's called Doctor Strange. In that film, by the end, Doctor Strange becomes Sorcerer Supreme. By Infinity War, he is the Sorcerer Supreme. Does he ever read the book in full?
He can't read.
He can't. That's a good point.
He forgot to read.
Yeah, he was never shown in his film to be someone who likes reading and acquiring knowledge, right? But anyway, yeah, this implies that Doctor Strange never read in full the book you get once you're Sorcerer Supreme, which is, I would say, character assassination, because he would. Like, the book that tells you the best ways to defend the world is easily like top priority for him to read.
Not just that, but in Doctor Strange 1, it shows that the character is capable of still reading books even in his sleep because he
He does the soul walking,
soul
whatever,
projection
yeah.
or something like that. Yeah.
Astral projection. Astral
yeah.
projection, yeah.
Yeah, his astral projection is still capable of reading the books while he's resting, which is incredibly OP. I wish I had that ability. I'd fucking do editing all the damn time.
Yes, sir. Well, I guess editing wouldn't be the same because you're interacting with a physical object rather than like you have a book open that all you need to do is have the power
To be fair, that movie's also
And-
kind of inconsistent in what astral projections can and cannot do with the real world, so we're not get into
well,
that.
there's a
And
difference between soul punch and astral projection that the film doesn't make explicit, but yeah, I get what you mean. I was thinking that earlier.
There's a thing to add as well, because they know about the Darkhold and what could stop it, and that. Why? Wait, did they know about Darkhold at this point? No.
What do you mean? They knew it existed. They didn't know it was with Wanda, which is stupid. But we've already talked
Yeah, they
about this
should-
in the WandaVision finale.
They should keep.
ECUM.
Yeah, they should keep all eyes on this book, and this only exacerbates the issue. Because you could have had it lost due to Caecilius or
Wait.
something.
Sky, are you sure that Doctor Strange became Sorcerer Supreme by the end of Doctor Strange 1?
Might have been after, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Was he Sorcerer Supreme in Infinity War? Like, can you confirm that?
I will
Yes.
try. Infinity War transcript.
I'm certain he says he's Sorcerer Supreme.
Sorcerer.
I'm pretty sure.
I know that he says he's the master of the mystic arts, but I don't know if he says he's the Sorcerer Supreme.
Wait, he would have to be Sorcerer Supreme because in what was it where it established Wong as Sorcerer Supreme because Strange dusted. No Way Home established it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
but
pretty sure
he
that
also
happened.
says that he got it on a technicality because Strange was dusted.
Which means,
Yeah,
yeah,
So
he
I
must
just-
have been Sorcerer Supreme.
I always took that to mean that they were in competition for Sorcerer Supreme, and Strange would have won it had he not been dusted.
So that would mean that there's
I
no
thought
Sorcerer
that's-
Supreme for a while, which it would contradict the ending of Doctor Strange, because the ending of Doctor Strange is like, because there is no Sorcerer Supreme, we're gonna get more attacks from the multiverse because the Ancient One died. But let me
Yeah.
check. Thor Ragnarok transcripts. I'm trying to see it, but I'm fairly sure, yeah, that he is.
I'm pretty certain that there's no actual evidence of him being Sorcerer Supreme. If there is, then I'm happy to be wrong, because that just makes this movie worse. But if there isn't, then yeah, he wouldn't have been able to read a book he didn't have access to. But then again, like, he's already read books that he wasn't supposed to have access to beforehand because he was special, or he got special treatment. But I guess you could argue that the Book of the Sorcerer Supreme is like the one thing that is definitely off limits.
Also, wouldn't you say
Well,
it's
it
more
shouldn't be,
Doge's
by the way. That would contradict the Ancient One as a character.
Would you
Because
say
in,
it's a god?
sorry, Jeff, but yeah, the Ancient One, she says that no, Wong says that no knowledge is forbidden in the in Kamartage. It's only certain practices. So the that book should be public knowledge in the like it should be public.
I disagree that book should be public knowledge because it tells you where the Darkhold is. I mean, you could easily just have another sorcerer like Caecilius, who wants power to rule the multiverse.
Sure, but let me see if I can find. Anyway, what were you gonna say, Jeff?
I was gonna say I think it would be worse for the characters if they're in competition for Sorcerer Supreme, because they're having like a little bicker with the thing that's the fate of the universe in multiple dimensions.
I was trying to look for Sorcerer Supreme here. What'd you say?
So if you have Wong and Doctor Strange competing for Sorcerer Supreme, I think that goes against their characters, given that there needs to be a Sorcerer Supreme, and they're putting their own egos in the way.
I don't think that that's what that was implying. I thought it was just that there's like a council who decides who becomes Sorcerer Supreme, and they were in competition. Like they in terms of competition, they were like the only two candidates that had the potential to become Sorcerer Supreme, and it just came down to a technicality on who won, because that they're both equally competent or something like that. I never got a sense that they were actually competing with each other. If anything, I got the impression that Doctor Strange was pretty lax on the entire thing, which is still a pretty big character assassination for him in No Way Home, but I don't think he was actually competing against Wong, like physically. Which, come to think of, it's really weird that he wouldn't, because I feel like Strange would want to, try his best to make sure that he does become Sorcerer Supreme because of his ego.
Well, I think they would like have a conversation about it just as soon as the Ancient One dies. So when the film is like the first film ends, and Wong is like, well, now everything's gonna be in danger because the Sorcerer Supreme is dead. It's like, well, surely he's gonna become the new one. Especially because I don't think Wong would want that power. He would just get that power once we get to Strange dying.
It actually wouldn't really make sense to make Strange Sorcerer Supreme at the end of Doctor Strange 1 because he's a new sorcerer. It would make sense to make like Wong or one of the older sorcerers Sorcerer Supreme because they've been there longer. They
Well,
have
most of
more
them-
understanding of the mystic
Most of
arts.
them died, but I think it makes sense for Strange to do it because of his relationship with the Ancient One.
And didn't I
Sure.
think Scott Derrickson confirmed that, like, in the time loop at the end, he was in there for a good few thousand years
or something.
Like
Yeah.
that's how he got so good in between films, that he was just practicing in that one time loop. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say he's still a
wish that there
newbie
was
by that point.
actual movie explanation for that. That would be really good, because there's nothing in Doctor Strange 2 that implies that there's sorceries that took him a really long time to learn. If anything,
Okay,
it's like the opposite, that he learned it in a really short amount of time.
So here's an implication that he is also Supreme based on what the Ancient One said her role was. He says, so I keep a watch list of individuals and beings from other realms that may be a threat to this world. That's one of the duties for the Sorcerer Supreme, and to protect against said threats.
Wouldn't you then argue that he got given that responsibility until there was another Sorcerer Supreme?
So that would mean he's the Sorcerer Supreme until then.
Yeah,
Like a stand-in, but not the actual Sorcerer Supreme.
That wouldn't matter. That would mean he still has the
Responsibilities?
the responsibilities, and because of that he would have the fucking access to the book.
and then who would he? Unless it's Wong, then who's he a stand-in for? And if it is for Wong, why isn't Wong taking up the position?
Yeah, like he would have taken up the position before. It wouldn't just be on a technicality. Let me see something. Yeah, in the wiki they do say he's formerly the Sorcerer Supreme. I'm trying to see what references they have for that. Sorcerer.
And to be honest, I kind of blame No Way Home for this line of dialogue because it's really fucky.
None of this. We wouldn't need to be here discussing this if it had just explicitly said who the Sorcerer Supreme was between Doctor Strange 1 and No Way Home.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that
Even-
Peter thinks Doctor Strange is Sorcerer Supreme would imply to me that he was. Because why else
But the
would
thing is
Peter
that if he
think
was
that?
Sorcerer Supreme and Wong became Sorcerer Supreme when Strange got dusted, then why wouldn't Strange get the position back when he comes back to life? Because, I mean, Strange is very easily the more capable sorcerer out of the two.
Well, I imagine
It would
because
make-
he's had 5 years of being Sorcerer Supreme, he has more experience with the world after the snap, and so he's better to deal with the fallout, as well as having
that
established new
makes-
relationships with other people.
That makes no sense because the responsibilities of Sorcerer Supreme go far beyond that. I mean, he's literally protecting the realms against characters
Well,
like Dormammu. You would
couldn't
need a
one-
really powerful sorcerer in order to do that.
Can one
Not a
argue
man who
that?
wields a fucking magic whip and chain.
But can you argue Wong's a powerful sorcerer anyway, and the fact that the 5 years mean stuff is changing in
No,
this
I would argue the opposite. I'd argue that Wong is probably one of the weakest sorcerers I've seen in this franchise.
You just said he
Yeah,
was
but
on the
that's-
same
that's-
level as Strange.
Yeah, you can't say they're they're on the same level.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying
so
that the
I've
line is really fucky. They're saying that they're competing with each other and that he won it on the technicality, but Strange is much stronger, like at least what the film showed me. Wong is
Which means-
nothing compared to him.
which
I don't
means
understand how he gets that.
which means the premise of your reference can't work. Is what's being presented.
Isn't that literally what they say in the movie? That he won it on a technicality, which implies that they were competing for it?
No,
No,
I just
because-
No, the
assumed
technicality is that he
got-
was dead.
Yeah,
they-
the technicality
said
is that
he
It's
he was
just like,
technically
let's
dead.
say the second in command would be Wong, and because Doctor Strange died, he would get it. It's like passing down the mantle, basically. That's
It
all.
explicitly
That's the idea.
says
of it.
because he got bled.
Yeah, he says he got it on a
Sure.
technicality, and the technicality was that he was dead for 5 years. He says
Okay, well,
that.
if he got it on a technicality and Strange was the Sorcerer Supreme beforehand, then that would just come back to my original question of why doesn't he get that back? And I know you said that the film says that it's because Wong has more experience with post.
No, I don't think that's what
but-
the film says. I'm just trying to argue for the film.
I don't like that because it implies that the idea of having to deal with post blip PTSD is more important than having to
No, not just
protect the
PTSD.
multiverse
It's
from
the entire
Dormammu.
multiverse after the blip would have like changed
Or
a
the
lot.
entire universe.
And
Yeah.
the person that's best equipped to do with that would ideally be Wong in this case because he had to just
Yeah,
deal with it suddenly changing.
Yeah, he lived
Only
through
Wong
it.
has that experience.
Whereas Strange was dead, so he
But
doesn't really know the fallout.
My
from it.
argument would be that Strange is very good at picking up things and very intelligent. So
Oh, he's
So-
right. He's
so-
still
so-
second
so
in
is-
command. He's just not the Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah, I would argue so as
why
Wong. It
couldn't
doesn't.
Wong be the source? I mean, so hold on. Why couldn't Wong go back to being the second in command and just being the delegate for all the posts?
I mean, they
Or the
could. The thing is, we're
post,
all arguing this from like trying to infer how that could work. There is no text to actually confirm this, so there could be a way where this works. They're just not explored, and I think the film just doesn't want us to. I get what you mean, Shandy. Like there are many holes you can poke at how this logic could fall through with how Wong remains to be the Sorcerer Supreme. But the film doesn't really justify it, and I don't really know if like this film needs it necessarily. But I think it should be explained at some point or another why he didn't, why Doctor Strange didn't go back to being the Sorcerer Supreme. Like
yeah.
it is a conversation they should have had, and it was something that I thought, well, we're probably gonna have that in Doctor Strange 2 when he mentioned it in No Way Home, but apparently he doesn't.
This movie sucks.
He does.
Yeah.
But anyway,
It
yeah,
sure does.
the Sorcerer Supreme book could have been pretty useful for Ancient One to use, right? Like the fact that it says that they have a book that can tell you how to destroy literally any person ever, like any enemy. That could have rendered Infinity War pointless, but whatever. So anyway, getting back to the film, they're on top of a building in New York. Which
All right, yeah, we were
Jesus Christ,
analyzing
we're like
this.
20 minutes to this film. So yeah, they're talking to America. I'm gonna try to move faster now. So because as well, my notes kind of end after this. So yeah. But anyway, they are on top of the building with America, and she explains that Defender Strange betrayed her or whatever. And then Strange says, "Wow, you know, her America's powers are dangerous in the hand of a kid. Imagine if a real threat got a hold of it." And she's like steps back, shows she's scared. And
Imagine.
yeah, and then yeah, Wong, he asks her name and says, "Yo, come to Kamartaj. We'll keep you safe." And so, if you're America Chavez at this point, you're fucking screaming internally, right? And just being like, "I'm gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm not going with you," because from her perspective, she has no reason to trust the Strange, because from what she has said, from what has been established, she wouldn't trust Strange. And then she says, "How do I know you're not gonna betray me like he did?" Even though, you know, Defender Strange didn't betray her, but whatever. And he said, Doctor Strange says, "Well, you're just gonna have to trust me," and that's enough to convince her. That's funny. And then they're like, "Ah, but you see, the monster we fought," Wong says to Strange, "Oh, the monster we thought had runes. So, you know, that wasn't magic. That was witchcraft. Do you know anyone who knows witchcraft?" And then the theme plays, and Doctor Strange is like, "I just might." And then we cut to Wanda with her kids. She's putting them to bed with some of the cringiest, most unnatural dialogue ever. Doing so, she wakes up in her bed, and we realize, oh, it was all a dream. Even though we know that dreams mean that. Oh yeah, that was the scene. Fuck, I forgot. See, this film is so much bad that I always have to come back to scenes previously. So the scene when they're on top of the building, it establishes that dreaming is in fact just seeing a like it is a window to a different reality's version of yourself. And so, for example, let's say if you're watching Iron Man 3 and you see that Iron Man, he is having his PTSD dreams. He isn't actually having a dream. He's actually just seeing a different version of himself that is experiencing that. But then we kind of need to understand, like, two things. Firstly, how does America even know what a dream is, what the concept of a dream is?
Yeah.
Yes.
She couldn't know because she's the single one
She never dreamed, yes.
example of.
I guess we can save that question for later, actually, because there's more to elaborate on it. But
I guess Defender Strange could have told her, since he knows a bit about the multiverse.
I guess, but it's
Hmm.
oh, whatever. We'll get to that. There's more to talk about before then. But for example, the characters in this universe just never lucid dream, I guess, because like Shandy was saying, wouldn't the astral projection that Strange used while he was asleep, wouldn't that be a sort of lucid dreaming? It's weird. It is never really explained. It's just like, yeah, every dream is actually a window to a multiverse version of yourself.
Which means that the multiverse existed long before Loki.
Yeah, which is a contradiction. And this is the same writer as Loki, which is funny. We'll get to the rules of Loki afterwards, but yeah, just keep this in mind as well to see how much it contradicts Loki, the show that the writer for this film wrote.
Unless you use the logic of before the events of Loki, not a single character in the universe actually dreamed, and then after Loki, they all started actually experiencing dreams, which makes the entire lore and mythology of the entirety of human civilization involving characters that do dream just complete BS.
Well, it creates a few there's like prophets, right, who dreamed of
It makes
stuff.
the line of dialogue that Tony had in Infinity War, where he said he had a dream of him and Pepper having a kid together, just
Is because
completely null and void.
yeah, because he
Yeah.
actually saw a version of himself that does have a kid. Like, okay then.
Yep.
I'll say it makes Martin Luther King's "I Have a Dream" speech a bit awkward.
Yeah, a few
Yeah.
people have
I
mentioned
have
that.
a
I find it funny.
multiverse where
Yeah. I have a different version of myself where the world is better than it is here.
Which implies that he saw a version of himself that's actually still alive.
That is actually funny.
Damn,
Um,
that sucks.
But yeah, anyway. Wanda. Yeah, he goes Doctor Strange goes to talk to Wanda, and she's planting apples, I don't fucking know. And then trying to remember the exact dialogue, but I do not. But it's the idea is basically
what?
like, oh, did you come here to talk about Westview? And he's like, nah, because you made that right, so in the end, it doesn't matter. Which it's
Yeah,
so,
sure.
certainly
It's
something.
it's
Yeah.
fine
You're
because
made
this
up for
movie
it in
holds
the end,
Wanda
but it was never
accountable.
in doubt.
Okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's
Yeah,
fine.
made up
This
for it
movie
in the
holds.
end.
Dialogue better where he just says, "I'm not here to talk about it." Where like, honest to God, him saying "I don't care" would have just been a bit more better than him
Yeah, no,
saying.
I mean the meme answers that we got after the trailer popped out was much better than what he actually said. Where he's,
It would've-
where he's
it
like,
would've been
better
I
if
don't
it just
care,
says,
Wanda.
"I
I didn't
didn't have
watch your
Disney Plus."
stupid TV show.
Yeah, but
I
Yeah, he's
paid
like-
$50 to get Disney Plus to watch your garbage TV show. That would have been a much better answer than what we got.
I love that. She's like, if you're here to talk about Westview, I know I made mistakes and people got hurt. And then Stranger's like, yeah, but you made it right in the end, and that's all that matters. It's like, what?
not really. You
Not
you
yeah.
traumatize these people to the point where they wanted to die. I think you didn't really make it right, did you? But whatever.
That was never in doubt.
Never in doubt. She made it right. And then yeah, they're walking, and then Strange's like, "Yo, so we got this girl, right? She has the ability to travel through the multiverse, and she's at Kamartaj. Remember that she's at Kamartaj. I don't know why I'm saying this explicitly to you. Anyway, and she needs your help because like this demon was sent from someone who knows rooms. And then come to Kamartaj and come help us so that we can protect her." And then she's like, "Oh, why don't you bring America to me? Because I can keep her safe." And then she's like, "Oh, you didn't say her name, did you?" So yeah, the reason why she slips up that she's the one who's coming after America Chavez is because she mentions America Chavez's name by accident, which is just insanely stupid. So yeah, Wanda's not your great start.
She would have just won.
She
would've just
would have
won the
won. Yeah.
movie.
Well, there's another line of dialogue in this this conversation that would have won her the movie had she not said it, but we'll get to that. So yeah, after that she reveals, oh, they're actually inside a hex and it's all red and evil. Woo.
Blah 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 blah.
And,
Surely you can see this place on Google Maps or something like.
but I guess it would have been it would have looked the same, like it would have looked normal to everyone, not just like strange because it's a hex like for Westview.
Yes.
But I don't know. Who knows?
Surely
Douglas,
a magical hex this large and this powerful would be detected by every sorcerer on the planet.
it
Because
should.
Strange was aware of Westview, and I'm
Yes.
assuming that the reason why he was aware of Westview is because it was a giant magical dome that was affecting the entirety of the area. So surely something this size and this powerful,
Yeah.
wielded by a magic user that's currently in possession of the Darkhold, this would be on Wong's radar at the very least.
Yeah.
It should
And
be
keep
because
in
they
mind
have the.
Wong had contact with Captain Marvel, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
You could
there's also
definitely
the
find
there's also the
something,
fact that
so-
the Sorcerer Supreme has the that little like globe that shows like anomalies happening in the world, as shown in Doctor Strange. But anyway, Thuglas, do you have to leave us? Do you have to depart?
I do.
Wow, the fucking French
So-
always letting us down. Yeah,
Of course, yes.
thank you for
I keep
giving
Surrendering
us.
discovering
early,
everyone, including myself.
Thanks for coming out, Thuglas. It's
Good to
always
see you.
nice having you.
Thank you for letting me in.
Yeah, of course.
Well, see you around.
See you.
Good.
Bye.
Boy.
Goodbye. Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Au revoir.
Alrighty. Now I can use the
Yeah.
6-person layout. And yeah. Alrighty. So, Jesus Christ. Okay. So getting back to this scene. Wanda and Strange are talking, right? And she then they have this conversation where Wanda is trying to where Doctor Strange is being like, yo, Wanda, why are you evil? And then she shows the Darkhold, and Doctor Strange is taken aback. He's like, oh my god, is that the Darkhold? And then she asks him, oh, do you know what the Darkhold is? And he's like, oh yeah, I just know that it is a book, a very evil book that corrupts everything it touches, including its reader. I can only imagine what it's done to you. And then she says, it has shown me the truth. It showed that there are infinite universes and that there's a way for her to get back with her kids. Not Vision though, because we don't like Vision in this film. Okay, he doesn't
that
exist.
guy.
Yeah, no, Vision.
Fuck him.
Fuck Vision. It's not like there are
The
infinite
Darkhold
universes. So she
also
really has to
showed
find
me a
the world.
book that's infinitely better than this one in every conceivable way, and I don't actually go insane.
Yeah, but I didn't go get it because yeah, even though I had a monster that was right after it, but whatever. So yeah, she says that, and then Strange is like, whoa, but you know, your kids, they weren't real. Oh, you created them with magic, and she's like,
They were real to me.
no, she says something much worse than that. She says that, isn't that what every mom does? Which no.
Oh, yeah.
Mom creates a child via biology, and science.
Look,
and not
Wanda
magic.
gaslit herself into believing that she was a real mother because she inadvertently enslaved an entire town just so she could create two fucking dumplings of a character known as children.
Well, the thing is, she does do that, but she also doesn't, because later in the film she's going to contradict that notion that her children were real. But we'll get to that.
Mhm. The Sokovian education system is just terrible.
Like, not
She doesn't know how babies are made.
Yeah, what are we going to say to
how her children were birthed from her and grew up in a matter of days, and their father's a fucking robot.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, we
It-
criticized WandaVision for her saying, like, thanks for choosing me. But it's like, they didn't. You created them. And then this film just doubles down. It's like, no, actually, yeah. Her children were real. Okay, so much so that the children in the multiverse that she wants to get look exactly like hers, even though hers were created by hacks and not like biologically. So she wouldn't know that her children would actually look like that. She was just an image of children that she created. But I guess we can get to that as well. But yeah, so she says that. I don't know if I'm gonna go through this entire dialogue. I would recommend people watching to watch EFAB
Right.
to get linked to the nitty gritty, but there are certain highlights. Uvu, do you have something you want to mention about the
I was
dialogue?
gonna say, you know what would fix this?
Mm.
You know what would fix both of these problems?
Mm.
If there was just a multiverse where Vision was a human and they had kids.
Yeah, all they needed to do was get Paul Bettany for a scene. But
well,
yeah.
you see, that would have actually made sense. Actually, include Vision, but for
Yeah,
some
but
reason,
fuck Vision. Well, she I guess it's important to know she did mention him already once in the film when Doctor Strange asks her what she knows about the multiverse. She says Viz had his theories, but all he said is it's dangerous, and I think that's all she says.
And,
She said it's real and it's dangerous, yeah.
and also another question: where the hell is White Vision? Like, surely
Just floating around like a spermulon.
surely he would want to find her.
He went to help Nick Fury in space. It all makes sense.
Like, this is 2 years One Division, I think, since like wait, that would be 1 year because One Division was
Yeah,
like a
it
few
would be
months.
1 year. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so like
It started right after the end game, and
yeah,
and this is
Yeah.
2024.
we still don't know where Cum Vision is.
I think the MCU just kind of wants to forget that they did that. It's weird. I don't know, but yeah. So the conversation goes on, and Wanda's like, "So you give me America by sundown, Kamartaj, or I'm gonna have to kill all of you." And when when I do that, the person who comes isn't Wanda, it'll be the Scarlet Witch. So now, I think I talked to Jeb about this. I don't know if I told anyone else, but this line is what causes her to lose. Is one of the things that causes her to lose. But if she hadn't said the Scarlet Witch is coming, they wouldn't know the extent of the danger they were in, because they didn't know she was the Scarlet Witch, which is something that they only find out because she says the Scarlet Witch will come. And because of that, that's the insane level of preparation they go to try to stop her, which they wouldn't have gone through with that.
Insane level of preparation.
Yeah, I'm being
Lol.
sarcastic, but it is
Bow people.
preparation.
I like how yeah, they're like two things. They have this prophecy already that an insanely powerful chaos magic user will dominate the multiverse, and they're just like, oh, and then Strange is just like, oh, could that possibly be Wanda? Nah, I'm just gonna tell her about America. But not only that, they know that she has this power, and they're just like, we're not gonna call anyone else. No Captain Marvel, no Shang-Chi, no, fuck that.
Well, it's
Also,
like
wasn't
Doctor
there a
Strange says in this
chap-
scene, they're just like bug-themed superheroes, They aren't.
Wasn't there a chap?
Sorry, what?
I was just gonna say, wasn't there like a page in the chapter in the book of the Sorcerer Supreme that has a picture of literally Wanda inscribed in there, because it seems to detail all of the runes that are around the Wanda core.
No, I think what the Sorcerer Supreme
castle.
book is said where Wondergar is and what it is, which is just where the spells were transcribed from because of whatever ex-sorcerer or witch or whatever. I don't think it like shows anything more explicitly than that, because otherwise that would kind of negate the idea of having to go to her shrine. So yeah.
Yeah, the castle that no one's returned from, but there's still
There's still
a
things
chapter
about
of it
it,
in
yeah.
the book. Yep.
Yeah. But getting ahead of ourselves again. So yeah. So then she makes that threat, and then we cut to Camartage. We don't cut to it. We have the best transition in the film. I won't show it
Yes.
because of copyright, but it is the best transition in the film.
It is. That is amazing.
So yeah,
Wong just
and-
stares into space and like looks at a sorcerer, and he's just like, Scarlet Witch.
yeah, it's amazing. But yeah, so they're at Camartage, and then Wong and Doctor Strange are warning everyone to prepare, and then Doctor Strange is talking to America, and America's like, so wait, did you just go to the one person who is trying to kill me and tell me where I am? And then he's like, yeah, and it's like supposed to be a funny that, oopsie, I did this. But at this point, why would America continue to trust Strange? She would not. Another question, why don't they teleport anywhere in the multiverse? Because it is possible to open portals within the multiverse with the sling ring. But anyway, they could like go to the edge of the galaxy. They could hang out with the Guardians of the Galaxy to get to not make one the possible to get to them. But they just don't. They stay at Camartage, even though she knows.
She can just summon demons to a location anyway, because she always knows where she is. It's bullshit.
Yeah, which is also like, oh, you told me I was in Camartage. Are you stupid? It was like, well, she knew already, so yeah. She has to know, otherwise the film makes less sense. So yeah, they are getting ready, and some of the sorcerers are playing drums because it's cool, I guess. It's medieval. And then they call sorcerers from the Hong Kong and from the London headquarters. And this is something I was talking to Jeb about, because Jeb asked, wait, because after the scene in the sanctum, not sanctum, this sanctum gets destroyed, that would mean that, Dormammu or something like that would attack Earth, right? Because the sorcerers aren't there to defend anymore. I'm like, no, because, well, yeah, this is Camartage. So, because if they destroy Camartage, there's still other sanctums. But because they call people from the other sanctums, and I imagine they called everyone because it is the biggest threat they've ever faced, so, the more the merrier, that means that every single sorcerer is either dead or extremely injured during this film. And I guess Dormammu or any other threat just does not care to attack this Earth, but that's fine. It's not like the ending of the first film established that death of the Ancient One would cause many monsters to attack because of how unprotected Earth would be. But yeah.
Also, can I just point something out quickly
Sure.
about the London Wizards? Is it me, like, this is a nitpick, but, like, is it me, or did their garb just look like the most stereotypically British wizard thing ever?
I did not pay attention to that.
I'm just like, oh, the wizard from London, it's like them. And it looked like, they didn't look like wizards, they looked like they were wearing, like, fucking button-up suits with a cape.
Oh
like-
yeah, that's true. They look like Harry Potter characters.
British
Like,
wizards.
Speaking of Harry Potter, is it a hot take to say that the battle at the end of Harry Potter 8 is better than the Comitage battle? Because it is.
Definitely.
It shouldn't be a hot take, but I guess it
'Cause-
might be
No.
because people like this film.
'Cause,
So who knows?
I have one definite thing about to say about the sort of Battle of Comitage is that since we spent so much time in it in the first film, there's supposed to be like a bit of an attachment to it. Like this is where like it's like the sort of wizard headquarters of the world, I guess. And when it was like basically destroyed, it just felt so empty and hollow. Like I didn't feel anything. Like it's
Well, it's
supposed to be
because
this,
at the end of the film, it's just back anyway.
yeah. It's like even when it was being destroyed, I was like, I don't feel anything. Just it feels really impactless is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. But we're jumping ahead of ourselves. We have this fight, which okay, I'm gonna try to talk as fast about this fight as possible because, dear Lord, we have to get through this film. So yeah, the fight starts when Wanda shows up and she creates fog, I guess. And then Doctor Strange flies up to talk to her. And jeez, it's hard trying to remember the exact dialogue. If anyone here remembers and can help me out.
I wasn't paying attention.
Sorry, what was what I've seen this so many times. What were we talking about?
The dialogue between Strange and Wanda when he flies up, when she shows up. I don't remember the dialogue exactly.
Yeah, he's like, he's like, stop what you're doing, and then she's like, all this for a child that you met yesterday, and then he's like, you are justifiably angry. It's like, what?
Oh yeah. And, he says that we've all had to make sacrifices, and she says, "I had to kill the man I love, and it
blow
meant
a hole
nothing."
through the head.
Yeah, and
through the
don't talk to me
man.
about sacrifices. And when he was actually like saying that she did go through sacrifice, I don't understand. Like,
Yeah, and then she's like, you're a hypocrite.
you've had to sacrifice
Get out of
things.
my way.
Don't talk to me about sacrifice. Like, what? He's agreeing with you, but whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, she says like, oh yeah, but if you help me, I can get you to a universe where you can be with Christine. And then Doctor Strange is like, yo, fuck you. The might of Camartage stands in your way. And then they prepare to fight. And he flies down instead of using a
And
portal.
then Strange lets all the
fucking buzz
flunkies
No,
make the
it's-
shield when the movie shows that his shield is like the biggest, the most powerful of the entirety of the group, and he does absolutely nothing to stop Wanda during the entire
That's ahead
fight.
of what I
He
wanted
never
to say,
engages her in a
Shandy.
sorcery v sorcery battle with the backup of the entirety of Comitage. Him and Wong never go fucking duo beans
Shandy.
on her ass because he's like the most powerful sorcerer on the planet and Wong is the sorcerer supreme. None of the London sorcerers hop into fight. They don't pull out fucking flintlocks and stabby knives. None of the fucking Chinese sorcerers do jack shit. Wong summons in fucking gentleman Samuel L. Jackson, and they both like give each other like the nod of approval when one of them lands a hit on Wanda. Yet instead
Yes.
of doing that repeatedly, like a few more times, they just nod and agree with each other. They just stand around doing fuck all while an entire group of people get teleported to a different fucking realm via death route. No, it's a great fight. Strange
I
is
think
just holding his fucking stomach the entire time. I think when he said to America that she's gonna get a stomachache if she eats too much pizza, he wasn't really giving her the advice. He was giving himself advice because he ate too much pizza, which is why he wasn't doing anything in the fight because he had massive diarrhea.
You know, that makes sense.
Alrighty, so
I
I wanted
think-
to talk.
oh, sorry.
I wanted to talk before we got into all that. I agree with all of those statements, but before we got into that, when Strange is flying down, why does he fly down? Why does he not use the buzz blades that he created to buzzsaw that he created to cut the bus in half, to cut Wanda in half? Why doesn't he use the mirror dimension, the dimension that is known for not being able to escape from? without
Why
a
doesn't he
sentry.
just like stand next to her the entire time and reinforce the weak points of the shield? Why?
Why does he have to fly
Why,
down? Yeah.
why doesn't he create fucking Shadow Clone Jutsu copies of himself to fight Wanda? While or even better yet, he could create them to help the wounded get out of there.
That's
He
actually
could
fun.
create fucking portals all throughout the place.
Yeah,
He could
Honestly.
create
they
portals
also
to
don't use portals in
different
the
areas of
entire
the world.
in the scene at all, other than to teleport a cannon into the fight.
I'd let him fucking die. I don't
He
care.
doesn't summon his like spectral cat. He doesn't summon those
Special
other
cat.
freaky
Spectral
hands.
cat.
He doesn't light Wanda on fire using his green fire. He doesn't use any of the abilities he uses against Thanos. It's a great fight. Great
I
scene by
just,
the great characters. The reason
just,
why this movie is a 5 out of 10 or a 6 out of 10 is because it has some great character work. Everyone is just fantastic. The plot's dog shit though, but characters, man, I'm telling you, they're great. Fantastic stuff.
So yeah. Anyway,
um,
so what are you gonna say, Joe?
I was gonna say, honestly, I can't believe any of these ever protected against a mystical threat when their plan is let the thing attack us till we can't take it anymore.
Yeah, and not teleport America away throughout any
Yeah,
of the
no.
fight. Ah, but yeah. He could have also teleported Wanda to like space, right? Just the vacuum of
The
space.
full might of Kamar-Taj, 20 guys.
Hey, look, there are at least 25 guys, okay? So chill.
25 guys and a Minotaur.
Yeah.
25 guys restaurants.
So, so yeah, their attack, this is, I'm just gonna skip over. There's a moment where Wanda uses her mind thingy powers, mind control powers, to talk to a guy and say run, and then he runs.
Oh yeah,
Like directly behind him to like run away from Wanda, and he knocks
That's,
every single person who is behind him, and all of them stop projecting their shields when he does that, because I guess if the slightest thing touches you, you stop projecting your shield, because that makes sense.
they didn't fortify their minds.
Yeah, fortify your minds.
My favorite part is yeah, just after that,
Mhm.
the guy who stopped doing the shield in that particular moment creates a tiny hole that Wanda is able to blast through, and then the literal second after that, Strange conjures a massive shield to stop them from getting hit by rubble, and it's just like, just block the hole using that shield. What are you doing?
Well, why
It's
don't
so
the other
stupid.
sorcerers block the hole themselves? They don't even need Strange to do it. It is a small fucking gap in the hole, in the shield.
Nah.
Whatever.
I just want to skip around here a little bit, but there's a line of dialogue after America teleports Strange and herself out of there, where he says, "I need you to take me back. I'm Wong's only chance of beating Wanda." The only chance they have of beating Wanda, and he does fuck all that entire fight.
He's
He
just standing
conjures
around.
some
Yeah.
snakes. He goes,
But that's way later. He does use the mirror dimension as well, way later. But we'll get to that. But yeah, they use arrows to try to kill Wanda. Obviously, that doesn't work. So she grabs the arrows and throws it back at the sorcerers. Jesus Christ, I should have gotten some water before the stream started. My throat is killing me.
I have cider. I'm drinking.
Well,
I
my
need
coffee
alcohol
ran
for
out
this.
a long time ago. So yeah, Wanda she gets like exploded and thrown back, and then they're like, yo, but then she just gets
Yes.
back up because I guess, you know, she has extreme durability now, which I guess is from the Darkhold, because she didn't have that before in the MCU. So yeah, fun times. All right, so okay. So then Wanda goes inside the sanctum, and then Doctor Strange is turning right in front of her, but then it appears she is in the mirror dimension. It's like, finally, you did this. You won the fight, because, well, she can't escape the mirror dimension, can she? As established by Doctor Strange. Yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, she's trapped inside the mirror dimension now, so surely they should win, and surely they should just now teleport away. Because you can't affect the outside world from the mirror dimension. That is also something that was established in Doctor Strange 1. So yeah, she gets into the mirror dimension, there are like some weird spike thingies that all miss her for some reason. She throws around like a ball of energy that also hits her, and that also misses her. And then she touches one of the glass things on the wall, and it becomes water. And then we cut to them inside a room in Camartage, where Doctor Strange is trying to use the sling ring to teleport away. Finally, for the first time in the fight, after a long time, he says, "Oh, we need to get you away from here, to America." But then his sling ring gets destroyed by Wanda. You know, the person who's trapped inside the dimension where you cannot affect the outside world. Yeah, she just destroys his sling ring. And I assume she also destroyed Wong's because he doesn't use his, and later in the film he needs another one. So that's what I assume. And then she kills two sorcerers. Wanda kills two sorcerers from within puddles. She grabs them.
That they were just standing over for some reason.
Yeah. Well, they're just puddles in this random room in Camartage. I don't really know why.
Camartage is very leaky. They don't repair it. It's got holes in the roof.
Yeah. And then Doctor Strange's like, she's using the reflections. Go and cover them. It's like, okay, I guess that's a thing you can do. It shouldn't be, but
it's like this.
All right.
It's like this weird mini quest where they're like, oh, we got to cover the reflections with fabric because she could pull people into them, but she can't pull fabric into them. Nah, fuck that.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I just realized?
Mm.
That whole trick, that's basically an exact rip-off of the Mirror World from The Sorcerer's Apprentice, which was a Disney film from like 10 years ago.
Oh, that's
where
fine.
like you get stuck in mirrors and the only way you can get out is for a reflection.
That's actually, I remember watching that movie. I like that movie.
Like, there's a whole thing where they have to go for a car chase which is mirrored, and they have to find a reflection which isn't destroyed to get back in. And it's like, did they just rip off themselves? Like, I've just realized that.
Yeah, they might have ripped off Flash, because that's the thing I'm always thinking about. It's Vertigo's boyfriend in season 3. He has the ability to travel through reflections as well.
Oh, yeah, and Barry gets pushed through for no reason. Yeah, because it's
because then they need to use Caitlyn's power to freeze it to get you, to free him. But anyway, this is not about the Flash. It's about Doctor Strange. So yeah, they're covering, the reflections, and then right after America Chavez covers a reflection, she sees a puddle right next to her. She's like, "Oh, that's cool.
Like,
what is this? This is a puddle. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I can see my
puddle?
eyes reflecting here. That's neat." She just forgets that she needs to cover them right after she covered one. And then Wanda's eye shows up. She's like, "Oh my god, I'm scared," but she doesn't open a portal yet because being scared doesn't open portals. Don't worry. But then Wanda crawls out of this like gold gong. Yeah. So that gong, it doesn't seem like it reflects a lot, does it?
No.
So
it's very shiny.
Yeah, because it's like the idea would be, if it's just anything that reflects, I don't think I understand what reflection is, right? Because anything reflects light, other than like.
She could crawl out of their eyes.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, that's something
that actually would have been kind of cool. Not gonna lie.
She kills one by crawling out of his eye. It could have been.
Yeah.
But
then you'd question why the fuck she doesn't kill Strange, or
why she did just a random goon instead of Strange.
Yeah, because she chooses not to. Lol. Because she can edit reality if she chooses. She just chooses not. Yeah, I don't like this because this stinks of a direction versus writing, where the writing's like, oh, we got to do this, and then Raimi's like, yeah, but we need more spooky stuff, so have her get jump scared by a puddle on the floor, and then have her crawl out like a demented rag doll, and then like crack her bones in front of her, and she's not scared enough by that to create a portal. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, no, I don't like a lot of people who praise this movie because of its direction, because the direction leads to moments like this that just make no fucking sense.
Yeah.
And then you have people like fucking Brown Table who's saying that he's really liking the fact that so many people are pissed off at this movie because it's kind of like acting like a filter. It's getting rid of a whole bunch of like fans that the MCU doesn't really need, and he hopes that the MCU continues to be more experimental. It's like, kindly fuck off, please. You're actively encouraging some of the worst fucking writing I've ever seen in a film just because you think it looks nifty. He's a really annoying person, and I hope he stops speaking permanently.
Yeah, so yeah, she crawls out of this gong by having like this Japanese horror reference where her body is all flumpy, and she just knows how to do that. She put it back together and everything, which she shouldn't. I think Jab was the one who told me about mentioned that. I was like, yeah, this doesn't really make sense, does it? And then she stands in front of Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange's like, stop. She's like, fuck you. And then she shows like the multiverse and like through the Darkhold, she shows the different universes with her and her kids. And then she stands staring at Strange for a bit. Strange stares at her for a bit, and then Strange uses snakes to try to attack her instead of the buzz blade.
Are there a couple things in that scene? The absolutely cringy line that she says, "I'm not a monster, Strange. I'm a mother," and it's like, oh god.
Oh yeah, doesn't she?
And then
Isn't this the scene where she says that she wants like real children instead of just creating them again?
By the way, I just want to point out this movie came out on Mother's Day.
For me, it came out on
Yes,
May
so
5th.
Strange.
For us, yeah.
Strange
us, yeah.
says, your children aren't real, you have no children. Then Wanda says, oh, but I do, in every other universe but this one, and then
Yeah.
shows her the Darkhold.
Yeah, so
It's like, what
that
the
means
fuck?
that she thinks that her children weren't real, which contradicts what she said earlier when she said, you know, that she
Yeah,
created her
she's
children like
like-
any mother does.
Yeah.
Which
She's
means
like,
she's
I
not
created
actually
them
a
using
mother, so-
magic, like every mother, and then she's like, but that's not enough for me because I want real ones that were created via multiversal bullshit. It's like, what? Also, yeah, it's just that fucking Mike, never touch a script again. Don't go into a movie with the premise of the multiverse and then say that every universe has that. I mean, sure, it's probably just copium, but at the same time, like, don't make multiversal singularities or multiversal certainties when that's the entire point of the multiverse, is that everything can happen. It's like, don't
make the multiverse infinite.
He does it with America being a singularity. He does it with the Book of Ashanti being a singularity. He does it with him being Wanda being a parent to these two children in every universe. He does it with Doctor Strange being an incel in every universe. He just doesn't know how to write around these, yet he tries to make a multiversal story, and it's just like, no,
He doesn't understand what the word
don't touch.
infinite means. Yeah, and then Strange uses the snakes. Wanda makes the snakes fuck off, and Strange hisses because he's using
And Wong
snakes.
does nothing.
Wong is standing
Wong
there.
does nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Wong gets thrown
The
and
Sorcerer
hits his
Supreme,
head
by the way.
on
No, it's even better. Wong does nothing. Wanda starts getting the power out of America, and she screams. Then Wong does something. Then he gets insta-killed. It's like, well,
no, it's
insta knocked
before
out. It's
that.
like, okay.
Let's
No,
see.
no, it's
she
after that.
grabs America. Wong
Yeah,
tries
she
to do
starts doing
something,
stuff,
and then
Wong's like, oh
and then
shit.
she throws Wong,
I
and
should
then
do
Wong passes out for the rest of the scene. That's funny. Yeah, so
Yeah.
she starts absorbing America's power, and then America opens a portal behind her, and Doctor Strange jumps at America to jump through the portal. And Wanda
Gets his cloak
doesn't.
burnt.
And Wanda doesn't follow. Wanda doesn't like use her magic to grab things, which we know she can do because she does it a few times this film.
No, she just shoots a bolt that uses a Star Wars effect, sound effect.
Yeah, and it hits
his cloak.
Hits his cloak, and now the cloak has a hole, and I guess it can't fly anymore because it doesn't fly with this fucked up cloak for the rest of the film. Not that he flies with the normal cloak afterwards, but whatever.
Yeah, they fix it, and he's like, cool, I'll never use this.
Yeah. So then they end up in New York, in another universe. And Doctor Strange is like, Doctor Strange throws up, and then he's like, yo, use your power, open a portal, I gotta go save Wong, I'm his only hope, against Wanda. And she's like, yo, my powers don't work like that, I don't know how they should control them. And it's like, but you should, because even I would. And it's like,
yeah, he's just irrationally angry so that they can have that whole parallel where they're like, oh man, is he evil? Is he like the Strange at the start? And then they move straight on from it and never mention it again. It's like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, it's not like, and he knew that she didn't know how to control her powers.
Yeah, yeah.
She stole them before. I don't.
She told him, and she told him, and he saw Wanda like scaring her into using it. So it's like,
yeah.
Great writing, great characters, by the way. Just fantastic stuff.
I love
the
it.
arcs. Oh, by the way, Sky, have I shown you the IGN article that says that Wanda is actually a good character?
No.
I think I showed it to you last night because I showed everyone at lot. And then again, it might have been just before you arrived. I'll find it quickly. Just 1 second. It's good. It's great stuff.
It was put in the chat after after she left. But I don't want to read it because I might cover it on Uvucast.
Oh yeah, no. It's literally just going to be the title. That's it. So
Fuck you, Sky.
Fuck you, Joe. Good to see
Oh,
you're still awake, though. I didn't expect that, because you've been quiet for a while.
I've been drinking my lemonade.
Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. I've been talking for 2 hours and a half. I need to, like, take a piss and drink water. So can you talk about, I guess, them walking to the sanctum in this
Yeah, sure.
universe in the meantime?
Sure.
Like, you know, the red means go and Mordo
Yep.
and everything. Just quite a bit.
I can do that.
So I shall return
I
in 2
remember
minutes.
I remember the script. All right.
All right.
Yeah, so they teleport onto that rooftop. They have that shitty argument where they're like, "Oh, I'm mad at you because you can't control your powers," and then they go down to street level and they're being very lackadaisical about everything that's happening. They don't run. They don't talk about it. They don't care. There's no urgency in the scene. There's a lot of that in this movie. There's a lot of just no urgency at all. And then she says, "First rule about multiversal travel: you don't know anything," referencing the fact that the streetlights go on red instead of green. And then directly after that, well, does anyone want to mention anything about that? Because it's a bit weird.
Yeah, she says first rule of multiversal travel that you don't know anything. Then she proceeds to steal food because she thinks
Yeah.
that food is free in this universe, which
Yeah.
then gets immediately contradicted by the fact that
Yeah.
the bar, the hot dog stand guy's like,
Yeah.
hey, you gotta pay for that.
She's
So that was
literally
very
like, "You don't know
clearly meant.
anything."
Yeah, that was very clearly meant to be a joke, but it's a joke at the expense of characters' intelligence, which, you know, I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah.
And then the very next thing that they do is they go and look. Well, sorry, not the very next thing. The very first thing they do when they arrive here is they go and look for this universe's version of Doctor Strange because she assumes that there is a Doctor Strange in this universe, even though
Have
it's a multiverse of infinite possibilities.
we addressed why the joke heavily damages Doctor Strange? The hot dog thing.
Yeah. So yeah, well, I was gonna just talk about that. They're crossing across the street. He loses her somehow, despite her being right in front of her, and right in front of him, going to the food stand. And then they have the Papa Pizza thing where he's like, "Yeah, you need to pay." And then Strange is like, "Okay, my friend just stole something from you." And then he's like, "Oh, you must have stole this from the Doctor Strange museum." And then tries to squirt him with mustard, which he redirects, and then casts a spell on him that makes him punch himself for 3 weeks because he's an asshole.
And he
He's
should
a
be
complete
dead.
asshole.
He bangs his head onto the grill as well, so it's more than
Yeah.
just punch him.
Oh yeah. To harm himself for 3 weeks. That dude is dead.
After
Have
squirting
you guys
mustard in
seen
his
the end
eyes.
credits scene where he
Yes.
stops hitting himself? It's
Yes,
the
I got so
cheesiest
mad.
fucking thing because he kind of like just stops hitting himself and then he looks at the camera and it's almost like a "that's all, folks" thing, and then the fucking scene ends. It's so
The
stupid.
funny thing is,
I
that
have
when I
returned.
saw this film with my mum, and she waited through because like she knew it was the second one, and as soon as that was over, she went, "We waited for that."
Like
Yeah,
for a
I knew
joke
that was going to come, so after the first end credit scene, I just left the cinema.
to me at that point, that's when Strange got character assassinated in this film because it's been building up, and I felt that was the tipping point.
Yeah,
I-
I'd say so too. He's just
Yeah.
like, what an asshole.
So yeah, I imagine we got to the point where he just tells Bruce Campbell to hit himself for 3 weeks.
Yes.
Yep.
Very
We didn't
fun
talk
scene.
too much about the Doctor Strange museum and the fact that he'd have a different color cloak and look different.
Yeah. So yeah, later in this film, when we see the flashback, we see established that the cloak is blue in this universe, but for some reason Bruce Campbell thinks that Doctor Strange's cloak is the one from the museum that he just stole it, and I find that hilarious.
Maybe he's
And apparently,
colorblind.
Doctor Strange's
He's
idea
colorblind.
of
That would be
proving
funny.
that he's actually the real Doctor Strange is to cast that spell on him for 3 weeks instead of literally doing anything else that a sorcerer
conjure
of this
money.
caliber can do. Yeah, conjure money, turn the mustard into wine, fucking
Turn the
make
mustard into
infinite
wine.
bread rolls, start flying. He could literally start flying. He can
He
levitate
can't.
because the cloak is the cloak of levitation.
No,
This
he
also
can't.
means
The
that his-
cloak is he can't move because it has a small hole in it.
Yeah.
He
This
can
also
soul
means that
punch
his multiversal footprint that causes incursions is now 3 weeks longer than it should be.
Oh yeah, that's true. He left the footprint for 3 weeks. That's a good point. Oh yeah, when
I
we
mean,
get you incursions, it's soon, guys. It's very soon.
I'm
when we get to the
scared.
incursions in 4 hours. Yeah.
I mean, we're doing
Pardon?
better than EFAP. They got you this point in 5 hours. We did in 2 hours and a half. So
Fuck. To be fair, we skipped quite a bit.
yeah, I'm trying to be able to do this in one stream. I imagine today will be able to last for like 6 hours. I don't know. Everyone will. Jeb will probably fall asleep midstream because it's just Jeb. But yeah.
I have to say, wait for the
Um,
incursion stuff at least.
Oh yeah. Well, it's soon.
Me
so
and
just
Uvu have
hold
our
on.
own stream to get to in like 2 or 3 hours, so we probably won't be able to hang around for too much longer.
Oh wow, cringe lord. But all right. So yeah, there's the memory lane. I don't think what's called memory.
Yeah, memory lane, I think it's
Yeah.
called.
Yeah, it's a place. Yeah, memory lane. It's a place where you stand and you can see one of your most significant memories. And so Strange stands around and he sees him having dinner with Christine when she gave him the watch that he's had since the first film. And it is a fine scene. The
Yeah, I
scene
like that
itself.
scene.
Yeah. But
Mostly because it's something to do with Doctor Strange 1. Like, that's the thing I found with this movie. The best scenes are just references to Doctor Strange 1 in terms of like character work.
Mm.
But anything that this movie does that's either tied to Infinity War or tied to Loki or its own thing is piss. It's
Yeah.
actual piss.
Yeah, anything that tries to advance the character rather than reference it in the past is just falls flat and just shits on him.
I just Shandy, when you can, if you can let me know like 30 minutes before you need to leave, just so I can have like a heads up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Alrighty.
Well, it's up to Uvu because he's the one who starts the stream.
So Uvu, don't be too cringe, okay? We depend on you
Okay.
today. But yeah, but there's this place where if you walk around it, you stand in a circle, it shows one of your memories to everyone who's passing by, and we know that other people can see it because America can see Strange's memory as well, him seeing her memory a bit after. And I find this insanely stupid as like a business that, stand here and get a free sample of looking at your memories while everyone also stares at them. I
suppose that's the trade-off. Like, yeah, you can have a free sample, but everyone's going to see it.
I was just thinking about this. It's kind of talking about stuff in the future, but I don't know how people, because everyone looks at them as if they're weirdos, right? Because they're wearing non-grayscale clothing. I don't know how the Illuminati or the Sanctum or anything like that has like so little intelligence that these dickheads are running around for like an hour fucking up reality when they have experience with the multiverse because they have a whole fucking thing dedicated to studying it. Yet they don't like rail them and like find a way to arrest them sooner. It's like
stupid.
it's like they
Reed Richards, the
incursions
smartest
can
man
occur
alive.
if someone fucking appears, and they're just like, nah.
Well, I think I said that last night. He's introduced as the smartest man in this universe, but everyone in this universe is retarded, so it's not a high bar.
True.
So.
My line in my Spider-Man 2 video where I say that Raimi has a different understanding of what the word genius means might actually apply here, to be honest.
He could. Oh, Jesus. All right. So, yeah, you see the scene, them talking, it's a fine scene, and then America's like, oh my god, I want to see my memory, and she does, and she's like, oh, it's her as a kid and her mom's. Isn't that neat? She's just hanging around with her mom's, and then a bee fly. Fuck. I try very hard to keep a straight face.
Movie to be banned in Egypt, yeah.
So a bee flies onto her hand. It doesn't sting her because it doesn't make the sound, and it just flies away after a millisecond. It does not sting her. It just flies on her hand. It scares her so hard that she screams in fear, and she opens a portal that sucks her mom's away, and then she gets sucked. And then she gets sucked as well, but she doesn't end up in the same universe as. they
Honestly,
did.
if the beast stung her, that would have probably made the scene significantly better because
It
she's
would.
not reacting because of the fact that she's scared. She's reacting to
Extreme
physical pain.
Yeah.
And bee stings are
think-
not something to scoff
Yeah,
at.
I think everyone can relate to being stung by a bee as a kid, or at least a lot of people,
Yeah.
and how fucking painful it felt.
Yeah, but I guess that's the idea. You know, she has PTSD. She was stung by a bee once, and it hurt so much that just seeing a bee just activated her powers. It's just that traumatic. All right, but yeah, she kills her mom. Well, Strange says, "Oh no, they're not dead. Don't worry. You're gonna be able to find them in the infinite multiverse."
If they're anything like their daughter, it's like they're not though, because she's the only one, and apparently, like supposedly, they'd exist in other timelines, right? Because they're not singularities.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Well, I imagine they aren't like her biological moms, even though in the multiverse that
yeah,
could
I
be
know, but,
possible. Because if they were, then surely there'd be more than one America Chavez. I imagine America Chavez is like created by the universe or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, they
yeah, sure.
scissored and the juices started building into a person.
And that was the only universe in the infinite multiverse where they did that.
Yes.
The only
It was
it's the
magic
only
juice.
universe in the multiverse where women can have children with one another. That would be really funny. But
I
yeah,
would like to study this universe a little further, to be honest.
of course you would, Shandy.
Of course.
So yeah, then Strange and America are talking, and she's like, "Yo, my mom's, I killed them," and he's like, "No, you didn't. Don't worry. You're gonna find them someday." But she's like, "I can't even control my powers." And like, don't worry. And she's like, "Yo, you're cooler than the other strangers I met." Oh no, she doesn't say that. Yeah, she says, you a good one." Like he gave her a good
Yeah,
pep
like,
talk.
Yeah, like a good one.
She felt really weird, but whatever. I guess they're bonding. I don't fucking know. Is there anything to know here before they get to the sanctum?
There's
did we
a line. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, did we address how they didn't decide to go there quickly through like a portal or something?
Yeah. Well, they can't open a portal, but yeah.
I did say that they weren't moving with much haste.
Yeah.
No one does in this movie.
Yeah, they forget. The film's like, "Oh my god, I'm Wong's last hope." But then she's like, "Oh yeah, I can't. You can't get me there."
Oh,
So
but
I guess I'm not on urgency
Yeah,
anymore.
he's like, I couldn't defeat her with the Darkhold anyway, and then he just forgets about it.
Yeah, he's like, "Well, what can you do?" And he just
Wong's
walks there.
dead.
It's like,
There
well,
is
Wong is
one
dead. Who
interesting
cares?
line at the start of the scene where America Chavez says, I don't recommend getting stuck in the paint dimension because it's hard to eat there.
I was gonna ask if that was in this scene because
Yeah, it is.
So, firstly, that implies she got stuck in the paint dimension. And I just want to say her going to the same dimension twice, it is extremely unlikely because of, the multiverse is infinite. But I guess you could argue that they were different paint dimensions because it's just infinite. So it's possible that there would be more than one. I don't fucking know.
True.
Yeah, that's just a nitpick I have. It's like, you shouldn't have this, but whatever. But the bigger thing is, how did she survive as paint in the universe and then get out of it? Like, she showed up, she's like, "Oh my god, I'm paint," and she was so scared that she moved on, but that's clearly not the case because she mentioned eating.
Yeah.
So,
She clearly stuck around and tried to eat, and then something scared her out of there. It's like, I fucking know.
yeah. And then she says, "I have been to 72 universes, 73 counting this one." Which,
I have
once
no
you
fucking clue how that works.
she was scared 73 times in her entire life.
Yeah, like,
That's the
does she
exact
do it
amount.
on purpose? Like, if she's doing a systematic check through the universes, and like that's the way she presents it, as if she searched through these universes to look for her mothers and said that they're not there. How is she controlling her power enough to go between them? How is she scaring herself into doing it? How can she not do it now? Like, how could she say she has no control over it when she knows what triggers it enough to do that 72 times? Like, what?
Yeah, if something happens to you 72 times, I think you're gonna have a bit of an idea of how to trigger it. Sure.
Yeah, and she got sucked into a universe where she doesn't know the rules, she doesn't know what's happening, I guess the only charitable line is that the food is free in most universes, but other than that, she's like a 6-year-old girl trying to survive in an alternate reality by herself, and no one ever like captures her or tries to kill her, or like you could make a whole series based on her multiversal travels, but the movie's just like, nah, it just works. Shut up.
Yeah. And yeah, like you said, I guess she checked the entire universe to find her mom 72 times, as well as herself. Because other than that, the only explanation she has for her being the only America Chavez in the multiverse is that she doesn't dream. Even
I
though there
don't
are people
dream.
who don't dream in the real world, so seems kind
Yeah.
of arbitrary, but whatever.
I didn't for like half my life, so yeah, I can.
Oh, so that means that the multiverse gateway is only open like halfway through your life. Uvu. It's kind of
Yeah.
obvious. Like, Jesus. Just pay attention to the plot. It makes sense. So then they show up at the Sanctum Sanctorum, and there's this Doctor Strange statue, saying that he sacrificed his life defeating Thanos, and he is Earth's mightiest hero. And then Mordo shows up at the door, and Strange's like, oh my god, it's Mordo. He dedicated his life to killing me, which is why we haven't seen him for 8 years in the MCU. Yeah, and then he's like on edge because he thinks Mordo is gonna kill him, and then he hugs him and is like, oh brother. But so you know how later in the film they're like, oh, we put you in these tanks
Yeah.
to prevent diseases from spreading. Mordo didn't get the memo, so he just hugs that Strange.
Yeah, hugs them, invites them in, tells them a story, and then drugs them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Reminds me of last week Thursday.
Oh yeah.
So, jeez. So anyway, yeah, they walk in. Mordo offers them tea, which Strange and America drink because Doctor Strange has no reason to be skeptical of Mordo, right? It's not like he was just skeptical of him just because he is Mordo, as he was saying about Mordo dedicating his life to kill him in his universe. But yeah, Strange just ignores that, I guess, and drinks his tea. And he gets poisoned by that tea, which passes him out. But before we get to that,
No.
Mordo tells a story about the Darkhold and how powerful it can be, and how the Darkhold has a power called dreamwalking that is corrosive to the soul, but that it basically means that you can control different version of yourself from another universe through the Darkhold, and that Wanda would try to use that to get here. With what Strange was saying, because she had the Darkhold. She was warning Mordo about it and trying to figure out how to get to the Book of Vishanti to be able to beat Wanda. But yeah, Mordo is like, yo, even though Wanda has the Darkhold and she has all these powers that I just explained, she is not the real danger. You're the real danger, Strange. You're the danger to the multiverse. And then Strange passes out, and then we cut to Wanda trying to possess herself, which is a weird scene where she just causes these random like horror moments to herself instead of just taking a hold of her. I have no idea why she does that or how the mechanic even works, because later in the film when she takes a hold of that same Wanda, she doesn't need to do the horror stuff anyway, but whatever. So
She's just being a troll.
yeah, I don't fucking know.
I just realized something. They're imprisoning Doctor Strange, and they're like, you're the biggest threat to the multiverse from our experience. And now they have this character who they claim to be the biggest threat to the multiverse, and he's saying, look, guys, this bitch, Wanda, okay, she's making me shit my jimmies. She's the most powerful creature I have ever seen. None of you will survive an encounter with her. This is the same guy they currently have hostage. They have him imprisoned. They have him, confined in this room. He is saying, you stand no chance against this person. I am currently
he's
running
lying.
away from them.
He's just
How
lying.
They can
thick
handle
do you have to
the Little
be
Witch.
in order to not take him seriously?
Well,
he's just lying.
We'll get to
he's
that.
tricking them.
Yeah, we'll get to that. How the Illuminati are the most retarded characters in the history of humanity.
Yeah. I just like
very
how they're
soon.
like, oh, we had to kill you because you would have destroyed reality if you kept using the Darkhold. And then he's like, this lady's using the Darkhold. And they're like, okay,
yeah,
we don't
but
care.
you're still the bigger danger. Yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, so Wanda takes a hold of her other version of herself. And when she does, she breaks the fourth wall looking at the camera, which I think is a cool moment. I just wanted to point it out because I like it. And then she hears her children being like, "Yo, mom, yo, bitch, come here." And she's like, "Oh my god, it's my children. They're making noises, and I am shook." And so she walks to them, and they sing a
Shooketh.
song about ice cream. It's adorable. I don't know.
I hated that scene.
I don't care about the scene. It just
I
feels
hated
like
that
waste of
scene
time
so
because
much.
I know
Sky,
she's
no,
gonna get
please.
away. Okay, explain to me why you
Sky,
hate it,
please.
Shandy. You
It
have the
is the
floor.
most fucking cringy fucking thing I've heard in such a long time. I've never met children who would do that like at all, unless it was a practical joke. Like I've been around my nieces, my nephews, fucking visiting other people's houses, and they have small children. None of them behave like that. I was like, "What?
Been to the
No, this
multiverse?
is in the yeah." I have been to the multiverse. I've been to 73 of them, which is more than America has.
She's been through exactly 73, so get fucked. But yeah, they
Yeah,
sing.
but
Remember
73,
for child abuse.
73 not including this one, so 74. So fuck you.
Sure. So yeah, they sing that they want ice cream, and then we cut to Wong being tied up by Wanda's magic, not killed or passed out or anything. He's just tied up. Yeah, and
Just
then
watching her.
it's just like, yeah, I don't. There's not much I can do.
Yes, just why?
Yeah.
Why would she do that?
I guess
I
she
want you
wanted
to
the
watch
Sorcerer
me
Supreme
do
in case
this,
anything went
lol.
wrong, but she shouldn't expect anything to go wrong if she killed everyone. But she didn't kill everyone because this random
Yeah,
this
she
random
never
lady shows
checked.
up. Yeah, she
She
should.
never checked, and instead of like going somewhere safe, she's just like, I'm gonna do this in the middle of Kamatage, where literally anyone can port in at any time after hearing of the attack.
Yeah, it's all. She could have just went to her hex or whatever. Yeah, she could have flown there with Wong even just to be safe. Like, yeah, I still have the Sorcerer Supreme in case I need him, but whatever. Yeah, she's still at Kamartaj doing the dream walking. And then this lady comes up. Wong is like, "Yo, we need to destroy the Darkhold." And Wong's like, "Yeah, untie me." She's like, "Fuck no, I gotta do this. You gotta live." And then the lady jumps, grabs the Darkhold from Wanda because it was midair, and she stabs it, and then she becomes stone and dies, and the Darkhold is destroyed. Yeah, all it takes to destroy the Darkhold is stabbing it, which makes me think, how the fuck was it kept like safe for hundreds of years? Like, surely this book that has a prophecy around it being evil would be something that quite a few people would have tried to destroy, but I guess not, because they never stabbed it. But whatever. And then Wanda breaks the connection with the dream walking, which gets like has the one of the best scenes in terms of editing, I guess. I like it. It shows like Wanda in this universe and Wanda in the other one matching the movements as she loses connection to her. I think it's neat. And
Oh yeah, the one where she's like looking at her kids. Yeah,
yeah, I like it.
yeah, that one's pretty alright.
Yeah, and then she grabs books like, "Oh no, it's fucking cringe. It became cringe." And then she's like, "Yo, Wong, you're the Sorcerer Supreme. Tell me where to find, how I can find these spells again." Then she brings him outside, and he's like, "You can kill me, but I'm never gonna tell you where it is." And she's like, "Yeah, but I'm not gonna kill you." And then she starts torturing 4 sorcerers who were just still alive, but I guess passed out behind them, and they're screaming. And Wong is like, "Oh, okay, I guess I will tell you now where the spells are and what the secrets of the Darkhold are," which I think is honestly really out of character for Wong. I don't think he would
Yes.
ever give up on being that information, why other people are tortured. I think the way to do it, which is what Jeb suggested, would be to use her powers to go inside his mind and torture him that way, and then cause him to give up the information, which I think makes a lot.
I
more
would just be yelling at the screen, "Fortify your mind!"
Yes. This film is beautiful. So yeah, he's like, "Yo, the Darkhold is actually just a copy. It is a transcription of these spells in this random place called Wandagore. So we gotta go there, but it's a place that no one has survived the trip, which begs the question of how there are any records of it, which I think Shandy mentioned earlier, but I guess there are. And so we cut again to Doctor Strange in the Illuminati universe. And he tries to use his magic, but oh no, he has magic dampening cuffs. Now, those are very useful, don't you think? You know, something that can stop magic from occurring. Maybe they could use that to fortify the entire building in case, let's say, a random witch comes attacking them and kills all of them. But that's just a theory, a game theory.
It would have been really cool if Mordau had or Mordu or
Mordo.
Monkey or whatever his fucking name is. If he had access to the Book of Ashanti, you know, being the Sorcerer Supreme, being the guardian of humanity, being a member of the Illuminati, it would be really cool if he had access to this book, because
It'd be really cool if anyone other than Strange
Professor-
and Christine had access to it, yes.
yeah, because Professor Xavier says that with the power of the Book of Ashanti, Doctor Strange and the Illuminati were capable of defeating Thanos. That none of them think to themselves, you know what, there might come a day where a threat as powerful, even more powerful than Thanos, might come around knocking, and we would need to use the book again.
Mhm.
But none of them go, yeah, this is a really powerful,
Well, and if the
antique,
book is
mystical...
a book of pure good as well, then I guess it would mean that anyone who is evil isn't able to use it, I guess. Which would mean that... Well, because it makes no sense to make the line of it is a book of pure good. It didn't make no sense to have that line otherwise. I mean, that
You
line
would
makes no sense anyway,
assume,
because I
but
don't
at
even know
the
how
same-
it determines what's good or not when morality is subjective, so either way.
I mean, you would assume that, but at the same time, the book gets destroyed by a random energy beam from Wanda, who is pure evil.
Yeah, who knows?
So
Actually, I don't
how
even know,
exactly does
yeah.
the random
Yeah.
how exactly does a random energy beam from a being of pure evil harm a fucking mystical artifact of pure good? How the fuck?
Don't think about it. But yeah. So yeah, they
I'd
have
even
magic
argue
there.
that the random knife that fucking Samuel L. Jackson's clone used makes more sense, because there's no line of dialogue that states that she can't do that.
Yeah, it's just stupid. The fact that it can be so easily destroyed.
No.
Yep.
But yeah, so they have this technology that can dampen powers, at least magic, I guess. Wait, does America have one of those as well? I'm trying to see. Don't think
Yeah,
they have
she has the
those.
cuffs on as well.
So well, how is she able to use her powers later in this scene when she punches?
Because she doesn't have them on when she's punching the thing.
Oh, so did they just disappear?
She
Yes.
farted.
Okay, that's fair. That's fun. So yeah, Doctor Strange's like, "Yo, fuck you, let me go." And then the woman who was outside in the lab coat turns around and says, "Oh my God, it's Christine Palmer in this universe." And she's like, see, you're from the multiverse, and we built these aquariums to keep people from other universes when they travel here, in case you're carrying diseases or your signature is radioactive to people in our world, etc., etc. And I am a volunteer at the Baxter Foundation. I volunteered after you died in this universe to study the multiverse, and so they are quite knowledgeable about the multiverse. So yeah.
Yeah, apparently they've got so much shit over the years come from the multiverse that they're able to set up a foundation that studies it. It's like, what? What?
Yeah, so that would imply that more than one Strange has come through, right? Considering they...
Yeah, or more than one thing from a different universe.
Yeah, well, we're getting shooting incursion rules, so I'm excited. So, yeah, then Strange's like, "Yo, you gotta free me, because, you know, Wanda's coming." She's like, "Yeah, but I can trust you, because regardless of you being Doctor Strange or from another universe, so it doesn't really matter anything that we were." Which, you know, makes sense. It would be surely interesting if the film actually kept consistent with it, especially later in the scene where Strange talks to evil Strange, but we'll get to that. Is there anything important before Mordo goes to get him? I assume we can just
I don't think
go
so,
to
no.
Wong and Wanda. Yeah, so they...
The fact that they named the universe after Mysterio. Mysterio somehow got the right number.
Yeah,
yeah,
that
that's
still
fine.
confuses me, like, because I refuse to call it MCU 616, because, like, as far as I'm concerned, it's still, like, Earth 1999, like, I'm slightly baffled how Mysterio, who was making the whole thing up, managed to guess the universe right.
No, Mysterio was
Or
a
guess that they
genius,
had
as we know.
numbers.
So
It could have been universe fucking A. That could have designated with letters. It bugs
it
me.
is stupid, yeah. But yeah, MCU is 616, so is that cool? I think that's pretty neat, personally.
It's
I'm
because
joking
comics,
'cause I don't
yeah,
like it, yeah.
fuck off.
Yeah, the 616 references that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had were way better. Just, you know.
Yeah, because it's Vanilla Plane. I think that's all you need. You don't need to name the fucking universe after it.
Not only that, I was watching season 5. There is another 616 reference. I won't say what it is because I don't want to spoil Shandy, because what it is
You're black.
but yeah, I am not Jeff. But yeah, so Wong
Okay.
uses. Oh yeah, so Wanda, after she tortured those people, she grabbed one of the sling rings, gave it to Wong, and like, yo, take me to Wandagore. And then Wong's like, okay, and then they teleport now to Wandagore with using a portal. Wong doesn't try to use a portal to cut her in half because I don't know. And then they show up like at a mountain, which is like standing in front of Wandagore, but they're not actually on the throne, the shrine itself. And Wong is like, magic can only take you so far here because magic wielders or not, we're not supposed to.
He says, masters of the mystic arts were never meant to tread upon the forbidden grounds of Wondagore.
Yeah, which is definitely kept consistent, and you know he does not use his magic when he's on Wandagore, right?
Yeah, no one does.
No. So yeah, then Wanda flies to Wandagore with Wong. By this point, does she have Wong? Why does she kill Wong?
Because he needs to give exposition, lol.
But that's genuinely just like for the audience.
Yeah.
Like by this point, there's no reason to keep him alive. And keeping him alive does actually cause her to lose at the end, so yeah. Oh well. But yeah, they fly there.
She kills him and then he comes back to life because of the Wong pit.
Yeah, so Wong pit. You guys have no idea about the Wong pit. That is the best canon explanation we found last night about Wong surviving the fall. But yeah, they get you the shrine and they see a bunch of spells on the wall. Wong's like, yo, these were transcribed to the Darkhold, and they hear and see like something moving behind them, and then they just ignore it. And then one the lights fire like these fireplaces around the shrine, and then there's a jump scare with one of these big monster guard things. I don't know why it is so aggressive, considering all of them just don't do anything. They like walk and then they bow before Wanda. And I don't understand why they don't kill Wong, but okay. And then Wanda's like, oh, see, this isn't she says like, this isn't a door, this is a throne or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so yeah, the thing was built for her. The Scarlet Witch. It is part of the prophecy of the Scarlet Witch. Which is all it was building to. Then we cut back to the Illuminati. Strange walks into the Illuminati room where he's gonna get judged, and then we see them introducing the Illuminati, which is Captain Carter, Black Bolt, obviously Mordo, Reed Richards, and then Patrick Stewart. Professor X shows up later in the scene.
He shows up after they have a big argument because he's a dick.
Oh yeah, I forgot Captain Marvel. The Captain Marvel's friend from Captain Marvel. I don't remember her name. Monica Rambeau's mom.
Stacy.
I don't think it's Stacy, but if you say so.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it's something with them as well as a. I don't remember. Whatever. Okay, something Rambeau. Who cares? She
I think it's
she dies.
Monica or something like
No,
that.
It's
Monica-
Monica Rambeau.
Monica's the daughter.
No, it's Monica Rambeau. That's the
Maurice.
Monica
Maurice.
Rambeau is the daughter.
Maurice.
She's the character from WandaVision. I'm talking
Mark.
about the mom.
Oh,
Mark's
who
actually-
cares?
Maria Rambeau. I just remembered. It's
When she
Maria.
dies,
Yeah,
who
yeah.
fucking cares?
So yeah, Maria Rambeau, she's the Captain Marvel of this universe. Isn't that neat? And she still has the Kree colors on her armor, which is interesting. I guess the Kree aren't evil in this universe. Who knows? Yeah, and Reed Richards
No,
shows up.
they better suit her complexion.
Potentially. Anyway, yeah, Reed Richards shows up, and they introduce him as the smartest guy in this universe, which is, yeah, it's just funny to think about considering everything that happens after this. But yeah, it's a thing that this film does. And then they have a conversation to it's saying like, oh yeah, Strange, you're a big threat to this universe because we realize that Stephen Strange is the biggest threat to the multiverse. And then they say that once you okay, Reed Richards says traveling between universes can cause an incursion if you leave. Like the longer Strange stays in this universe, the bigger the footprint he leaves, and the bigger the footprint, the larger the bigger the chance of an incursion happening is. So what is an incursion? An incursion is when two universes, the lines between them start getting blurred, and so things start bleeding into one another, and then one or two or both the universes end up being destroyed. And so they know this because it is what happened in this with the Illuminati Strange, because he had the Darkhold and he was dreamwalking, which means that dreamwalking to another universe can cause incursions, meaning that if you dreamwalk and you cause a big enough footprint, surely that would cause an incursion and destroy that universe or both universes. Just something to think about. And now, Jab, do you want to talk about what I just said?
I'll be ready to get after all this time the ramifications of fucking incursions. So, we're going to start with Loki, and you're probably like, why are we starting with Loki? Well, Loki was written by the person who written this, and it's the most destructive piece of media. So I'm going to establish just how bad this gets. Loki establishes that before the singular timeline, there were many multiverses of Kangs. And they all interact with each other, sharing tools, progressing each other, until one time there was a war. And this war, multiversal war. Thank you, Sky. And it got to the point where everything was threatened, and then one singular timeline was created. The only way I could think of everything being threatened was incursions, but the problem is incursions should have happened way beforehand. Because
they spent ages sharing technology and people moving from universe to universe.
Now, after Loki, the multiverse is now back open again, as shown by this film, No Way Home, and whatever. So, let's go all the way to Endgame. And you're probably like, why Endgame? Well, alternate timelines. An alternate timeline happens when you make a change to your current timeline. So if you went back in time, punch someone in the face, they died, new timeline. For argument's sake.
Let's just so because we should explain like from what Loki establishes as well, because Loki establishes that if you have a timeline and let's say someone arrives late to work that they weren't meant to arrive, that means that there are two universes now. One, they did arrive at normal time for work, which is the the main timeline, and then there's the divergent timeline, which means you created a new universe just by arriving late to work, which means any change in how the universe is supposed to work can cause a branching timeline. So like traveling back in time and changing an event, that will cause a branching timeline. Or the fact that Sylvie was born as a woman instead as a man, because Loki is a man, that would cause a branching timeline to exist. Just to keep in mind. And now you can continue, Jeff.
Yes, so it's a very easy way to create alternate timelines, but as soon as you create a branch, you are now in an alternate universe. You are not from the universe of the branch. You're still from your current timeline universe. So this means the longer you stay in there, the higher the chance of an incursion. But it also means the more damage, quote unquote, you do, or the more impact you do, the higher the chance of incursion. Now, there are two major things that happen in Endgame that would be 100% incursion worthy. The whole Thanos subplot, get into the MCU
2014
timeline.
Thanos going to 616, yeah.
Yep, and the stones.
There's actually another, Jeb. I just thought of it. Do you know what it is?
When they lose the Tesseract, something along those lines with the pin particles.
No. I mean, those are all things that could happen.
Captain America going back in time?
Indeed, that's the one I was thinking of, Shandy. Captain America, by going back in time and living for 70 years, would indeed mean that he destroyed the universe. Isn't that funny?
Yes. So, yeah, that one you can't even argue because it's 70 years. So, yeah, Endgame can't happen. So far we've established Kurgus to destroy Loki, which destroyed the MCU, and Endgame.
Yeah, let's just understand this. Every one of the times they went back in time in Endgame and they caused changes, that means that those universes would have been destroyed. So, for example, when they took the ether from Jane Foster and they caused like the big ruckus, and the Thor fucking grabbed Mjolnir. Even if they do put it back, they did cause a big enough footprint because, like, how would Captain America even put the ether back inside Jane Foster in that film without
He
getting found
ingests
out?
it and then pees it into her.
Yeah. There obviously the 2014 stuff, but there's the Loki timeline that ends up being created, which I guess it was pruned, so I guess that's fine. But the other ones we don't see being pruned. So
What's next? Is it What If is next? Yeah, we'll go with What If.
I'm looking
Um,
forward to discussing What If because I still want to make a video about that show and about Loki because I think the multiverse, ever since Loki came out, has been thoroughly destroyed, and every new piece of Disney canon destroys it even further. Like, it's actually impressive how they managed to contradict their own messaging so thoroughly.
yeah.
It's insane.
It's strange. It's really strange
Um,
how this keeps happening.
But anyway, yeah, Jeb.
We
What if? What are you gonna talk about this time?
What If is a series that tells about different universes, but towards the end, these universes start interacting with each other
So
to try and stop.
yeah, in
if
episode
the
7, Ultron gets all the Infinity Stones, and so he starts traveling between universes and starts eating them. And then to beat them, to beat him, what's his face? Jeffrey Wright, the Watcher.
The
He
Watcher.
grabs the characters we've seen throughout the season, and which are all from different universes, brings them to a universe to fight Ultron, which would destroy all their universes considering the rules of incursion.
And
Because
then
they're all
we get
interacting with another universe and leaving a really big footprint because, it is the destruction of that entire universe.
and then we get to No Way Home, which I think is self-explanatory with villains coming into their universes, Peter Parker's coming into their universes.
But there's also the one thing, even if they didn't cause an incursion, do you remember the post-credit scene, Jeff?
Yes, Venom.
Venom is
stayed
from
behind.
another universe, and he stayed behind. But also, you want to know something funny? Jeb, I don't know if you were going to mention this, but do you know how about this film destroys Morbius?
Yes, it does, because Vulture.
Yep, Vulture says when Vulture is asked in the post-credit scene how he is here, he says, "Oh, something to do with Spider-Man," implying that No Way Home caused him to be sent to another universe for some reason, which fucking completely contradicts No Way Home, but whatever. But the funniest part is that means that the Venom and Morbius universe would be destroyed by an incursion.
And this is part of why we don't
I'm
want
actually
Into
not too fussed
Spider-Verse.
about that. I very much want that to be a reality where those movies just cease to exist because of an incursion. That would be funny.
This is why
But,
we don't want
Morbius.
Into Spider-Verse crossing over at all. But now we get
Sorry, go on.
this film.
Oh, before you get to it, let me just talk about then one thing. Because of how this film already contradicts so much, I don't really care if Guardians 3 doesn't keep consistent with it with Gamora, because like she's been in the MCU since Endgame and an incursion hasn't happened. So if James Gunn just completely ignores these new rules that make
Which
no
he
sense.
very likely is going to do.
Yeah, so I'm fine with it. But so just putting it out there. But yeah. So okay, Jim, talk about this.
Now we get to this film. So there's a few elements to consider. We have to consider how common is multiversal travel on this scale. Well, according to this film, the only universe that seems primitive in it is 616. All the other universes we see have a form of multiversal travel. However difficult it is, it's possible, and they can do it, and they have done it.
Well, it is.
So
it is quite common through the fact that they have quite a bit of knowledge, but not only that, I forgot what my point was. Fuck. Go
They
on.
reached the Book of Shanty, which is supposedly out of time.
Yeah, it's between multiverses.
Exactly. So,
yeah.
with that in mind, and we're on an infinite scale, that means there's a high proportion of universes that all have multiversal travel, and they're all crossing over to each other. There should be countless of incursions occurring time and time and time again. Like the multiverse is unstable. It's at that point. America Chavez is a walking incursion.
Yeah, because
Walking
she
incursion.
yeah, because she left her original universe and she has been causing quite a bit of ruckus, by like destroying New York City with the monster following her.
She killed Paint Universe.
She killed Paint Universe.
We'll obviously get into it later, but we see they've contradicted their own rules on the incursion. With Chavez, a certain strange decision. So, to put it this way, this breaks the foundations of any multiversal travel in the future. It breaks time travel of any kind that revolves around branch timelines. It destroys everything of that nature. It is the second most broken addition to the MCU since free will was gone.
Yeah, and what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, when Strange dreamwalks Zombie Strange, or not even that, the fact that Zombie Strange's body is in the MCU, it will slowly cause an incursion, even if Strange didn't dreamwalk into him. But the fact that he walks into him and causes a destruction of the shrine, I think that is quite a bit of a big footprint. Just
True.
Personally. But that's the thing. We don't know how big of a footprint they need to do it. But that's the issue as well, because later in the film, when they are in Evil Strange's universe, Christine is like, you see, but just we gotta get out of here before an incursion happens. Like, they can't just hang around together because an incursion happened.
Also, his actions from another universe to take over Zombie Strange and cause the Darkhold to be destroyed in every universe, surely that has some ramifications too.
Oh no, that...
Oh yeah, it's destroyed in every universe, yeah.
Yeah, and that's caused directly by an event that was from another universe.
Yeah. So yeah, this film is kind of broken. This is kind of the line that destroys the entire film. It's fun. I like it.
This is the moment where I was like, this is a 0 out of 10. It was this exact precise period.
Yeah.
It could have had excellent characters after, but at this point, no. It was irrecoverable.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we've reached the
It's a good thing
worst
this
part of
movie
the film.
doesn't have excellent characters either, making it a 0 all around.
Yes.
Yes.
So yeah, that's the worst part of the film. We did it after 3 hours and 20 minutes. Whoa.
Nice.
Whew. Alrighty. So, let us get back into the film and see what
And
happens
everyone
next.
gets an E cookie.
Yay. Thank you. Alright, this part. Yes, didn't you have fun? Alrighty, so they have this conversation. They were like, oh yeah, the Doctor Strange dreamwalked. He got the Darkhold trying to defeat Thanos instead of trying to get the Book of Shanty for some reason. And he couldn't stop using it because and he just kept dreamwalking.
I love that. There's the Captain Marvel line is like, he could cause an incursion. That's like they expressly detail how much of a threat this is to the multiverse, and then they're just like, we told him to stop, but he kept doing it anyway. It's like, you're the fucking Illuminati. Just go up to him and be like, bro.
Yeah, but no. So yeah,
That feeling when Black Bolt can destroy him with a whisper and does nothing until after they kill Thanos.
yeah. Well, then Strange is like, yo, I found the Book of Shanty. We use it, we beat Thanos, then you kill me because I'm too corrupted. Which, yeah, then Black Bolt kills him.
The fact that he is willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good tells me that he's not too corrupted, which means that that's a waste of a really good sorcerer.
Also,
Yeah, but it's
he's
also,
the
I guess
Sorcerer
that
Supreme.
scene is supposed to imply that Wanda isn't 100% gone, which is why she gets, redeemed by the end. And she's like,
that,
oh
that
yeah,
reminds me how
my children.
Also, like,
they fucking put Days of Future Past for this bit.
Wait, what?
The just because someone stumbles and loses their way doesn't mean they're lost forever is a line from Days of Future Past, and they
Oh.
use it to something strange.
Oh.
Just because someone stumbles
That's
and
a bit
loses their
cringe.
way, that's why we killed Al Strange.
Yeah, it does seems kind of inconsistent, doesn't it, Mister?
Also,
Stewart?
Strange is like, he's the Sorcerer Supreme in this universe at the time, so he knows of the Book of Ashanti, but instead of getting it, he's just like, oh, I'm going to use this Book of Evil instead, and then he's like, oh, it didn't work, and I killed a bunch of people? Okay, let's use the good book instead, and then that wins. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Why did you just
I
use
need
it from
to-
the get-go?
I think Stranger's Ark was pretty good. Indigo, if you type what you think Stranger's Ark is, and then we'll get to that, and then we'll explain why it was a pretty good.
Does the Book of
If you
Cagliostro damage the Somme?
What
I don't know how
was
it works.
Strange's arc in this movie?
He learned to
Was
bow
it
to
finding-
Wong.
He learned that he wasn't
it-
happy, and then he didn't move on from it because the film ends before he can.
He bowed to Wong.
He did bow to Wong.
And can I just point
That
out
was his
one
arc.
thing that's bugged me a lot about the whole Illuminati flashback thing?
Hmm.
Why is it that the Illuminati on Titan and that when like they establish that the Avengers exist since they say Captain Carter's the first Avenger, so
Oh yeah,
The
they do call
Avengers-
her the first Avenger.
Avengers-
Fuck.
Oh, well, okay.
Oh yeah, I had this conversation with Jeb. I was like, oh, it doesn't mean that that the Avengers exist in this universe when Doctor Strange says like, oh, I don't care if you're the Avengers or Shield, and she says we're the Illuminati, because like it doesn't confirm it, but saying she's the first Avenger does kind of mean that Avengers are a thing.
and plus like how like
Well,
since
yeah,
they-
because in the comic books you have different organizations such as the Illuminati and the Avengers and the Defenders and
Yeah, but like the thing
blah,
is, if
blah,
the
blah, blah,
Avengers
blah.
exist in this universe, did they all die? What the fuck happened to them? Where are they?
Thanos
When
murdered them.
Thanos attacked. Yeah.
Going back to 10. What was you going to say, 10?
basically like well if we got well I know that's a different universe, so like a different sort of events will happen, but like how is it that all the Illuminati would have gotten to Titan and gotten to the exact same place as they were whatever in Infinity War? Like it just confuses me that there's so many different teams and it's the Illuminati, the ones who work in the shadows, who did the physical work. Like that just confuses me. Like that just
It's yeah, like it's also weird
The-
as you
the
say, like how
characters
they
that work in the
managed
shadows
to go
have
to
the
the
most
Titan, how they got to Titan when the reason they got to Titan in 616 was because of Tony's decision when talking to Doctor Strange, which is just
I'm
not
pretty
something
sure-
happened, I guess.
I'm pretty sure Stranger's Ark in this film was to move up for Christine.
when,
No.
Well,
like-
it kind of is. He's like he realizes that what he's doing is for the greater purpose. But the thing is, he has no conclusion to his arc, and it is stupid anyway because he can't. Because the film is trying to say, oh yeah, he doesn't get Christine in any universe, but there's a reason for it. But that doesn't really make sense because the multiverse is infinite, so there would be 100% at least one universe that does have him and Christine together. It's just common like mathematics.
He loves Christine in every conceivable reality, including the one where she murdered 7 trillion
Including the one
people
where
just
she
because they
spanked.
stole.
He would fuck paint.
Stole pizza balls.
Including the one where I'm not finishing the sentence. She does the funny to small children.
Why? Yeah, you didn't have to say that. Anyway, yeah.
Why-
So we get you Wanda at the shrine again. Can I just skip this dialogue? I don't really know if there's any point to it. She gets mad at Wong and
No.
throws him down the pit.
That does have a point. The dialogue is fucking stupid because they basically go, hey, this plot hole where you could just use her power to go back and to go to another reality. Why don't you just do that and be happy and fuck off? And she's like, what if my children get sick?
Yeah,
I have
so
to
I
murder
just
this
steal
small
the power.
child just in case.
Yeah, I have
It's
to
like,
steal her
fuck.
powers instead of using her. Stupid. Yeah. I
Why not
forgot.
adopt America Chavez?
I mean, I don't think she would want you at this point, but if that was her plan from the get-go, that would make more sense.
Yeah, like, just be like, I want to
Her
adopt
plan
you,
was
you're
to
lonely.
adopt America Chavez, which is why she murdered the multiverse.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's still.
This
She
movie
could have
sucks.
approached. She could have approached America Chavez in so many ways that were better. Like she were more friendly, and then she could approach America and just use her powers and teach her how to use her powers and get her on her good graces, and then they can just be happy together. Find a universe where Wanda has children, but the mom, I guess, died. You know, kind of like in Rick and Morty when they change the universes and they just happen to find a new one where they just died. Like, just find that.
Yeah.
But
You can
whatever.
only do this 3 or 4 times, Morty.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, then she throws Wong down the Wong pit, and then Wong is dead. Rip Wong.
By the way, is the Wong pit something you guys discovered when I went to go make a sandwich?
I think he was. I think it was when you spilled a drink on your laptop, on your
Oh
your
yeah,
keyboard.
yeah. Because I have no recollection
Dude,
of
the Wong pit was the
pit.
funniest shit last night. Because you're just like thinking of all the things, like, oh, you could just come up with a new Wong by throwing things down there. You throw a pebble, there's a new Wong. Oh, they threw the 3 guards down there. All the 3 Wongs are gonna come out. Because yeah, there's no reason for him to have survived that fall except for the Wong pit. So the Wong pit is canon.
I buy it. I buy it.
Yeah, everything in the show makes that amount of sense. So yeah, Wong pit. People are asking chat about watching Doctor Strange show reviews. I don't know if we're gonna cover a lot of the film after this stream because this film has been tiring to think about. But we might.
I have a feeling that Full Fat might make a video on this movie, praising it or something.
If
I
he
know for a
praises it, we'll
fact
cover
that
it.
High Top is going to be praising it.
Oh, he
because
already
he's
made
been
his video. I heard
very-
it's shit.
Yeah, he's been very vocal about how much he likes this movie
Yeah, he
on
gave
Twitter.
it like a 7 on a letterbox. But anyway,
Wow.
yeah, the Wong is thrown down the Wong pit, and then Wanda uses the dreamwalking power to possess this
Wanda.
new Wanda. And I think the thing that I find funny is that Wanda, after having like the nightmare of, I guess, everything that happened to her when she got walked into for like a minute, she goes to sleep with her kids on the couch with the window open. I don't understand why she leaves the window open. It really annoys me every time I watch. It's like there's just leaves
just
flowing in. There's just
It's
someone
just a
can break
really
in.
hot day.
Yeah, it certainly seems like it with her long sleeve shirt. They're wearing coats as well, but whatever. So yeah, I just find that stupid. But then Scarlet Witch controls Wanda. Wanda flies away, and then she's going after the Illuminati. And then we have the scene where they show the flashback of them killing the Illuminati Strange, which is when the way they do it is by having Black Bolt say "I'm sorry" because Doctor Strange is his friend, and he can kill him with his his voice, because that's his power. His voice is super powerful, which is why he wasn't speaking before. So
I like that little payoff, but
well, yeah,
short
there's a few
movies.
things about it that are weird, kind of like, for example, the fact that it doesn't really break through the earth. It just causes like a wind around
yeah,
Doctor
it's just
Strange, even though
unlocalized.
his body like vaporizes, because that would imply that you can that Black Bolt's power can be actually like properly directed at something, which would make him very OP, which defeats the point of him not being able to talk at all. But whatever. But it is a neat payoff. I'm like, yeah. The one line he says in the entire film being "I'm sorry" when he kills his friends, like, yeah, that's neat. So then we come back to the scene, and
Oh no, he does have one more line. It's
yes,
Poor
his last words
Black
were
Bolt.
yeah. So
Have you seen?
I wonder what's more embarrassing, that or Kylo Ren's last words being "ow."
oh,
No,
I would
what's
say
embarrassing-
Black Bolt, because his entire character is built around the idea that he needs to not speak, and then he speaks by instinct.
Yeah, he finds out that he can't speak because his mouth has been shut, so then he panics and then tries to say something.
Yeah, it's stupid. Anyway, we're gonna say Tin.
I was going to say, what's more embarrassing, this or him killing his parents by asking why?
Oh yeah, that's funny. That's in the Human show. Yeah.
Have you seen the meme where it has Mr. Fantastic going, "Hey, Wanda, we could get your kids back. Black Bolt could tell you where he is, or where they are."
Yeah, Shandy sent me that last night.
No, I sent you the Superman one.
Did you?
Yeah,
Oh,
I sent you
yeah.
the one.
So I did.
I sent you
so
the
did
one where
Superman.
Reed Richards introduces Superman
Yeah.
to Wanda and is like, "Hi, Wanda. This is Superman, the strongest superhero on the planet. He can defeat you with the punch of his fist. The only way you could defeat him is if you have access to kryptonite.
Yeah.
His only weakness."
Yeah, it's funny.
And then Wanda like pulls out a kryptonite spear, and then Superman's like,
Do you
"The
happen to
name
know the name
Wanda wouldn't
Martha?"
mean anything to you,
Yeah.
would it?"
Yeah, no, you did. It's why I saw both memes, but yeah, they're both funny. They both highlight how stupid this film is. But yeah. Anyway, then we see Wanda is attacking the compound, and she's killing a bunch of robots who are shooting at her, and she can just deflect the thingies. So kind of invincible, but considering the ability she has, I think she would have gotten through these Ultron bots way easier than she does. But who cares?
She's being reasonable.
She's being reasonable, of course. She doesn't want to, cause pain for the robots. So yeah, she's killing these robots, and then all the camera feeds they had, because I guess all the robots were destroyed, go offline, and then they like, yo, let's go stop her because we can handle your little witch. Strange, as said by Captain Marvel, 2 minutes before she dies. And yeah, they go fight Wanda, and then Christine's like, oh my god, Wanda's coming, and then she tries to open America's containment pod on the computer, and then she just can't. She first off, she takes way longer than she did for Strange for some reason, but yeah, and then she just can't because Wanda is fucking with the computers. Wait, is she fucking with the computers already?
She's not. Wanda isn't fucking with it, and then the screen gets all fucked up, and you're like, oh, she is fucking with it, and it's just like, wait.
So did Christine just become retarded? Like, surely you just have a button that you press and it opens, right?
Christine become retarded.
That's why they couldn't be together.
So yeah, Wanda's walking towards them. She's like super cool because she looks all bloody, even though it's oil from the Ultron bots and not actual blood.
Yeah, she just Terminator walks towards them it's very slowly.
Yeah, so to be fair, it's not like she can teleport, right? It would be very silly if the film established that she can teleport like 3 minutes from now. So anyway, Captain Carter shows up with a jetpack. I don't know why I'm highlighting that she has a jetpack. It's very interesting, though. Black Bolt shows up, and then Captain Marvel, Reed Richards. Then Reed's like, yo, Wanda, can you just stop? You're being quite cringe right now. And she's like, fuck you. And then he's like, no, but I have children. And she's like, did they have a mother? And he's like, yeah. And she's like, well, good. Someone will be left to raise them. And I do kind of like this line. I think it's neat. But as Shandy pointed out something last night that I can't stop thinking about, what if he said no? There's no mom. Would you just not kill him? Like, what would the response be for no? They have no mom.
Well,
I don't know.
I'll at least spare you.
He's like, oh, okay. That's fine then. I just want to
like
no, she would create a mother just to raise them.
What are we gonna say, Tim?
As Ned pointed out earlier, like her entire sort of grief arc started because Vision died, so like her killing like for the husband of another person and making them a widow and their children basically half an orphan. Isn't that a bit hypocritical?
Oh yes,
Tin, she's trying to kill a 16-year-old teenager who has two mothers. It's twice the problem.
Twice the problem.
She killed her mothers too.
I forgot about that bit, okay? So shut up.
Yeah, no, she's stupid.
It's twice the problem.
Wanda has no empathy in this film. Until she realizes, oh yeah, my children, right?
I'm an asshole.
And it's like, oh yeah, I'm a cunt because my children are a bit upset at me. So yeah. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, but you see, the movie holds her accountable because the children are scared of her in the end.
Yeah.
I like how the whole of her like moral dilemma is predicated on the fact that her children won't know that she's done this, and then her children find out, and she's like, "Oh fuck!"
Yeah,
they think I'm a monster.
I did not.
Wait
expect
a minute,
this.
I'm an asshole. Yeah. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, just find another universe with they don't know. It is infinite. Pretty much. Fucking cunt. Whatever. Why does Wanda forget about Vision in this film? Because Paul Bettany is
fuck you. That's
controversial.
Why.
I don't really know. Yeah.
Is Paul Bettany controversial?
But he was was part of the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case a bit because of Johnny Depp going to him about how big of a cunt Amber Heard was during the relationship. So I think there's something around those lines. So I think that's why.
Wait, so people are upset at Paul Bettany for being correct?
I don't know if they're upset. It's more just like they can't hire him if he's involved in the case. But I don't know if he was. I don't think he...
Fuck off, Disney.
I don't think he even testified. So
a homie went to another homie for assistance in a fucking relationship issue, and you're going to...
But
that
this
is
disgusting. this is what I learned from listening to EFAP, so they might be wrong and I might be wrong. It's not really something I know that much about. It's
Might be
just, yeah.
Wong.
I might be Wong. I might be. I fell down the Wong
Might be
pit.
the Wong pit.
I fell down the Wong pit. All right, yeah.
Fucking Wong pit, man.
So anyway, yes, Reed in all his genius, he's like, no, on the sea, don't try to kill us because Black Bolt here, you know Black Bolt, our buddy, he has the power to kill
like
you
him.
with a whisper. So just don't kill us. There's a whisper from his mouth. He's like, what mouth? And then she makes his mouth disappear. Yeah, this is the moment we've been laughing at for a lot of the stream. And yeah, she makes his mouth disappear. It's like, fucking hell, Reed, you're stupid. But somehow Black Bolt trumps that stupidness by making a noise from his mouth, which blows his own head off. And I'm not joking. If you haven't watched the film, this is what happens, I promise you, okay? This is how they introduce these characters in the MCU.
It's probably the funniest, most like tonally strange part of the entire movie. It's just great.
It is amazing. It makes absolutely no sense. But yeah, she kills Black Bolt, so Black Bolt blows his head off because he's retarded. Reed tries to attack her. He just reaches his arm.
Yeah, he's like, "Rah."
I'm gonna kill you. I don't... Whatever. And then she turns him into a spaghetti. Now, Jeb, do you remember what you said to me about this moment?
Yeah, before I do that, I just want to say the others are just standing there as this is happening.
Oh yeah, they're all
But anyway.
standing
Yeah.
throughout the entire
Yeah,
scene.
yeah.
Yeah, this is...
And then it's
You know how Mad
after they
Bucket
both
makes Sanity don't stop to talk? This entire scene is just them stopping. Like, they're not...
after they both die.
It's actually worse
Captain
because they aren't
Marvel
stopping
is
to talk.
they're
Captain
just
Marvel
stopping to
just
watch.
looks
Sorry.
slightly annoyed.
Yeah, she's like, oh...
Like right, it's like
Oh,
Black Bolt's,
God
like,
damn it,
like,
not
really
again.
Not
freaking out,
again,
like,
they
about to
killed
blow his
Reed.
brains out. She just like raises an eyebrow, like,
Yeah, it's fucking...
like
but yeah, so... she turns Reed into spaghetti, and Jeb... What do you think about that moment?
I think that is pretty silly given Reed Richards' powers. But yeah.
Yeah,
Like Reed Richards able to like change himself like on a molecular level and stretch himself into like spaghetti stuff and that.
yeah, like,
so-
surely he would still be alive, right? It would just be different parts of
Yeah.
himself, but, like, he can stretch himself
His
to
Brian
forms.
exploded.
Well, it's like, but he can't have, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to extend his head either way, or make
It's
himself...
fine. We'll just throw him
flat.
back into the Wong pit. He'll come back nifty gypsy.
You come back as a
Come
Wong.
back as Wong.
As Wong. Mr. Wong now.
The best character.
Yeah. Everyone in the MCU is gonna become Wong at some point. Yeah, and then Captain Marvel's like, oh, damn. And then she looks at Captain
Yeah.
Carter's like, yo, you seen this shit? And Captain Carter's like, I am seeing this shit. And then Captain Marvel's like, I'm gonna jump up and use my beam powers. And then Captain Carter throws the shield at Wanda, and Wanda deflects it and throws it away. Weird that Wanda didn't throw it at Captain Carter, but obviously Captain Carter would be able to dodge it, right? She's pretty agile on everything. so
Yeah,
it's fine.
superhuman. Really quick reflexes. She's
Yeah, I think it should be
supposed
fine.
to be a Captain America stand-in, and Captain America is capable of like reacting to characters shooting guns at him in real time.
Yeah.
He's able to keep up with characters like Loki and Thor, who are literal gods.
Yeah, I think it should.
And
I
it's
think she
been
should be fine, yeah.
calculated. It's been calculated that Thor has got light speed reaction, and Loki is comparable to him because they fight with Hela on the Bifrost Bridge.
Mhm.
So Captain America's pretty high up there. So you would expect that Captain Carter could dodge something like a shield being thrown at her. Maybe
I would expect so. Yeah, right.
It's just really fast, It's just super fast.
Yeah, I mean, she has a jetpack
You
as
know,
well,
use
right?
it.
We
It
gotta...
happens a lot in this movie. People just know you attacks. They just like Scarlet Witch does it like 4 times. She grabs the attack and throws it back. She does it so fucking often.
All right. So there's this little thing that happens right here when Captain Marvel, because I've seen certain people say, well, this is a different version of Captain Marvel, so her powers might not be the same, which would imply that her durability isn't the same as in the main universe. Which I'm like, you know what? As far as inferences go, that's not terrible. I kind of do the same for No Way Home when I talk about the other universe versions of Andrew and Toby. So, you know, I kind of get it. But there's this little moment here, which I think is quite interesting, where Wanda grabs a, I guess, metal statue, throws it directly at Captain Marvel, which causes her to be thrown through the wall. She breaks through the wall, and then she just comes back into the scene to fight Wanda, and she's fine. Which I guess would imply a certain level of durability that, let's say, if you drop a stone statue on her, wouldn't, like, kill her, right? But that's just me thinking out loud. I don't think the film would do this. So anyway, we jump back to Doctor Strange and Mordo. Mordo's like, nah, don't worry. Once they're done with this, we're gonna do our vote and we're gonna kill you. For some reason, Mordo just doesn't go check on them. He's stupid.
Because they can handle.
Yeah, they can
Little
handle the
Witch.
Little Witch. Yeah.
Yeah, they send Captain Carter, who's literally just strong human or with jetpack, and they leave the Sorcerer Supreme behind to look after a man who's basically just normal person.
Yeah, he has the fucking
don't-
cuffs.
they
There's
don't-
no way that he can break out.
Yeah.
Like,
And
if
it's
he
not like
tries to,
Mordo
they have
uses
the
his
person who can mind control, which is Charles Xavier. He's still in the room.
Yeah, and he's just in the other room.
Yeah, he's still. Yeah, it's just like, come, you stay here. You take care of Strange. If he tries to leave, just don't let him. You have, mind powers. But whatever. So yeah, then we cut back to Wanda fighting Captain Carter, where Captain Carter is running through the fog, and she hits Wanda, and then she throws Captain Carter away, and she's like, aren't you tired of this? And Captain Carter says the cool line, I can do this all day, and everyone claps, because everyone did clap.
Immediately dies.
Immediately die. Yeah. We'll get to that. But don't you find it funny how she says this after fighting for like 15 seconds? She fights for a bit, and she's like, I can do this all day. It's like, you don't understand why this line was impactful in other films, right? But whatever. But yeah, then,
To be fair, this came out directly after Endgame, and Endgame didn't even realize why it was impactful. So
yeah. Well, Endgame didn't realize the line was being overused, which it's kind of weird because I don't think it was being overused. I think it's just
Pretty sure it was used like twice at that point. It was.
It was Civil War, and then we have obviously, the First Avenger.
First of it.
Did he use any
Civil
other time?
War
Other
and-
than that?
No, I can't think so.
Nope.
Oh, it was used twice.
Oh, that's funny. Well, whatever.
it was used twice in First Avenger, so maybe now it's overused.
Franchise,
Twice
oh my
in
god!
First Avenger, and then once in Civil War. Ugh.
It's like, is that really worth it? Yeah, I know. Is that really worth that joke? No, not really. It is not.
Alrighty. So,
Honestly, I'm just glad they said that and not that she's dancing, because if it was fucking
oh yeah,
if
you took so much offense to the dancing shit, and What If was so funny.
bro, that shit was disgusting. I hated it.
But yeah, then Carter throws her shield at Wanda, and Wanda uses her powers to throw it back at Captain Carter. Now, obviously, Captain Carter, having superhuman reflexes and having a jetpack, she just stands there and dies and gets cut in half. Which also implies that her shield is sharper than Captain America's, because hers can cut people in half just by being thrown at them. So that's it.
To be honest,
Going
I'm
very
pretty
fast.
certain that Captain America's shield could also cut people in half, considering the kind of things that it does do.
It's never shown to cut people in half.
To be fair, I mean, do you guys know who Corridor Crew are?
No, don't think
Yeah.
so.
Corridor
do.
Crew is me and Uvu have watched a few of the videos. Corridor Crew is a group of VFX artists who basically work in the film industry. They've had a few guests on that worked at Marvel, like stunt choreographers or other VFX artists.
Yeah,
and
I've
they
seen those videos. Yeah, I know.
they made a reimagining of scenes from the Marvel movies that's R-rated because they even think that, realistically speaking, if Captain America were to throw his shield at normal people the way he does, it's not just going to hit them, it's going to go straight through them, because that's realistically what would happen with a character of his strength level. So they redid those scenes, but they made it R-rated. So now instead of Captain America hitting people with the shield goes straight through them, and then their fucking lifeless corpses drop to the floor, like cut up in two, or they turn into paste or some shit. It's really great. It's really good stuff. But
I could do this all day.
that was a long way of saying I can't believe that the shield can cut people in half. They just didn't do it because reasons.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. But yeah, so she gets cut in half and she dies. So goodbye, Captain Carter. But then comes flying back Captain Marvel. She breaks through the wall again. It's interesting. She has the durability to break through a wall. Because to break through something, you have to have more force than to have something following you and not break through. Just how basic physics work. But anyway, she tries to fight Wanda. Can't really do it properly. And then Wanda fucking throws her back by like a big explosion thingy, and it kind of destroys her helmet thing. And then she's thrown right near a big stone statue that Wanda just uses her telekinesis to make fall on Captain Marvel. And then we see Captain Marvel's hand just falling. So either she passed out or she died. I do not believe that she died, because she shouldn't. But it's this film, so who knows? And then, yeah, we're done with the Illuminati. Wasn't that fun? Everyone died. I know you love that scene,
But
right,
don't
Zod?
you guys like the Invincible reference?
Oh, yeah, no, it's great.
Wait, Invincible reference?
Yeah.
Killing all the heroes, yeah.
Pretty certain someone said that the reason why this scene happened is because Sam Raimi was a fan of Invincible.
Yeah, I've heard people say that. But Zod, don't you love this scene? I knew you mentioned it quite a bit when we were talking about it, how this scene specifically was your favorite scene in the film. So I just want to hear your thoughts on it.
Yeah, it was a great idea to do. I'm not entirely sure what made them think, all these characters that people have been waiting to come into the MCU for years, and the particular fan cast. Let's do that, but brutally murder them immediately and make them look like retards. But what goes through your head to come up with that idea?
I mean, it's Michael Aldrin, so
Cringe.
I think it is literal poo that runs through his brain. But, yeah.
I just feel bad for Black Bolt's actor, because he was like cast as like Black Bolt, and he's like was
He's a
hugely
huge
passionate.
fan,
He
yeah.
made his own language for sign language, because it wouldn't be human sign language.
Yeah.
And then he's in the Inhuman show.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
he's in this.
Yeah, poor
Well,
guy.
could say
He
his
deserves
poor
so much
guy.
better. He was honestly the best
He's in
actor
the-
of all the Illuminati in this film. And I especially think
He's in-
that
he's
Joe
in-
Krasinski was really not great.
He's in the fucking Inhuman show, which is bad enough, but then he gets his brains blown out.
Yeah. He blows his own brain. He blows his own brains out, which is even worse.
The John Krasinski was dog shit in this.
It was just like he had no emotion. He just said his lines like there was no direction. And when I was talking to Thought Theater, what he said, and I think it's true, is just that Raimi did not want to direct the scene. That was just like, I guess I have to have the scene like by mandate. And so it was just like, let's get it over with, rather than actually like putting effort into it, because the actors, especially John Krasinski, they do not seem to give a half of a shit. But yeah, anyway, then we cut back to Mordo. He's like, yo, well, I'm gonna kill you. And then he pulls out a sword and he jumps at Doctor Strange. And Doctor Strange deflects the sword, the magical sword, with his handcuffs, which I guess they're strong enough to do that, which is quite interesting. Sure would be funny if they broke away a bit later in the film. But yeah, then, how this guy is the Sorcerer Supreme and Doctor Strange does not have his powers. He cannot kill Doctor Strange for some reason. But he keeps hitting Doctor Strange specifically in the handcuffs, and one of them breaks open, and then Strange uses that to trap Mordo to take away his powers right before he gets stabbed in the face. So yeah, now they're both powerless, and they each have one hand like tied to the other person, and then they fall on onto like this pit that exists between where the people, like the jury is, the Illuminati, and where Doctor Strange was, which is like the person being judged, I guess. And they're hanging from like a metal bar, and from doing that, they break the handcuffs in the middle because they were hanging from the handcuffs. Even though a magical sword couldn't break through it, the weight of their bodies could.
Look, it clearly weakened the the handcuffs.
Oh,
duh.
of course. That makes sense.
Did you talk about when he hits against the wall and they just break randomly?
Oh yeah. Is it because he hits it against the wall? Because I thought it was like the sword just kept hitting it and it got destroyed. If it's against the wall, that's funny.
No, he hits him against the wall and the handcuff detaches from his hand.
Yeah, it is because the sword didn't even hit him at that moment. He just jumps at Strange and throws him at the wall. Oh man.
Freaking Chinese low quality handcuffs.
Yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, then it breaks apart, then they fight, and then Strange uses Mordo to like jump off him and parkour out of that pit. And then Mordo just does not appear ever again in the film because I guess he doesn't know how to
he's just
jump.
trapped.
Yeah, he doesn't know how to jump.
He's trapped forever.
He's gonna die down there, yeah.
Yeah. It's the Mordo pit now.
The Mordo pit. So many pits in this film, it's insane.
Yep.
But yeah, so Mordo is trapped in the Mordo pit. And then we cut back to Christine trying to open America Chavez's containment pod, which is interesting. They don't have like a contingency in case that you can't open the pod from like technological ways, like to do it manually. But I guess they don't. So she's trying to open it, she can't, and then she thinks, I got it, I'm going to get a fire extinguisher, which makes you think, how did you not try this yet? But then America Chavez, she punches the window and it causes a big the glass breaks and it causes a big star shaped punch that she did. It's like, whoa, I can do this, even though she already knew because of her, as I said earlier in the film, kicking down the ledge she was standing on. But whatever, it's a new thing. But it doesn't actually break the glass. It only, shatters it. But it doesn't break through. And then Wanda has arrived and she's like, I'm gonna get you. And then Patrick Stewart is like, yo, I'm here. And he sends her into the astral plane, which, as a Legion fan, I wanted to die. But whatever. Yeah, so they go to this all-white place where it is the astral plane. I'm gonna call it the astral plane. Who cares? Fuck it. And then Patrick Stewart walks towards like this small cave, and he sees Wanda, which is like the Wanda from this universe. And he's like, "Yo, you're being controlled by a multiverse version of yourself. Grab my hand, and I'm gonna help you." Why did he say that? Why didn't he just like grab my hand? Because he wasted time, and that's part of why he loses in that scene. But whatever.
So, the other part was the fact that he just like never turns around or tries to defend himself in the astral plane.
The astral plane, yes. The film does not. He's the one who put her in the astral plane. Surely he knows that he can do something to her in the astral plane, right?
The most powerful psychic mind on the planet doesn't know how to turn around in the astral plane.
Yeah. So here's the thing. This is assuming it is the astral plane because I think Michael Waldron is too retarded to have watched Legion. I think if you mentioned Legion to him, like, where is that? Is that fucking DC? He would not understand that it's part of Marvel.
From World of Warcraft?
From World of Warcraft, yeah. Is that Lenovo computer? No, yeah. But, so Patrick Stewart tries to save this Wanda, but then good old Scarlet Witch becomes red smoke. She grabs his neck and twists it, and then he's dead in the real world as well. So rip.
He has died.
Wow, that was fun. Yeah, he just never turns around, does he?
Nope.
He just keeps staring in front of him. He's so retarded. Jesus Christ, this film's stupid. But yeah, then Wanda's like, I killed you. And then she looks at the glass. It's like, oh my god, America and Christine ran away. I guess I gotta run after them. Or, walk very slowly. At least she doesn't have teleportation powers.
She got to hobble after them, yeah.
Yeah. Thankfully, she doesn't have teleportation powers because that would create a bunch of issues.
Or can fly.
Oh yeah, she can fly as well. She can actually fly. That has been shown. The teleportation has been established, yeah. But then, yeah, Christine and America running down a corridor and they see Shadow running, and they're like, "Oh my god, what might it be? We're scared." But a portal doesn't open though. Don't worry. And it turns out it's only Doctor Strange running at them. He's like, "Oh my god, you're safe." And then America hugs Doctor Strange, and then he's like, "Yo, Christine, I gotta get you the Book of Ashanti. Otherwise, Wanda's gonna destroy this whole universe." She's like, "How can I trust you?" And then America says, "Ah, but he's not like all the other Stranges." And he's like, "Well, that's good enough for me."
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, he's not like the other strangers," and then Stranger's like, "Smart kid," and then she's like, "Oh, okay, I guess I have no other choice." It's
I mean,
like,
if
wait,
she
what?
says so, why wouldn't I
Yeah,
trust
I
this
mean,
girl that came
why would
with
you think
right?
otherwise?
Yeah.
These two strange multiversal travelers who very well could have orchestrated this entire thing to get the Book of Ashanti. Nah, fuck it, just trust them. Here's your cape that I fixed off screen.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing. She said, I'm not sure if you might be able to confirm this. Doesn't Christine say she fixed it off screen?
I don't know.
I am fairly sure
Yeah,
she
she
does
did.
because I was very confused because she was like, she fixed it. The only other person
Yeah,
she could have been referring to is America. America wouldn't have fixed it because she was trapped the entire scene.
How did she fix it? Like what?
Well, there's a few questions. Why would you fix it when there's a perfectly functional cape? Which is
And if this
the
person's going to be executed?
yeah, that's also a good point. But also there's a question of I don't think this film understands that these cloaks are sentient, right? Like the idea that they needed to get the Illuminati Strange's cape to be able to fix this cape means that it has to be like the same kind of magic properties, right? To fix it, it can't just be like any type of fabric, which means that the cape in this universe, the cloak in this universe, it is also sentient. So they just mutilated it for no reason.
Also, they just have his cloak here instead of it being in the museum.
Yeah, even though it said Bruce Campbell said that it was in the museum, but I guess they could have lied because like it is a
Yeah.
magical item. So I guess.
But why
it's
wouldn't it be in the
plausible.
sanctum?
That is a good question. I guess Mortal brought it here to fix 616 Strange's
To
cape.
fix Strange's cape.
Yeah. It's like mutilate this one to fix the Strange that we're gonna kill. Fix his cape. It's fine. It makes sense. None of this this logic makes perfect sense. But
It's not
yeah.
even like he uses the cape either. It's not even like it needed to happen. It's just this mini arc
Oh yeah,
that
he
happens.
yeah,
and
he
you're
doesn't
like,
use the cape at all after this scene. He doesn't fly. Even though he should later in the film, but we'll get to that. Yeah, but then they start running away to get to the Book of Ashanti, being led by Christine through the tunnels that Illuminati Strange created to be able to get to the Book of Ashanti while also being able to contain any threat that might be following them. So, they have blast doors that they close behind them. So they close the blast doors. Sorry, go on.
I just love how Strange helped them get the Book of Ashanti and win against Thanos, and then he just never told anyone how to get through the waypoint. It's like, what if they fucking need it again? Like, what? You're not even going to tell them how to
the
get
only one
to
who
it?
would be able to do it is Christine, especially because she's the only one who
Like
figures it out.
maybe if that was like like he sealed it away in that location, but even then it's like,
Yeah, it's stupid. But yeah, so they're running away, and they keep closing the blast doors, but because Wanda is Wanda, she just breaks through them. But
yeah,
she's
she rips through two of them.
Yeah, but she's limping and they're running, so surely they would be able to outrun her. I mean, she should be able to fly there if running isn't fast enough, but whatever. But anyway, her limping, she catches up to them. Somehow, she's faster than them. But then there's this moment, this magical moment that I know Uvu loves because we talked about it last night, where they're running, and they don't know what to do. So what they do is they close one of the doors and then they stop. So considering they've been shown that Wanda can break through these, why did they stop? Good question. But what happens here? Wanda doesn't break through it. And they're like, oh my god, what's happening?
They stare at it for 30 seconds.
Yeah, as they have this shot of slow motion water falling down because they're under the river. There's this weird question though. Why is the water in slow-mo but they aren't?
Yeah, they're speaking in normal.
Oh, they're
fast
moving in normal
motion.
speed, but the water is falling. I'm like, oh, is Wanda manipulating reality? Because she should be able to do that, but why would she just make water
Yeah,
fall
just
slower?
to troll them.
She's
Just for
trying
the
to make
jump
it
scare,
scary.
she did it.
She's trying to get America to open a portal, you know? She's trying to create the
Yeah.
atmosphere.
For sure.
Because, you know, this is pretty scary, so I'm sure we're going to reach a point where America is going to open a portal if she gets scared enough, right? But anyway, before we get into that...
Right.
Yeah, before we
Right.
get into that, so they're just staring there like, oh my god, what's going to happen? Even though they're, you know, no sense of urgency, just waiting. And then Wanda just teleports through the door. She just shows up at the other side of the door and jump scares everyone. But not only like people watching, she jump scares good old America Chavez. But now let's say maybe she wasn't that scared. Maybe she was expecting it. You know, that could happen. No, that is not the case. She fucking yells out in fear when Wanda shows up. But no
it's the
portal
exact same
opens.
sort of scream that happened when the bee came.
Same sort of scream that happened when her powers were being taken by the demon in the beginning of the film. But yeah, no, she just does not open a portal because the film doesn't want it to. And then Strange's like, but you see, I'm gonna trap you underwater. So he breaks the bricks in front of her, and water falls down on her, which should not stop her, but it does slow her down for some reason. Even though we just learned that she can teleport, we know that she can control things with her mind. We know she can just blast through the door. So I don't know what the point of that was, but I guess, you know, she was slowed down a bit. Actually, now that I think about it, when she shows up later,
slowly.
when she shows up later in when they're at the Book of Ishanti, shouldn't water be falling through the door?
Nah, the door's closed behind them.
I mean, it isn't because we'll get to that as well, how they should have closed the door. But it isn't because we see Wanda going back inside anyway.
No, a door closes behind them that cuts the water off.
Yeah, but if Wanda got through, either she teleported, but the film doesn't want you to think she can teleport, even though she just teleported.
Yeah. Or she ripped through it.
Or she
yeah,
ripped
I get
through
what
it,
you're
and the
saying.
idea I imagine the film wants you to think she ripped through it, but if she did, there would be water falling down. So I guess she teleported.
Yep.
So she teleports twice in the same scene and then doesn't do it at all at any point in the film.
Yeah, it's because it's not scary otherwise.
Of course.
Exactly.
Oh, Jesus, this film is stupid. But anyway, they reach the fucking door. Strange tries to open it by using the Eye of Agamotto opening motion, which makes you think, wait, why do you have the Eye of Agamotto when it doesn't have the stone? He had it since No Way Home, by the way. I have no idea why he kept wearing it.
I guess they replaced the stone with something else, but like it was designed to hold the stone. So what could possibly be in there?
I have no clue. I mean, it doesn't hold anything because when he
Baby
opens it, there's
pictures.
nothing inside. So he's just using
Perhaps
it to...
perhaps he puts a jelly baby in there.
Yeah, he already
Snacks for later. He's
Yeah,
got some trail
yeah,
mix
but he
in there.
already ate it, and he opens it, and he's like, damn it. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta open the door.
Damn it.
You see, he tried to open the thing. He didn't even think about opening the door. He just wanted a snack.
And I just picture him just like going through the elaborate way of opening, like the hand circles and everything, and just looks down and goes, "Shit, I ate it 5 minutes ago."
Yeah. Jeez, but whatever. Yeah, so then they get to the door, and they see that there's a little pattern on the door, and it's like, oh my god, you know what fits here?
Oh.
And then Christine Palmer hands the watch that she gave Doctor Strange, and this is one from this universe that somehow is the same.
I'm just gonna DM Sky something. I can't say it out loud, but Sky will understand.
I understand everything, yes. But yeah, so she gives him the watch, and then Doctor Strange stares at it for like 20 seconds before he actually puts it on the thing. Like,
Yeah,
they
no
wasted
one-
a
they-
huge amount of time.
Like, yeah, they walk towards this door and then they like fuck around for the next 5 minutes. It's like, what did you
Yeah,
expect?
and when she hands him the watch, he's like, thanks, and he's like super awkward. He's like, no, don't do that. What you have to do is like, just grab it from her hand, say thanks as you're putting it on the fucking pattern to be able to open the door. You don't understand the urgency here. You would have to save the entire multiverse, and Wanda can free herself from the water you threw at her any second now. But yeah, he doesn't because awkward moment, funny, you know.
Yeah, it's super, super fucking weird. The entire tone of the last scene is just completely fucked. So you've got the start of the chase scene, everyone runs away. then they wait for 30 seconds for a jump scare, then they get out of that area, then they walk towards their destination, open the door, and then they're very, very calmly grabbing the book. And it's like, please, someone have some urgency here.
Exactly.
It's just terrible. It's so jarring.
Yeah. So yeah, the door opens and they're like, "Oh, Book of Shanty," and they wait a few seconds without doing anything. Jesus Christ, how long does it take to
Yeah.
jump? I'm gonna actually check. So the door opens.
A very long time. You have to wait for
122:10.
the
122.
you have to wait for the Sam Raimi shot, and then you can go in.
Okay, so he jumps after 23 seconds of staring at the Book of Vishanti. Alright. Good on you, Strange. And then he waits for America and Christine to jump instead of just grabbing the book. And then he walks towards the book very slowly. And he takes it off very slowly. And he doesn't open it until Wanda shows up grabbing America by the hair. And then what Strange does is he throws some magic at Wanda, which Wanda throws back. And then the magic hits the
That
Book of
burns the book.
Vishanti. And then the book dies.
The book dies. It's all gone. It's
Yeah.
all over.
Yeah, it's so stupid that this book can just be destroyed by a thing hitting it. Jesus Christ. It's not that it's like not established. It's just stupid. Like why is this the case? It's supposed to be a book of pure good, that gives you the power to beat any like enemy, but it gets destroyed with being touched.
Yeah,
basically.
he's holding it, but it doesn't give him any power because he hasn't read it or whatever. It's like, what? I guess so.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. Then the book is destroyed, and then Wanda controls America's power to send Doctor Strange and Christine to a random universe, or what we assume is a random universe, but we'll get to that. But here's a little question. How does she even know how to use that power? And it's not like she's just sending them to a random universe, because she also uses it to throw America to her own universe. So I guess she just knows how to control that power. Even though she would have no reason to.
Yeah, she sort of flips through the catalogs of different universes, and it's just like, oh yeah, cool, this is where I'm supposed to be, and teleports to the...
I don't think she even flips through catalogs. She just opens it to a random universe, and then...
Oh, she opens it to the random one, and then opens it to the...
it's directly her one, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean, is like she can go through the different universes like she's flipping through a book.
Yeah.
Like, she just knows how to do it. Because it's apparently really easy for everyone but America to control this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Doctor Strange thought he could, so yeah. Then yeah, Wanda throws America to her universe, and then she stops dreamwalking, which leaves this Wanda in, where the Book of Vishanti is. But thankfully, they left the door open, which begs the question: why the fuck did they leave the door open? If they had closed it, they would have won. They would have won, because there's no way for her to get through it because of the protection spell. But yeah, no, they just forgot to close the door, and they left it open, and then Wanda got there and was able to kidnap America.
Sky, you're just using fucking hindsight bias or recency
Oh, no,
bias.
yeah, because...
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure she just edit reality.
The first thing that I thought when I was watching the film, even before Wanda showed up, is like, you closed the door, right, when you jumped? Because if you didn't, you're retarded. But yes, hindsight bias. I guess I'm just smarter than these characters. I mean, to be fair, Christine is less smart than Reed, because Reed is the smartest man in the universe, and Reed is very dumb, so I guess that's consistent. And we have established that Doctor Strange has brain damage, and that America Chavez is a child. So everything here lines up that they are completely stupid. So
yes, and as we all know, children in this universe, no matter what their occupation is, whether they're just a regular teenager in high school or superhero, or a superhero who creates multiversal ending threats just because they want to go to college. Everything they do is completely fine because they're a child, and every one of their stupid actions is completely reasonable. So it all adds up in the end.
What do y'all think of Moon Knight? I think
Haven't seen it.
Jab, did you watch it, Zod?
I watched 2 episodes and then nothing else since.
All right, so Jeb and I watched the whole thing.
I watched it and I liked it.
I liked it in terms of The objective said, I have no idea, truthfully.
Yeah, it
I
is a
need to
weird
rewatch
show,
it.
especially the finale. The finale has many issues, and it does kind of ruin a lot of Mark as a character because he's retarded. But most of the show is pretty alright, so I think I would recommend it. But I would also say stop after episode 5. Just don't watch the finale. The finale also just kind of ruined Khonshu, but whatever. Anyway, back to this. I just wanted a break from talking about Doctor Strange for a bit, so I saw that in chat and I took the opportunity. But yeah, so here's another question. So because, I asked you, Uvu, about the blast door that, she didn't blast through it, she just teleported, I guess is the idea. So wouldn't that mean that this one that she wouldn't be able to get to her kids?
Yep, she's kind of fucked.
She's locked there because, it is the door is locked, and if she opens it, if she blasts through it, the whole river is going to fall down on her. So
yeah, but she just gets out anyway with a scratch on her head, and that's about it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun. There's also the fact that she just killed like the defenders of this world, and so I think she would be kind of a fugitive or whatever. But who cares?
Yeah, but she just goes home and it's fine. No one cares. The rest of the Fantastic Four don't ever show up. No one ever from the Avengers ever shows up. No one cares. She's just fine, and she'll be
No
fine.
one from
because
Shield or Hydra shows up.
good. No one cares.
Yeah, no one gives a shit. I don't even know how the fuck she'd be able to explain it either. Like, I'm sorry guys, I couldn't control my actions. I was being possessed by an alternative reality
Well, we
version
gotta
of myself.
hope that Captain Marvel is alive to explain it. To be like, no, this one is fine. But there's all because she's the only one who can do it, right? Because I was thinking Mordo, but no, Mordo doesn't know because the
Mordo's
feed was
trapped
cut
in a
off.
pit.
Yeah, well, but it's like sure,
Yeah,
someone's
that
gonna
he
come.
can't
escape
He's
from.
gonna come there and find him in the pit. It's like, can he testify? Not really, because he didn't see anything. He doesn't know what's going on. I guess he can say that it was dreamwalking because that's the idea that I guess he would know it's dreamwalking. He just didn't know the extent of the danger of the dreamwalking was. So
Like,
yeah, I guess he
even
could.
if the central authorities don't punish her, like she'll be vilified for the rest of her life by the public. Like, unless they do a lot of damage control, like which they can't have yet.
Mhm.
It's like nah.
But yeah, then we cut to Wanda with America Chavez, and she doesn't start sucking America Chavez's power for some reason. Does the dialogue here matter?
Yeah, she takes a while to do that.
Yeah, it's gonna take a long time, till we get to her sucking her power. But anyway, does the dialogue between her and America matter? Uvu, you think, or can we just skip to the evil strange?
Yeah, it kind of goes against what she was saying before because she's like, well, it kind of goes against what happens in the end because she's like, oh, what if your kids know about it? And then she's like, they won't know. And then they find out. And she's like, oh, wait, I'm a dick. It's like, yeah, if you'd thought that through, you'd realize they'd hate you if you told them. It's like, yeah. It's like the plan just to keep them in the dark forever, I guess.
Whatever, yeah. So then we see Christine and Doctor Strange in this universe that's all snowy. And they show up at the exact same building where America Chavez showed up when she fell into the portal with Defender Strange at the beginning of the film. Dead Defender Strange. It's also the same place where Doctor Strange and her showed up at the Illuminati
the
universe.
New York.
So either that's just where she shows up in every universe, which is weird because would every universe have a New York? Or even just like that place on Earth, there are gonna be places like universes where Earth just isn't the same kind of configuration, right?
Or it's blown up.
Yeah.
The Celestials ate
Yeah,
it.
because there's like one where the Cold War actually like ended in the planet, the countries blowing each other up.
The planet was yeeted out of the solar system by an asteroid.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that or if it's just her teleporting them where they need to go because that may be something that's happening in this film even though it makes no sense.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Especially when it's Wanda controlling her power at that point, but whatever. So yeah, they walk here. It's like, oh my god, it's so weird. So basically, imagine in What If episode 4 when the second Strange walks out of the sanctum and is like, oh, everything is flumpy, That's what happens here. So basically, the universe collapsed in and of
Everybody
itself.
is flumping in my flumpus.
Exactly.
Yeah, they could have done a lot of cool stuff with this place. And they just walk. They like Wanda has the power at the stage. Wanda's about to win, but they just walk. They're just like, oh, whatever, no urgency. No one fucking cares about anything in this movie. And then, you could have some real neat dialogue with Christine, considering she's a multiversal patron or whatever who's trying to study the multiverse. She could be like, wow, I've never thought that I would see an incursion. You know, you could have something there, but nah, they just exposition. It's so bad.
Yeah. But yeah, then they're here, and instead of flying towards the sanctum, they just walk very, very slowly. And then they see a figure through the window. Like, oh my god, who's that? And then Strange is like, Christine, you wait here. I'm gonna go see who that is. And he goes and he walks inside the sanctum. And he finds evil Strange, who's like, yo, who are you? Doctor Strange's like, I'm Strange. Doctor Strange like, prove it. Doctor Strange tells a story about how when he was a kid, his sister died from an accident where she fell through ice and he couldn't save her. And then Evil Strange is like, but we don't talk about that, do we?
Evil Strange is just like, no, that never happened.
Yeah. So let's talk about this. It is an infinite multiverse. The likelihood that he would fall into a universe that Wanda chose randomly, that has a Doctor Strange that asks him to prove he's Doctor Strange, and his proof is to share an experience that this character will also have shared, which is not likely because, you know, it is infinite, which means his backstory would certainly be different, because every universe has its own like differences in this thing, and how infinite it is means the likelihood would be very small. So this should not happen at all, and Evil Strange should not take that as proof that he is Doctor Strange, because it's like, oh, your proof is a story that you personally felt. Well, many Stranges have felt that story, you know, haven't lived through that story because their pasts are different. But Evil Strange
is like, I'm the one who pushed her into the ice.
Oh yeah, that'd be
hilarious.
hilarious.
What he did in this universe.
That'd be hilarious.
This movie is very bad.
No, it's
like,
great. Sure.
If you think about it for like even a split second, it's bad. But if you don't think about it, and if you pretend like you're Strange who hasn't been thrown in the Wong pit yet, then this movie's great.
If you ignore the movie and make up your own one, it's pretty good.
Yeah. If you get random, there are 2 scenes in this film that you can get and watch them like isolated, and then you imagine the rest of the film. It can be a pretty great film, honestly. So you do that.
Yeah, if you just watch the trailer and then imagine your own movie, it's probably better.
It's 100% better. I doubt any person can come up with something this bad.
True, Mike.
But yeah, then Evil Strange's like, I am the keeper of the Darkhold in this dimension for good reason, he says, as he is the Strange that kills random Stranges that come to him, but whatever.
Yeah, I dreamwalk like willy-nilly just to be a dick. It's because I'm the only human left, that's why, lol. But it's he also says until I lost to someone and then never tells us who it was. It's like, what?
But does he say that he dreamwalks? Because I thought the idea was that strangers come to his universe and then he checks if they're sad, and if they're not happy, he just kills them.
No. He says his pastime is to literally dreamwalk into strangers to find ones that are with Christine, and if they're an incel, then he kills them.
No, I think they're all incels. I think he just wants to check if they're happy rather than being with Christine. But I think
he specifically says that it's Christine that he's after, and that being sad would mean that they don't have Christine.
Well, that's stupid. Strange can be happy without being with Christine. This is
I know, it happens at the end of this movie.
What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Jesus, that's retarded. But yeah, like you said, when he says, oh yeah, I kept doing it until I lost, and then Doctor Strange asks you whom, and we don't know. He doesn't answer. That's never I don't know. He just said it. That's the thing, I guess. And then Doctor Strange says, I need the Darkhold, and Evil Strange's like, I'm gonna kill you because you're sad because you don't have Christine. And then they have a music fight.
Yeah, this is a very interesting concept.
Oh yeah, we also
I've
need to
talked
remember
about it.
that the Darkhold corrupts its user, which is something that Evil Strange says. He's like, oh yeah, the Darkhold takes its toll, and then Doctor Strange is like, how much more of a toll can there be, when he points at like the weird flumpy stuff on the sky, and Evil Strange is like on its reader as well, but Doctor Strange would know that because he does.
Yeah.
He literally says that to Wanda earlier in the film. But
It's also something the costume designers forgot because they didn't paint his fingers.
yeah, and they have a close up of his hands. Why would they do that when he doesn't have his fingers being black? Like
Yeah, I was
the
like,
only
oh, is
reason
this
you
some sort
do
of thing?
that-
But now they just forgot.
Yeah, the only reason they would do a close up of his hand would be to show that he has the black fingers, to show that he's been corrupted by the Darkhold. But I don't know. So yeah, then when Strange is like, oh, the book corrupted user, a third eye appears on his head, and it looks.
That was probably me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what he says. If you had a dream where like you were pushed off a building, that was probably me. He's like, oh yeah,
it's
I was
stupid.
killing strangers.
Yeah.
haha."
So the music fight that happens afterwards, the set design does a good job of establishing that this guy plays music and sort of sits in the sanctum and does things like that, and it's just like, oh yeah, cool, he's got all this stuff. But he's not the one who starts the music part. It's the other Strange that does it for some fucking reason, and it's just like, why? You set up this stuff with your set design, and then you just completely ignore it. Why did you even bother?
Yeah,
that
surely
could have
you
even
have
been the way
the
that they use
616
and manifest magic in this universe, but they just ignore it. And it's why?
Yeah, surely have 616 Strange using his magic, and then Evil Strange uses music to fight him. It would be more interesting. But anyway, this fight, I don't know, it's kind of creative. I don't know. It is more
I
creative than
like
the rest
it,
of the
but I
film.
just don't like why they did it the way that they did.
I
The
don't
music
like it.
and the visuals synchronize really well. I like it. I like the score. But it's just why.
Yeah.
Just the question why needs to be answered before I can think it's cool.
Yeah,
It just
it
needs to have more.
I don't really like it, especially because it felt like they weren't trying to play an actual song. For me, it seems like surely if you're gonna do a music battle, you have each character playing something that they know very well to use to their
Yeah.
advantage. But they
Yeah,
just
of course,
play
the
random
Legion
stuff.
fan would say that.
Oh well, yes, the
Imagine-
person who has seen the most creative fights in the medium. Yeah,
Yep.
Imagine a Doctor Strange fight, but like
not shit.
good Strange is using notes more associated with heroic, but the evil Strange is using more ominous notes. That would have been neat.
Well, that's kind of what they do, but it is cringe the way they do.
They just play like classical music pieces.
Yeah, it's
I
like
heard,
you wouldn't use classical music, would you?
I heard Beethoven's Fifth. I heard like the sort of the famous organ piece, the
Yeah.
that one. And like, you couldn't have thrown in like Doctor Strange's theme in there, like
Nah,
the music battle.
they don't use.
Well, it's
So
what I
Doctor
was.
Strange's
It's what I was saying
Pink
to
Floyd
Jab,
song.
like, use Cymbeline. It is perfect. It literally mentions Doctor
Yeah.
Strange by name. Can you please use Pink Floyd properly?
I'm praying to God that they save that for a film where Nightmare is a villain, because like in other versions of the song they say Nightmare instead of Doctor Strange. So like, at least we'll get a Pink Floyd song and a Doctor Strange film. And
Boba Fett.
I was desperately
Boba Fett.
yeah.
Boba Fett.
Boba Fett.
But yeah, this fight should have
Okay.
been over before it began because Evil Strange has a dark
He has
hold,
the
so
Darkhold.
I don't
Yeah.
really
The
care about this
The
fight.
first spell he does is like a non-penetrating force attack with notes that knocks it off his belt instead of destroying it, and then at the end of the fight he picks the Darkhold up and it loses to a harp because the harp's more powerful
Yeah,
than
because
the Darkhold
yeah, which
because reasons.
it's also funny that that 616 Strange thinks of doing that before Evil Strange, the musician one, but whatever.
Yeah, he's just bitted him.
Yeah. So yeah, and the fight ends with Doctor Strange throwing Evil Strange through the window, and he falls directly onto the smallest bit of fencing that there was down there that impales
One of
him.
the only, yeah.
Yeah, it's like
One of the
wow.
only things in the area.
Yeah, it's a bit lucky for you, isn't it, Doctor Strange? But whatever. And so yeah, Strange now has the Darkhold, and Evil Strange is dead. So now it comes to ask, wow, quite lucky that they showed up at this exact fucking universe, one where they can just find someone who has the Darkhold, which is the only thing that can help them at this point. And it's just right there. It's only one guy to get it from. It's not Wanda or anything. It's literally a version of yourself. So contrived, because Wanda was the one who threw them here. You can't even argue that America's power was working to help them because she wasn't in control of her own power.
Yep.
So yeah. So then he has the Darkhold. Let's see. I think this time we cut back to Wong and Wanda. We do. So you know how Wong was thrown down the Wong pit.
Oh yeah, he's back. Well,
back, baby.
One of them is back.
Yeah. So he was thrown down the Wong pit. Another Wong came up. This is the cat. If you just joined the stream after we mentioned the Wong pit, you must be very confused. But yes, we have a new Wong now. After the Wong was sacrificed for the Wong, and so Wong wakes up and he uses his rope dagger to climb up instead of there's also something that I forgot to mention. So when he's falling down, couldn't he use a sling ring? Because
he does have one.
He does have one. So the idea is you can't use magic to
He
reach
did it earlier this movie.
door. But if he's falling to his death, surely using a sling ring to save himself is better than falling and dying.
Hi, I'm just going to excuse myself real quick. I need to go make some breakfast for my family. So if you guys finish up before I get back, then thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no worries.
All good.
Fuck it, family.
Bye.
But yeah, he did it earlier this movie where he was falling and he did a portal.
Yeah, a portal that would have killed them, but he does understand the idea of behind creating a portal when he falls down. Well, somewhat. He's a little confused, but he got the spirit. But yeah, he uses the rope dagger to climb up, and then Wanda finally starts sucking America's power. I don't know why she waited until now, but she did. And so Wong is trying to come up, but then we cut to Doctor Strange with the Darkhold, and he's gonna dreamwalk. But it's like, what? Like, how can he dreamwalk? Like, there is no Doctor Strange in 616. But there is. The Defender Strange. His body is there, and they don't need to be living to dreamwalk into them. And so he does that. And then Strange says to Christine, "So just stand around here and protect me in case they try to get me." And then she's like, "Who?" And he's like, "Oh, the souls of the damned." I don't really know what he expects Christine to be able to do, but I don't know.
Just yell at them. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, surely he would have looked around to find some relic in the sanctum and be like, "Look, you use this to arm yourself, and then in case the souls of the damned come, you help me." Instead of just being like, "Yo, you figure it out. I don't fucking
Bye."
know. Yeah. You figured out bye, yeah. And then he uses it. He becomes Defender Strange in this very Evil Dead type scene. And so this scene establishes something quite interesting. The fact that Defender Strange had a sling ring, which just breaks everything, doesn't it? He could have ended the opening fight in seconds by just cutting the monster open or by just teleporting to the book, but I guess not. He just whatever.
Yeah, you can't even use the excuse that magic doesn't work because we saw him use it, we saw them use it.
So this breaks stuff. So he uses the sling ring to teleport to Wandagore, something like that. But there's that thing that was established earlier by Wong. You can't teleport to Wandagore, whatever. All you can do is teleport to the cliff that's close to it. Wait, actually, before I even get to that, how does he know where to go?
Yeah, I have no clue.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Well, he saw America in the book.
I was gonna say he saw America in the Darkhold, so I guess.
But how would he?
I don't know. I guess that's how Wanda knew where America was every time. So I guess that would kind of explain it. She just saw it when she was choosing the universe to dreamwalk into.
Probably. I'm just going to say yes. Why not? Let's give it a bun.
Yeah, it's the only way she can find America
this is like
as well.
One of the smallest issues with the film, anyway. So but then he teleports to the cliff. And like, how's he gonna get to Wandagore? But then the souls of the damned start attacking him, and you're like, oh no,
Yeah,
Strange is
this.
in trouble.
You're like, what the fuck? Where did these guys come from?
Yeah, they just appear, and you're like, oh, you cannot dream walk into a dead body, Strange. You stop, or we're gonna kill you. And then they all like go into his body, and they basically drop, like they grab him and down like this black
Cum.
black liquid,
Goo.
yeah, inside
Yeah.
his own mind.
Black-
And then he starts
black
like
cum.
convulsing in front of Christine, and Christine goes to check his temperature. She literally burns her hand as she does so.
Yeah.
I just think this someone
I like how
understands the
there's a-
implications of that.
I like how there's like a multiversal police for dreamwalking into a dead body, but like not for just dreamwalking in general. It's like,
Yeah, I
wait,
don't
what?
understand. I don't understand why these rules exist anyway. Because it's like the Dark Code is supposed to violate every natural order, but I guess it also has rules.
Oh yeah.
It's stupid. Ugh. But yeah, anyway. Christine grabs Strange's hand. She checks his temperature. He's burning. Wait, that doesn't. Wait, she checks his temperature. She burns her hand, but she checks his pulse and then opens his eye, and she doesn't burn her hand. Okay.
Yeah. It's
That's-
just his forehead that's really hot.
No, but she touches her his forehead when she checks his eye as well. I can get you the screenshot here. Oh, this is stupid.
It's the black cum magic property.
Oh, whatever. Anyway, so then one of the monsters comes out of his eye and attacks Christine. So surely Christine is dead, right? Well, no, she can grab the monster and just keep it at arm's length. She's just cool.
yeah,
Like that.
the GoPro cam.
Yeah, and then more souls come out of Doctor Strange that just start playing with his body instead of staying inside him. I don't really know why they did that. But whatever.
Funny.
Is it funny? I don't even know if it's supposed to be. I think it's just to show that Christine did more than just kill one of them.
No, it's funny to see Strange get wiggled around.
Sure, but there's also the idea of why did the thingy attack Christine? She's not done anything. She's just standing there as Doctor Strange did it.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, fuck
Like,
you.
just, like-
You're close to the guy that's breaking the rules. I'm like literally not even like you were close on an emotional attachment. You were standing close to the guy who did this. So I guess fuck you. But yeah, Christine grabs sorry, Jim.
I guess they see her as not doing anything to stop it, so I guess a threat. I don't know.
But that's stupid. How would she even know the rules? I think anyway we see it, Jeb, I think it's gonna be stupid. But yeah, she
Yeah, I
grabs
love it. Doctor Strange is like, I'm going into a dead body. Souls might come out by it.
yeah.
And then she's just like, what?
Okay.
Yeah. So then she grabs
Okay.
a thingy, which is a callback to Doctor Strange 1. I just realized today. It's a thing that Doctor Strange grabs in the Sanctum, and he doesn't know what it does. And Caecilius is like, you don't know what it does, do you? And then he swings it at Caecilius. But fucking Christine knows what to do. So she grabs a candle, puts it in front of the thingy, and it causes a big blast. So now, I gotta come back to the film a bit. When Doctor Strange uses the Darkhold, something I find really funny is how many candles there are in this room. So either it's just like he is doing this for ambiance, which I don't know why the fuck he would, or he needs the candles to be able to create the effects of the Darkhold, in which case it's very convenient that there are like a gazillion candles. But not only that, if they didn't have a candle, there would be no way for Christine to kill that soul and the other two, which is what allows Strange to live, and Christine. So yeah, I just find that funny. So yeah, sorry, go on.
I don't mind that as much, just because we know that the Strange in this universe does a lot of dream walking. So, but like
That's true. If he does use,
yeah, and I think
if he does use the Darkhold, then it's fine because he would need it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And I think it's shown earlier when Mordo explains how the dream walking works that you have candles. I know Scarlet Witch did.
Yeah, Scarlet Witch did have them. But to be fair, it is in character for her to be so stupid as to use them only for aesthetic purposes, honestly.
True.
Oh, we're very close to the end of the film, guys. I can taste it in my mouth. So then Christine walks up to Strange.
How does it taste?
It tastes awful, but it tastes like freedom. So yeah, Christine walks up to Strange and she's like, yo, use the souls. And it's like, okay. and then he uses the soul.
You're a master of the mystic arts.
Yeah,
they
so
are spirits. Use them.
Yes,
It's like, what?
that is a line in this film that Uvu did not make up, unfortunately. Yeah, and then he just like, okay, and then he goes and uses the souls to create like wings to fly to Wondagore. I have no
Yeah.
idea how he knows how to do this, how this works on any capacity,
Where it came from.
and why
yeah.
he can do it, but later in the film Wanda can't. I don't know. But
I have no fucking clue what's going on there.
yeah, but then he creates this fucking these wings. Oh yeah, there's something that's it annoys me a bit as well, is that his movements are all like wonky because he is a zombie. But then when we cut back to him when he's creating the wings of Souls of the Damned, he's moving fine again. It's kind of, you lost the like aesthetic appeal of him walking around as a zombie, and now it's just someone in
Yeah.
makeup. Just find it stupid.
And like the Doctor Strange that was on the rooftop has only been there for like a day, and he's already lost like all of the flesh on his face just because Sam Raimi just wanted zombie.
Yeah.
It's just Sam
Yeah,
Raimi.
and it's, I was talking last night when we were watching. It's like I thought it was more than a day that America and Strange were in this universe, but that also creates more issues. So best faith is
Yeah.
assuming it was only for a day. But yeah, he creates this wing of Souls of the Damned, and he flies there. And then as Wong is about to reach the top, oh no, the big monsters, they're gonna attack him. And so there are 3 there standing around, but one of them shows up and uses chaos magic. He's like, yo, I'm going to fuck you up. And then he's going to use it, and then Strange shows up, and then Wong uses the rope dagger to stab it through the head and throw it down the Wong pit. So we're gonna get at least one more Wong. So I'm
Another
very excited.
Wong.
Another Wong. If you like Wong, get excited because the Wong pit is going to rape more Wongs.
Yeah.
But yeah, now Wong doesn't have his rope dagger because he just let it fall because he's retarded. And then the other 3.
That's another Wong.
That's another Wong. Then the other 3 monsters, I guess they don't have chaos magic. I have no idea
he
why
never-
only the main
never
one
taught them.
does. Yeah.
He never taught them anything. He's like, nah, this is my power. You can't have it.
Yeah. So what they do instead is they grab big rocks to throw at Wong, each of them becoming a new Wong.
Yeah, there's a annoying continuity error in this part as well. Strange is going towards the 3 guys on the top there, and then as soon as Wong does his thing, it's about another minute later before he gets there, and he doesn't fly straight in. He flies from below
Yeah,
for
it's just
some
from below
reason.
Wong. Yeah, that's
It's very
stupid.
odd.
Yeah, but then Strange shows up to the 3 monsters and he blows them away and makes them fall down the Wong pit. So we have at least 4 more Wongs in this universe, which makes me quite
Jesus
happy.
Christ.
Yes.
It's a lot of Wongs.
Yes.
I love
lot of
Wong
Wongs.
so much. I
A
don't know.
Wargy.
A Wong G.
We never talk about women's Wongs.
What was Wongs? But then, oh yeah,
Wanda.
this is something that I find weird. I think I mentioned it last night.
Wanda.
Why is Wanda keeping America Chavez suspended in the air as opposed to sucking her powers by this point? I don't know.
Yeah,
Motherfucker.
no clue.
Funny.
Oh no, she's cringe.
She just thought it was funny. She's like, it's just a laugh in it. Like, she's so helpless, so funny. But yeah.
Watch me levitate her, lol.
She posted a meme, a fucking shit post, like, oh, I can levitate this girl, she can do anything wrong.
Look at this immigrant Mexican.
Look at this dude.
Make America great again.
Make America. Oh, that's a flawless shit post. But yeah, now Strange just showed up and he's like, and one's like, yo, fuck you. And then he's like, yeah, well, I'm gonna absorb your chaos magic with the Souls of the Damned eating it. I don't know how that works, considering the Souls of the Damned being anywhere related to the Darkhold would mean that the source of their powers is the same as the source of her powers, right? Like, surely they would work for her because the Darkhold was created for the it was created based on the Scarlet Witch what you call it, myth, I guess.
Unless
Prophecy.
it's specifically a zombie-related power, in which case, you're fucking hell.
Well, if it is, it makes no sense because they only attack you if you're possessing a dead body. But if you're possessing a dead body, you have the ability to
You
control
have
them.
to have the Darkhold, yeah.
This would be stupid, but yeah. And then Strange's like, this time you're gonna have to do more than killing me to kill me. which is a stupid line because she never killed this version of Strange, but I guess he is
Yeah.
role playing as Zombie Strange, which I don't know.
Yeah, he's just being a dork.
Yeah, it's weird. I do like Christine's reaction though. She's like, "Oh, okay." Um, it is weird, however, that she can hear what he says, even though Wanda seems to never be speaking when she is
True.
streamwalking. But
True.
it does give us a funny, which is Christine's reaction. So,
She's just like, really? What the fuck?
yeah. Yeah, reaction's like, oh damn, okay, you said that. But yeah, then Strange throws the souls of the damned at Wanda, and they start yelling murderer, blah blah blah. And she's getting all flustered, and then they're fucking her up, and Wong shows up from finishing climbing, which I don't know why Strange didn't help him to get up there. He just left him there for a while. I guess true. It's Wong. It's the Wong pit, so I guess he imagined Wong wants to spend more time at the Wong pit. I guess it makes sense.
True.
And then yeah, Wong shows up. Wong's like, I don't even want to know when he sees Zombie Strange. And then what Strange does is he controls Wanda, which means he can make her fly with the souls of the damned. And then then Wong traps her inside this bubble. So now, what you would do if you were smart at this moment is, considering you can control Wanda and send her anywhere flying, and Wong has a sling ring, you would create a portal, which we know he can create portals far away from himself. So Wong would create a portal, they would throw Wanda inside, and the portal would be to a volcano, and then they kill her. Or to, the vacuum of space. But I think a volcano would be cooler. Just personally.
Yep, volcanoes are pretty cool.
Yeah. But no, what they do is say that they can't hold on for much longer, and Wong is like, you gotta absorb her power, it's the only way. When, yeah, that's just not true. It's the same situation as in the beginning of the film. You don't have to absorb her power. The one thing that would make sense is killing her. Absorbing her power wouldn't really solve the issue anyway. It'd just be kicking the can down the road because Wanda can still come after you. You gotta find a way to kill Wanda, just stop her, and if you can't, kill America Chavez. But then he's like, yeah, there's only one way, and he walks up to America and he's like, America, you gotta believe in yourself, because firstly America's like, oh yeah, are you gonna suck my power? I understand it now, don't worry. Which I don't,
just kill me.
yeah, which I don't understand why she would have understood it now rather than at any other point.
Yeah, specifically before the start of the movie, when Strange would have been like, okay, I have to do this.
Yeah.
Please understand. Like, you will kill everyone in existence if I don't do this.
Yeah. But now she understands. It just took her 2 hours of film. She'll get it. But we got there, so yeah. And then Strange is like, yo, you gotta believe in yourself, because, that's why your power, you can control your power, because of lack of confidence. This is not the exact dialogue, but that's kind of the idea. She's like, oh,
time you opened your portal, you sent us exactly where we wanted to go.
Yeah, he sent us exactly where we need to go. So that's what he says to her, to try to let her know, like, no, you see, you have been controlling your powers, you just didn't know it yet. You're doing, like, subconsciously. But let's think for a second. He says even sending her moms away from from herself, basically killing them by accident, or maybe they're not killed, just sent to a random universe, that led her to where she is now, and that is proof that her portals have taken them every time where they needed to go. So
it's the event that literally ruined her life.
Yeah, which is like, oh,
He was always
thanks for saying that.
supposed to.
But the thing is, I think it's, which by the way, him saying this, I think is kind of like very out of character. He would not say this.
Copium.
Yeah, it's like I think he's just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, and it just happened to work.
And he's like, oh shit, it works.
Yeah.
Cool.
But yeah, that does not make any sense. But now let's think about the dialogue in this film for a second. Do you remember earlier when America was like, I have been to 73 universes, well, 72, 73 counting this one. If she has always been taken where she needed to go, wouldn't she just be taken to the one universe that would solve everything she needs at first? AKA, wouldn't she just teleport exactly to where the Book of Ashanti is, and she would just be able to use it?
Yeah, pretty much. She would just win.
She would just win. But no. Because it's like, this is assuming, by the way, that what he means is that her power has like some kind of way to tell the future, because that seems to be the case.
Yeah,
because it can understand.
it's
Because like she didn't know who Doctor Strange was until she met Defender Strange, but she showed up at his doorstep
yeah.
anyway, and Doctor Strange is like, you see, it took where you needed to go. So
it has some very silly ramifications depending on how much control you give her over her portals, to the point where she's like, it's like, if you be like charitable and say, a universe with the Book of Ashanti, it's like, why not a universe with the Book of Ashanti and no Wanda, so she can't do anything?
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Yeah.
What about just the Book of Ashanti in general? Why not just the universe where it is? Like, why didn't she find her parents already?
Yeah, if she needed to go, she would need to go to the one place she wants to go, but I guess it's the one place that's gonna get her to not die. Is the one where she needed to go, even though if she was never taken like to this universe, she wouldn't be in danger. Like, there's so many issues with this entire thing. It makes no sense. So my headcanon is that Strange is talking out of his ass, and all he wants is to get her to work around how to use her powers, which is out of character
copium.
anyway, because he wouldn't risk it. He would kill her, but he doesn't. He trusts in her. So either way, it's stupid. Either it's like huge plot holes, or it's Strange being out of character. So hey, it's funny.
Yeah,
this
it's
is the
great.
exact same thing as the last spell in No Way Home. Literally the exact same thing. But anyway. Oh yeah, I also wanted to mention how they flew through a bunch of different universes to get to the Illuminati universe. So I don't understand how you can like try to rationalize that, because they wouldn't have gone through the Paint universe if they never needed to go there. Like, there's no point in going there. From their
It's
perspective.
cool visual though.
Yeah,
Lol.
it was so cool. It was such a cool visual that they needed to go there, and so America was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna take him there." But anyway, yeah, America's like, "Okay, now I believe in myself," and so she clenches her fist, and she decides to use her powers. But then Wanda breaks out of the thingy, and she hits Doctor Strange, and his body starts to like burn away, but it doesn't burn away fully. But he's knocked out for the rest of the film, so I don't know.
No, he says some dialogue. He says, "Not yet."
Oh, he's not knocked out from like fighting, but he still like punches, I guess. Jesus.
Yeah, but he's a skeleton zombie, so he's like ultra
he's half skeleton,
evil.
half skeleton, half zombie. It's great. I love it. This film is
Yeah.
awesome. And then America
So
jumps
Raimi.
and punches.
I mentioned that this is the first film with direction in the
It is.
MCU.
This film invented direction. Before that, they just gave the script to the actors and just told them, "You do whatever you want with it."
You point the camera. I don't know.
yeah.
Fuck, I don't care.
But yeah, America Chavez jumps and punches Captain Marvel, and she hurts her, and she is able to punch her a few times, and she opens a portal behind Captain Marvel. What? Wanda. My mind is. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind from this film. Okay, but yeah, she opens a portal to a volcano. I'm like, yeah, you're doing it, lava, but doesn't matter because she can fly, even if she falls down the cliff. But the spirit is kind of there. Wait. Do you remember how she can move the portals later in the film when she closes the portal around Wanda?
Yes.
So that would mean that she could just open a portal to a place that has lava, move the portal, close the portal, and then have her burn away in lava.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but she doesn't, so that's fun. And then she's like, "Oh, but I can beat you, but you know what I'm gonna do?" That's after like she punches Wanda a few times, and Wanda stops her punches finally. Which I don't know why she took so long to stop her punches. Whatever. America Chavez opens a portal to Illuminati Wanda universe where we see her kids and that Wanda, and they're like, "Oh my God, it's the Scarlet Witch! It's the witch! Oh no, she's choking this girl."
You're not my mommy.
Yeah, and
They
then
throw toys at her, and it kills her. She dies.
there's unconventional ending, yes. But then, Scarlet Witch throws Illuminati Wanda around, hurts her. And they're like, "Don't hurt our mom. Fuck you. I hope you die." They don't say that
Yeah,
last
pretty
part
much.
verbatim, but that's kind of the idea. They throw toys at her, and they're like, she's like, "Fuck you. Stop doing that." And she's like, "Oh my God, I hurt my children. They're sad. I can't have them be sad." And she's like, "I'm sorry. I'm a good person. I would never hurt anyone." And then Illuminati Wanda goes to her grabs her face, like, know that they'll be loved. And then America Chavez closes the portal, and I guess Wanda is good now.
The fucking dialogue where she's like, "I'm not a monster. I would never hurt anyone," after
Yeah.
throwing their mother across the room. It's just fucking peak
Yeah.
writing.
So the idea is now that Wanda is like fully, like, she's turned back. She's a good one, and now why? Like, the entire point of her plan was to hide this from her children. She wouldn't have chosen the Illuminati universe anyway. She would have just chosen another one. So why does this stop her plan? She knew what she was doing was wrong, because she said, "My children will never know." And America had said, like, "Oh, but you will." That was earlier in the film. But I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, but then Wanda, in all her majesty, she destroys her shrine. And she destroys all the dark codes in every universe. Which has
Because she can just do that.
Yeah, it has a few weird things you can think about. So let's say, does every universe have a shrine? Because it has to. Otherwise, you can't have a, because the dark code is just a copy of the spells on the Wanda shrine. So
Yep.
there has to be a shrine on every universe. So if she managed to destroy the shrine on every universe, how? And secondly, if she did that, wouldn't that cause incursions?
Incursion?
Yeah. But
and I think even destroying the dark hold would cause an incursion.
Yeah.
Because that would change so many events in so many different universes.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. But then and then there's the idea of, she just destroyed the dark hold, but that means that other Wandas can still become Scarlet Witches on other universes. So I don't know.
Yep.
But yeah, she kills it. She buries herself, and Zombie Strange is still down there, which means that Zombie Strange's body is still in the MCU, which means an incursion will happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
Love this film. So they cut.
Kind of cool.
So they cut to Doctor Strange and Christine in the Evil Strange's universe. Doctor Strange is like, he sees the Darkhold being destroyed. He's like, "Yo, I love you in every universe." Which, yeah, it's like the one scene that I kind of that I like in the film. I think, yeah, he's in character, it's fine. It is the start of his arc. I guess maybe not the start, but is a development on his arc. It is not where his arc should end, but this film doesn't understand how that works anyway. But yeah, it's one scene like, yeah, that's fine. And he says, "Oh, I'd love to show you my universe," and Christine's like, "I would love to see it, but we can't. We need to go our separate ways, otherwise we would cause an incursion," which means just being together, just being a part of a universe can cause an incursion. So yeah, that's funny. So America opens a portal, which is something really funny here occurs that I think, Uvu, you pointed it out.
Yeah.
Yesterday. So she opens the portal from like those snowy mountains from where Wandagore is, even though in the previous scene, America Chavez teleported herself and Wong to Camartage.
To Camartage,
yeah, before Wanda destroyed the shrine. So I guess she just decided to go back. I don't know. But yeah, now Christine's like, "Yo, let me go back to the Illuminati world." And yeah, she does. The universe that should definitely be destroyed as well by an incursion, because of
there's so much wrong with that universe now.
Yeah,
it's completely fucked.
That universe is going to be destroyed by itself. Just the incursion is happening.
And even if it isn't, like, it's so fucked. It's got no hero. It's got barely any heroes anymore. Captain Marvel is dead.
Yeah.
Fucking.
So I guess the Sorcerer Supreme is alive.
The Book of Ashanti is destroyed.
Well, the Book of Ashanti was like for every universe, right? It was like just a thing between universes. So
yeah.
But yeah. So then we cut to Camartage with a bunch of sorcerers training, and then I have the question of how the fuck are there this many sorcerers? It's like 50 sorcerers training, but like most sorcerers died fighting Wanda.
They went to the job center and they were like, "Well, where the fuck is Mordo during all of this?"
Where the fuck is who?
Mordor.
Oh, Mordo. He doesn't exist in this universe, Shep. Don't worry.
He's gone now.
Yeah. He fell down the Wong pit.
Oh, no.
He's in his Mordo pit in every universe.
Because that too many sorcerers thing just went nowhere. He just waited until they all died.
There's only
Yep.
one Mordo in the multiverse now. That's
The
level
Mordo
after.
of Madness.
The multiverse of Mordor.
Yes.
Alrighty, so yeah, we see that America's training to be a sorcerer, but she can't get it right. She's like, "Fuck! Why is this so much harder than opening portals to other universes?" Says that out loud to herself, which is cringe, but whatever. And then Strange is like, "She needs to be more patient and slow down," which are synonyms, being patient and slowing down, but whatever. And then Wong's like, that reminds me of someone, and Doctor Strange gives him a little smirk, and then Wong asks, "Yo, you use the Darkhold. Are you all right?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm okay." And then Strange asks, "Do you, are you happy?" And Wong says, "An interesting question." And Doctor Strange says, "Yeah, well, say you think saving the universe will get you there, but it doesn't." And then Wong is like, "Well, considering the multiverse, I do think about my other lives, but I am content with what I have, even with the hardships." And then Doctor Strange bows finally. The ancient custom that they mentioned.
Best arc.
Such a good arc. I have no idea how Wong earned any of this, but yeah, best arc.
He fell down the pit.
He became a new Wong.
New Wong.
Yeah, you sacrifice a Wong to get a Wong. The new Wong is deserving of the bow, but the old Wong is
True.
not.
The old Wong is
A Wong.
dead.
For a Wong.
But yeah, then you have that, and then Doctor Strange is leaving to the Sanctum Sanctorum, and America's like, "Yo, I'm glad I fell into your universe," and then Doctor Strange's like, "Me too, kid," and you're like, "Okay, I guess you care about each other. I don't know, if you say so, film."
Yeah.
Yeah, the relationship wasn't built at all, and then we see Doctor Strange fixing the watch that Christine gave him all the way back. Finally, he's fixing it, which implies that he's moving on. He's learning to move on from Christine, which means surely the last scene of the film shouldn't be just him having a panic attack in the middle of the street. It should be him talking to Christine, right? But no, this film is above such things. It just cuts to him walking down the street. He's happy, and then he starts freaking out because the Darkhold and a third eye shows up on his head, and like, "Oh no, oh my god, is Strange going evil? Something weird happening?" And then the first post-credit scene happens where he's just fine. He just doesn't care about having the third eye anymore. He just learned to live with it. So
me and the third eye have made peace.
Yeah,
I've never seen like people so confused by a post-credit scene for Marvel.
yeah, it's weird. And they show Clea being played by Charlize Theron, being like, "Yo, you're Strange, right?" It's like, "Yo, I am Strange." And then
she rips open a portal to the multiverse.
Yeah, she rips open a portal to the dark dimension, which I guess she's like the Dormammu's niece. Is that it, Tim?
Yeah, she's nice, yeah.
Something like that.
So yeah, that's fun. We're getting Dormammu back.
And apparently, he caused an incursion.
I don't.
But we don't know where. We don't know why. We don't know if it's the Illuminati universe, and we don't know if Wanda caused it or him.
I mean, it should be both, right?
Yeah.
Like to most people, it was just a random female turns up. Was like, "Yo."
Yeah, that was the thing for me. But then I heard the guy sitting behind me explaining to his friends what it was. But then the second
White woman jump scare.
But then the second post-credit scene, it's amazing. We see Bruce Campbell punching himself a few times, then he stops and like, it's over. You're like, wow, I stayed for this. But not even just that. It's the fact that he survived the 3 weeks of that happening.
Of pain, yeah.
Of hitting himself. I don't think this film understands
abject torture.
The amount of energy you would exert by hating yourself. Because there's the energy you exert by like healing, just because of how our cells work. There's the energy you exert by trying to stay like awake while hitting yourself. Like you just lose that energy. You're not able to eat. You're not able to sleep. You're not able to drink water. But he's alive after 3 weeks, which is impossible. But whatever.
He's the most powerful hero. Maybe he's the motorcycle driver.
That's
he's the 8-3 version of of a motorcycle driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In disguise.
It would be hilarious if the post-credit scene was the motorcycle driver, like showing from his perspective why he ran at the monster. He's like,
Sometimes
my
you just
moment.
gotta do things.
sometimes there's no good option. But you still gotta choose. And he just runs at it,
There was,
and he
there was
dies.
no other way.
There was
The
no other
grand
way.
characters of the grand characters of the multiverse. My sacrifice means more than my life.
It would be so funny if he's like this character with like this deep backstory and he just runs at the monster, he just flattens himself, and you're like, oh. This seems like a James Gunn kind of thing, but like this film kind of plays it straight. Anyway,
That was
we
more
did
though,
it.
all along.
That was Mortal. Oh, that's where Mortal was.
He was aiming for Strange.
He was trying to find Strange, but he was like, oh fuck, they cut the brakes on my bike, and then he just died. Motorcycle driver, you're the best character in the MCU. But yeah, that is the end of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. A 10 out of 10
Thank you.
film that I loved at every portion of it. Definitely didn't want to die.
Oh yeah, it was great.
I can't believe we did this in like 5 hours. I was very worried 6 hours wouldn't be enough. But we did it.
This
Yeah,
not
I
even
could have talked about
everything.
the first
Oh no, this is not
the first
everything.
20.
There is so much
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah,
that
I
we
could have
still
talked
didn't
about the
mention.
first 20 minutes for 5 hours because
Yeah.
they're just that broken.
Yeah, no, if making a video on this, I imagine is like impossible to cover everything, even if you try.
Yeah,
it's
it's pretty painful. The script right now is just
yeah, I can imagine. I mean, taking my notes, like I took like 8 hours last night trying to take notes, and I got like 20 minutes into the film. It is insane, and I still skipped a bunch of my notes because I was like, okay, I can't talk about all this because it's too nitpicky, even if it isn't like, if it's still stuff that damages the film quite a bit, but compared to like all the big issues. So yeah, this film is a 1 out of 10. It is the definition of 1 out of 10, or 0 if your scale goes down that low. Yeah. I am glad we did this though. We were able to put our thoughts out, to explain why the incursion works so well within the MCU. And
oh yeah, it's great mechanic.
yeah, I'm glad they introduced that after 3 films that established like complete opposite rules to that. It makes perfect sense. Is this finale of WandaVision levels of bad? Oh no, finale of WandaVision is way better than this. And that episode is garbage. You made a Shang-Chi video, man, the Multiverse of Madness can be that much worse. Oh, it is.
Oh.
It really is. Alright, well.
You gotta consider the thing that distincts them is the level of impact. Shang-Chi impacts the main MCU timeline, WandaVision impacts the main MCU timeline, but this impacts the entire multiverse, time travel,
Yeah,
and
just
like
fucked.
the most broken show or product in the MCU. So
Yeah, it's great. But yeah, I think this is all we have for today, guys. I am tired. I'm dead. I want to die. But we did it. So yeah, if you'd like to check out the people who are here, Shandy's channel is in the description. Probably know Shandy. He's been here a few times. He's a cool guy. Uvu is your first time here. Thanks for coming on. It's fun. Very entertaining to hear your thoughts on this film with how much knowledge
no
you
problem.
have of them. Yeah, Uvu's channel is
Thanks for
also in
having
the
me.
description, and as you said, making a Multiverse of Madness video. So if you guys wanna, hop onto his channel and wait for that, probably will take
If you
a
want
while.
to torture
but-
yourself,
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be a couple weeks at least, or at least maybe even longer. So yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, Thuglas's Twitter is in the description if you would like to follow him and hear his thoughts on things. And yeah, I think that's all we have for today. Thanks for sticking through this journey.